All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The June 16th, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter. We make this admonition basically as a matter of caution. We have no reason to believe that that would happen, but we do it just as a matter of safety. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Councilman Steve Ross, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this opportunity to gather today. Father, we're grateful to be members of the City Council and for the opportunity to serve the wonderful people of the city of Las Vegas. We're grateful for this great city and the wonderful resources that it provides to all of its citizens. We're grateful, Father, for those in this city who go the extra mile, who serve when they don't need to serve, who recognize when things need to be done and go that extra mile. Father, at this time we ask that Thy Spirit will be with us, that we will make decisions necessary for the benefit of the entire city and all the people who live in it. Again, Father, we're grateful for the opportunity to serve Thee and serve the people of this city, and we do say these things in Thy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and the first item is going to be honoring the June Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask the Office of Business Development Director, Bill Arndt, to join us at the podium. And also, I'm proud to announce with him, joining us, is our June Employee of the Month, Darren Harris. Hi, Darren. Congratulations. Darren is a Senior Economic Development Officer with the Office of Business Development and has been with the city since 2007. He's accomplished a lot in his short time with the city, and he's currently working on a key redevelopment project, the Las Vegas Business Center and Incubator at Enterprise Park. This incubator is designed to grow small businesses in the city's redevelopment area and give business owners the tools and training they need to be successful. Darren is the lead project manager on this outreach effort and has worked closely with the Urban Chamber of Commerce to make this business incubator a reality. In addition, he single-handedly set up the business outreach program and business seminar courses that are held every Thursday at the historic Fifth Street School. These free seminars focused on computer training, advanced financial analysis, marketing, branding, and networking. The seminars have been such a success that the sponsoring organization plans to continue them on a regular basis. Darren is also business development's go-to guy when it comes to sustainability and green projects, and he's involved with negotiating with companies to bring more green jobs to Las Vegas. I have to interrupt 1 second. What does Perigo do then? I thought he was our green man. Darren, I'm glad you're with us. Darren is a solid contributor to the Office of Business Development and the city and can be counted on to take new projects and turn them into successes. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate Darren on being named the June 2010 Employee of the Month. And along with this beautiful plaque, and it is a beautiful plaque, Darren's received a $100 Visa gift card, Compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. And you're going to share that with your mayor, aren't you? Oh, now I know why Perigo's working for the city. Okay, before we hear from Darren, I'd like Bill Arrett to say a few words. Bill?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a wonderful person and compliment to the city that we have in Darren. It's easy to recognize someone for his works, but I think it's also equally important to recognize someone for a person's character and who they are. And anyone who's worked in the field of economic development and redevelopment for any length of time realizes that everything we do is about relationships. And that shows in Darren's work and his relationship in starting the business seminars at Fifth Street School, and then even more important, keeping the relationship going with the Urban Chamber of Commerce and embarking on a new partnership at the incubator at the Las Vegas Business Center. Darren's extremely hard worker. He's a behind-the-scenes guy. I know he doesn't enjoy the spotlight too much, so I said I'd keep my remarks brief, but he's a wonderful asset to the OBD, Office of Business Development, as well as the city. And Darren, congratulations.
Well, I'd just like to thank the mayor, the council, Bessie Fratwell, and her staff for the nomination and award. But I also like to thank my redevelopment team. Without them, I wouldn't be up here accepting this award. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. And I also like to thank Bill Arndt, Romeo Betty, and Rich Atkins for the nomination. And I'd like to thank, last but not least, the four most important people in my life that give me the inspiration and the determination to keep going. That's my mother, my father, and most importantly, my son and my wife, who is not here, but just to let them know that they're my inspiration. They're the reason why I keep doing this. So thank you again for this award.
That's beautiful. That was great. Really great. Thank you, Bill. That's terrific. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next item will be handled by Councilman Ross, and he's recognizing some of the many participants from this year's great El Dorado Days. Councilman Ross.
Didn't you guys get the memo about the cowboy hats today? Well, good morning, everybody. The reason I'm wearing this cowboy hat is significant, and I'll tell you why. On May 15th, 2010, the El Dorado Parade was held downtown with a fireworks show and, of course, the rodeo thereafter. But before I proceed, I need to ask Esther Carter to come up here and help me do this. Esther Carter has been a godsend to the city of Las Vegas. She does a lot of great things for us, but she's been a major catalyst in bringing the El Dorado Parade back, along with the mayor, of course. But everybody give her a round of applause for her dedication to what she's done. Let me talk about the parade for a minute. This was a beautiful night, and those of you that were out there at the parade recognize how great it was. There were over 148 entries in this year's parade. That's an incredible number. And Esther, I guarantee you there'll be more next year, and I hate to tell you that because you know how much work goes along with that. Before I go on, I want to thank this year's judges. We had Jim Marsh as one of the judges and Ryan Langston, who spent a great deal of time, I think 3.5 hours up there on the stage judging the contestants. They had to make some very difficult decisions. The judges made their selections for the most creative, best themed, and most original entries. Do we have some video? You can see we got some video on the monitor right there of some of the parade. And that's the wagon that most of us are in. Mayor, you were in that wagon with us. And you can just look down 4th Street and see all of those entries, and they went for a long, long way. Look at those horses. Aren't those incredible horses? That was a beautiful parade, yep. And the mayor wanted to drive. Fortunately, we talked him out of that. But this was the beginning of the parade. There's the mayor right there. All the great people that put this together. And Esther was a major catalyst in putting all this together, and her staff. There's Councilman Anthony right there as well. But thanks, Bill. Love you, Bill. We had a blast. We had some grandkids out there, and I hope we got a little bit of the fire truck. Oh, good. There's Mayor Pro Tem and his family, and I've got a couple of kids up on that rig as well. That fire truck never misses a parade. Never misses a parade. I want to thank Las Vegas Fire and Rescue for their help as well in being participating. So those are just some of the entries as the parade began. And this was a tough decision because of 148 entries. But at this time, I'd like to recognize those winners. And if you're here, come on down here. I don't know if everybody's here or not. But in the equestrian division, the most creative was horses, horses, horses. Whose was that? Come on up here, girls. Come on up here. And I wish we had pictures of all these great floats because they were tremendous. The best theme was the Gilcrease Carriage. Gilcrease folks here. And the originality was the Mustang Spirit. Come on down here, and Esther's going to hand you your award. In the car club theme, thanks folks, you can go sit down now because we're going to have 1,000 people up here. In the car club, we had the most creative was the Tin Lizzies. We have anybody here from the Tin Lizzies? Okay, moving on. The best themed in the car club division was the Las Vegas Model A Ford Club. There you go. Come on down here. That was a great entry in the parade. For originality in the car club was the Confederate of Motorcycles. We got those motorcycle riders here. Here they are. You guys look great in the parade, by the way. Thanks for coming down. Thanks for coming down. Now, in the marching band division, and thankfully not all the marching bands came down there, we'd fill the house. In the most creative, we had the Spring Valley High School Marching Band. Is there a representative here from Spring Valley High School? Right on. The best themed marching band was the Valley High School Marching Band. We have a representative from Valley High School here. Okay. And the originality was the Rancho High School Marching Band, right here in downtown Las Vegas, Rancho High School. For the motorized vehicle category, Joe Hecht got the most creative. Is Joe here today? No? Okay, Joe Hecht got the most creative. The theme was the Cowgirl Express. The cowgirls here? There we go. Come on up here. That was a great entry as well. And for originality was Ladies with Hatitude. Now take a look at the hats. Hatitude, right there. And in the walking group, the most creative was Vegas Viking. We have representatives, Vegas Viking. Here they come. Now look at these hats. Look at this hat. There you go. Put the outfit on. All right, you are dressed. Mayor, I think you need one of those hats. And also in the walking group, the best themed was the Silver Dolls. We have the Silver Dolls here today. Okay, and the most original in the walking group was the Hill Country Plungettes from Texas. They came all the way from Texas to be in our parade, and if you didn't see them, they had plungers in their hands as they went down the street. For the float, the best float, the most creative was the Flamingo Club. Had the best float. Come on down here. The best themed float was Bonnie Springs. We got somebody from Bonnie Springs here. Okay. And the original best float for originality was the Memorial Wall. And I hope you folks had a chance to see that beautiful Memorial Wall. Absolutely. Now, the best of El Dorado for most creative was Rancho High School Band, of course, right downtown. And the best theme for the best of El Dorado, I'm going to butcher this, Matechinas de Juarez was the best theme. Did I do it good? All right. I get a little help here. And the most original was the Las Vegas Alumni Association and Las Vegas High School Band. Give everybody a great big round of applause. You guys were great. Thank you so much. I would also, on behalf of the mayor and the city council, like to express our gratitude to Jack Esslinger and all of the wonderful volunteers that helped make the parade and rodeo so memorable. And speaking of the parade, or speaking of the rodeo, it is my privilege to introduce a very special friend of mine and a friend of the city of Las Vegas. I would like to ask Dwayne LeDuc to come up here, please. Dwayne? Oh, it better be louder than that, because this man lost skin and blood for this rodeo. Dwayne LeDuc and Esther Carter, along with all the great volunteers and the rodeo committee. I see committee members. Rodeo committee, would you stand up? This is the Elks. Anyone from the Elks Lodge and the rodeo committee, please stand up and be recognized. Give them a great big round of applause. We didn't pull this rodeo off, Mayor. As you know, we brought this back a couple of years ago. You brought back the parade for the centennial celebration for the city of Las Vegas in 2005, and that was significant. And the Elks, since the 1930s, have been helping put the Eldorado Rodeo on. Growing up here as a kid, I have fond memories of the old Western Village and going to the rodeo in downtown Las Vegas. And by golly, if we didn't do that for the second year in a row, right here in downtown, and Dwayne was a big, big part of that. So everybody give him another round of applause for his great efforts. Now, you stay right there, buddy. You ain't done. He didn't do this by himself. The committee, the Elks Lodge, Esther, folks from the city of Las Vegas, and all of the great sponsors, if you made it to the rodeo, these are local businesses, local sponsors that helped contribute to this. And all of the proceeds that are above and beyond what it cost us to put the rodeo on go to charitable organizations that the Elks recognizes, and that's significant. And it's all the kids. All of those organizations are children's organizations. And veterans. Dwayne grew up as a boy loving Eldorado days. He sold peanuts and popcorn at Cashman Field and would visit the Western Village, riding all the rides and staying as long as he could. He would take his mother's old box camera and take photos of the parade. You remember those days? Just like yesterday, huh, Dwayne? The Elks Lodge kept up the tradition of Eldorado for many years. Dwayne became a member of the Elks Lodge in 1980, and from that time started working on Eldorado Rodeo and other events. Again, in 2005, Mayor Goodman and the City Council brought back the traditional Eldorado Parade in celebration of the city's centennial. Dwayne was appointed the Executive Director of Eldorado and continues to hold that title today. In 2009, with the help of Dwayne LeDuc, we were able to bring back the Eldorado Rodeo to the downtown area. He has been instrumental in securing sponsorships, donations that are needed in order to produce the rodeo and make it a big success as it is today. He works diligently year-round on the rodeo, and I mean that, year-round. Dwayne, you've already started from next year's rodeo. Begging for money. So, folks, you want to participate. He accepts checks and cash. Dwayne takes very little time off, and he's the heart and soul of the Eldorado here in the city of Las Vegas right now, and I can't tell him how much I appreciate him. At this time, however, Mayor Pro Tem, if you'd help me out there, I would like to proclaim today as Dwayne LeDuc Day in the city of Las Vegas and ask our citizens to join us in recognizing Dwayne for his dedication and commitment to the Eldorado Rodeo. You love me now, don't you, Dwayne?
A little bit.
He hated me a few weeks ago. Say a few words for us. Would you, Dwayne? Tell us what this means to you.
I can't put words to it. It took all these people out here, all these people back here, and a lot of sponsors to make it happen. And I just can't thank you enough.
Love you, Dwayne. Thanks, buddy. Give him another round of applause.
Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. For our next two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize two community groups for their efforts to provide scholarships to our local youth. Councilwoman.
It's always interesting at this part of our agenda for council meetings to see some of the things that bring back our history, things that show us what we've accomplished through the years, and also to recognize some of the things that are happening that are brand new to the community, that someday will also be recognized as making tremendous contributions over the years. And today, I'm going to recognize a couple of those groups that we have here. If you notice, I believe you will be seeing some cars there in the background because last month, the Southern Nevada Hispanic Employment Program Youth Council partnered with the National Latino Peace Officers in the Las Vegas chapter to host a customs and classic car show. I attended that and was just amazed, and I'm sure the mayor will be too. Mayor, there's lots of cars that you and I used to see, yes. But anyway, at this car show.
That was my first car.
This classic car show was held to raise funds for scholarships. And I attended the show. I had not heard of it before. I attended it, and I was so totally amazed and in awe of a group there that was working so hard to recognize efforts and people make in providing a difference in the lives of many individuals, and providing it by giving scholarships to worthy youths. Because as we know, education is the path to a successful and prosperous community. And I'd like now to have the youth council that I met there that day to step up to our podium, please. Okay. That would be your president, your vice president, secretary, your officers. And we have an award of recognition to each of you that would like to give. And as I say your name, our councilman, Ms. Brees, will provide for you your recognition. President Senya Robal. Vice President Sabrina Robal. Secretary Vivian Martinez. Treasurers, they have two treasurers. I guess they're watching each other there closely. We have Luz Perez and Lalo Perez. Yeah. And we have the historian Vanessa Martinez. And we have in our audience, is she here up at the podium? Paige Zunica, thank you, Zunica. And she is the youth council advisor. She's the one who helped put all of this together. I'd like to tell you a little bit while they're standing here in front of us about this Southern Nevada Hispanic Employment Program Youth Council. It's under the umbrella of the Southern Nevada Hispanic Employment Program, SNHEP, which is a 501c3 nonprofit group, and since the 1970s, a subcommittee of the Equal Employment Opportunity Committee of the Southern Nevada Federal Executive Association. Membership in this council consists of employment program professionals from public and private sectors. Now, the Youth Council was formed at a later date. It was April 2009 by Senya and Sabrina Robal, two young ladies that you met who are veterans in the community service within our Las Vegas city. Having grown up around these events, they felt that there was something that could benefit the community by adding a youth council, a council which would inject a different perspective in executing the vision to empower Hispanics in becoming viable contributors to the community through employment, education, promotion of multicultural awareness, leadership, and business development. So that was just April 2009, and here shortly after April 2010, the Youth Council has over 30 active members working strongly, and they range in age from middle school to college-age students, and they describe themselves as, quote, youngsters having fun while making a difference in the community. And I want to tell you, they do have fun. I was so amazed at the energy, the enthusiasm, the focus they had that day I went out there. They added a vibrancy to that large park behind Stations Casinos in Ward 1, and it just spread throughout everybody who was there. And they were selling items, they were selling popcorn, refreshments, and everything, and they were raising monies. And as I understand, we've had $70,000 raised this year. Is that correct? And that's pretty good. Yeah. With Paige's help, they hold monthly meetings with the Board of Teen Officers, and they have a membership which plans fundraisers that are to benefit scholarships. They plan community volunteer projects. They have guest speakers that emphasize mentoring and career preparation and participate strongly in leadership training. So I just want to say, hooray for this group. Hooray for, we do have a gentleman down there too, don't we? With all these ladies, we have that gentleman there. There were a lot of gentlemen active that day too, because I saw them there. But we want to thank you so very much, because you know what you're doing. You're taking what our adults have done, you're furthering it, you're enhancing it, and we thank you very much. So as you take your seats then, we're going to ask the people who are here from the National Latino Peace Officers Association, would they please come up to the podium? Okay. Nice. And Councilman Reese will help in us giving some recognition. And I want you to know, this is a national organization, and you don't have to be Latino to belong to it, do you? You accept everybody who wants to help, and you do a great job. Let's first introduce and give our recognition to State President, LV MPD Lieutenant Andrew Peralta. Thanks. Nice to see you. And then Las Vegas Chapter President, Lieutenant Les Lane. Las Vegas Chapter Event Coordinator, Corrections Officer 2, Marco Alvarado. Treasurer, Corrections Officer 2, Samuel Mendoza. Secretary, Corrections Officer 2, Cheryl Wetzel. Parliamentarian, Sergeant Cindy Rodriguez. Is Cindy? Cindy there. Yeah. Tell her thank you for all the work she does. You know, I wasn't aware, it's amazing when you become a council member how much you learn about the community, and I wasn't aware of how much the National Latino Police Officers Association does. It was founded in 1972. The specific purposes of the organization are to eliminate prejudice and discrimination in the criminal justice system, particularly in law enforcement, to reduce community juvenile delinquency, and to lessen citizen tension in predominantly minority communities. And this group is proud to support its members and their families in furthering their education. Today, the National Latino Peace Officers Association is the largest Latino law enforcement organization in the United States, with local chapters in many cities throughout our country. Its membership includes chiefs of police, sheriffs, police officers, parole agents, and federal officers, all of whom are employed at the local, state, and federal levels. And the Las Vegas chapter hosts various events throughout the year to raise funds for their membership needs, for the Police Athletic League, for schools and neighborhood Christmas adoptions, and anything that promotes empowering families through education and mentoring to make communities safer. Today, the Southern Nevada Hispanic Employment Youth Council and the National Association of Latino Peace Officers, together, they will award 50 scholarships next month, totaling the $70,000 that I mentioned. And I would also like to recognize in the audience all representatives in attendance of the National Latino Police Officers Association and the Southern Nevada Hispanic Employment Program. Would you please stand? Look at all these. Come on and let's stand and get some recognition. Thank you very much. You are the ones who will follow us. You are the ones who will take our place someday, who will take the governor's place someday, who will maybe take the president's place someday. You who early on recognized the need for working hard for your community. All of you, with the help of your group here with Latino Police Officers Association, this is what their goal is, and this is what you're trying and working hard to accomplish. We want to thank you very, very much from our City Council for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we were supposed to have an item which is recognizing Austin Daigle for excellent sportsmanship, but Councilman Wilson advises that because of a scheduling problem, this is going to be set over until August, so we'll look forward to it at that time. Yes, sir. Thank you. And that's the end of our ceremonials. I've been asked to have the council remain up here for a picture, and then we'll start our regular meeting. Oh, thank you. Great. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, do we have, let's see. We got three.
So quiet.
Four.
You guys have to sing happy birthday to me today. Oh, it's your birthday now.
Is it your birthday?
It's not just Saturday. So I say that. You're spanking too? Yes.
Okay. All right, folks, so we're going to call item number 10. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 50 is agreement with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for use of surplus vehicles by Las Vegas Fire Department. Staff's asked to strike. And item 68 is appeal of work card denial. Nicole Valencia doing business at Macau Vegas, 1741 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff's asked to strike. Are there any other items at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special Joint City Council Redevelopment Agency meeting of May 18, 2010, and the regular City Council meeting of May 19, 2010. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 62, with the exception of item 50, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? I believe that, Mr. Jervik, you would like to have
Item 60, Your Honor.
item 60 brought forward. All right. Any other items?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. On item number 37, I must disclose and abstain. I have performed professional services in my law practice for one of the principals in this company and think it's appropriate for me to disclose that and abstain from voting on 37.
All right, thank you. And on items 15 and 17, I've been advised that as I serve as the chairman of the Board of Trustees for Green Chips, I have to abstain since that has to do with Green Chips. So I will be abstaining on items 15 to 17. Ms. Meyer?
You mean you're Mayor of Green Chips?
I am Mayor of Green Chips as well, yes.
Mayor, Council, item number 36, we'd like to have that pulled forward for a correction of the agenda.
36 to 60. All right, are there any others? All right, with that in mind, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. With the exceptions of items 60, 12, and 62, and item 36, I make a motion for approval of all other items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Then we'll call item number 36 first.
Your Honor, I need to correct my motion. I said with the exceptions of item 12. I want to make sure that we approve item 12 with all conditions. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Item number 36 is approval of a restricted gaming license subject to confirmation of approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission for Eagle Rock Gaming doing business as Choices at 6720 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 6. Yes, Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, this was just an error when we prepared the agenda. It should read Ward 4
All right,
and not
thank you.
Ward
So,
6.
the matter will be amended to reflect Ward 4. Thank you. I don't think we need a motion on that, do we?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I make a motion to approve item number 36 with the correction, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 60 is R 46-2010, approval of a resolution to augment and amend the fiscal year 2010 special revenue fund budget in the amount of $6 million. Mr. Jervik?
Thank you, Your Honor. It was brought to my attention just before the meeting that this is actually a redevelopment item that accidentally ended up on the City Council agenda. Because under state law, it needs to be approved before the first of the year. We're going to ask, because it's been inappropriately agendized, that it be stricken from the agenda at this time. Finance and Business Services is going to call the Department of Taxation to see if they're okay with us putting it on the first RDA meeting in July. If they are, that's when you'll see it again in the appropriate place. If they do have a problem with that, then what the clerk will do is call a very special meeting of the redevelopment agency in order to approve just this one item between now and July 1st.
All right, we
So
could
it's
do
my
that
recommendation
if that's the case, we could do that telephonically.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to strike item number 60, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is a report from Dr. David Slattery on the therapeutic hypothermia protocol being implemented by the City of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department to improve the survival rate of cardiac arrest patients. And, of course, this pertains to the entire community. Chief.
Mayor, City Council, if you remember back in November and early December of 2009, I informed you about a new therapy that our medical director, Dr. David Slattery, introduced to our firefighters, and it was a new protocol that we were going to be using out in the field for cardiac arrest patients. I think after the end of the first month, we had a meeting at the Fifth Street School, and I mentioned that during that first month that we'd already had 4 cardiac arrest saves, and what we consider a save is when a patient leaves the hospital neurologically intact. Since that time, the numbers over the last 6 months have been remarkable with the success of the cold IV therapy that Dr. Slattery has introduced not only to our fire department, but to the Southern Nevada community. Next month, we're going to bring in one of the survivors that on Memorial Day had a cardiac arrest in her family, and Rescue 47 and Councilman Wilson's ward brought her back, and she's now up and talking. Everything is neurologically intact, and we want to bring her in and let her share her experience. But I wanted to bring Dr. Slattery in. He's the one who has guided our department through this remarkable therapy that we're using, with the success that we're having and what it's doing for the citizens of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Chief. Doctor.
My name is Dr. David Slattery. I'm the EMS Medical Director for Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. I'm pleased to be with you today, and thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you today. As Chief Gammon had mentioned, back in the fall of 2008, we brought to the City Council and notified the City Council that we were participating in a CDC-funded study that was called the CARES Registry, and it stands for the Cardiac Arrest Registry to Enhance Survival. Why this is important is it was the first time ever in the state of Nevada, certainly the first time ever in southern Nevada, that we're able to finally link what happens in the 911 call center to what happens with our firefighters and paramedics in the field when they're delivering care for cardiac arrest victims, and most importantly, link that to hospital outcomes. Prior to this, the only way to get at this information that you're going to see today is by very, very expensive, time-expensive, and also monetary expensive, and very cumbersome research protocols. And so many cities didn't have the opportunity to do this. So we were very pleased and honored to be part of this national process. And what this allows us to do is in the geographical areas of the city of Las Vegas, we're able to look at our neurologically intact and cardiac arrest survival. And so, as promised at that meeting back in the fall of 2008, we promised to bring back information to you, and this is what we're going to share with you today on your monitor. You can see the data. So I'm very pleased to present 22 months of very hard work by the community, especially the men and women of Las Vegas Fire Rescue, who have been undergoing intensive training and a lot of feedback to really increase their survival in cardiac arrest, as well as our community partners at the hospitals that have helped with this important link. And what you can see on that graph on the far left, these are 6-month different intervals of cardiac arrest survival. Now, this is survival from basically to hospital discharge, shown in the red on the graph there. Now, as you know, as I've said at the first meeting, survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest is all over the map, literally, in the United States. Survival really depends on where you live. It's as low as 0 to 1% in some areas of the nation, and as high as 44% in the best areas, such as Seattle. What we can see is that we started with, in line with most big cities. New York City and L.A., survival is about 5 to 6%. And we started, when we first started, that's what our survival rate was. And you can see over the past 22 months, we have increased our survival. April 13th, 2010 marked a real milestone for our EMS system in our city because we reached a 40% survival rate at that point, and that's shown here in the graph. Again, these numbers are small, and I'll share with those if you need any details about the numbers, but the idea is the trend is definitely in the right place. Now, it's not just good enough for us, from our standpoint, for you just to live and walk out of the hospital. What's really important, what really matters to the victims of cardiac arrest and their families, is how many of these patients actually walk away neurologically normal. And that's what Chief Gamlin is referring to in terms of neurologically intact survival. That is shown there in blue. The national average, traditionally, is 1%. So 1 out of every 100 victims of cardiac arrest will walk out of the hospital neurologically intact. We implemented the therapeutic hypothermia, or cooling protocol, in December 2009. Our first cooling save, was on Christmas Day. And what we can show there in terms of the blue graphs is our neurologically intact survival. These are the number of survivors that walk out of the hospital neurologically normal. And we can see that that has skyrocketed up to about the 30% range. So again, national average is 1%, and we're about the 30% range. With that being said, our work isn't done. We have a lot of more work to do, and what we're looking at in terms of the future is certainly working with the community. Cardiac arrest is a community problem, and unfortunately, one thing we know about from this data is that only 1/3 of our patients, victims, actually get bystander CPR in our communities. Only about 3% of them actually have an AED used, a defibrillator used. And so we're going to be geo-mapping our cardiac arrest in the community, in the geographic area of the city of Las Vegas, and working with council members and their wards, as well as community leaders, to improve CPR rates and AED rates in those highest risk vulnerable populations, especially those that have the lowest CPR rates in our community. Again, the goal is to improve survival. And so I would just want to finally thank Chief Gamlin for his leadership and dedication to this process and allowing us to really do some intensive training with our firefighters to get us to this level. We think and believe we have more to go, a lot of work to do, and I want to thank most importantly, the men and women of Las Vegas Fire Rescue for all the time and effort that they have done. They really deliver excellent EMS care to the citizens of Las Vegas. Be happy to address any questions.
Well, I thank you very much for this report. I know the council members have comments and questions, but what is causing this success? I know how the protocol works, and I think it would be helpful for those who are here today, as well as those who may be watching this on Channel 2 or the web, to have a brief description of the protocol. We've been through it before, but they may not have seen that, and it is a remarkable process. But after you describe that, please tell me why we're improving. I don't know why, once we started to use the protocol, we wouldn't have had those numbers, and why they keep on going up towards success.
Yeah, so the first question is why about therapeutic hypothermia. It's an excellent question, Mayor, and I'll try to address that.
All the mayor's questions are.
Yeah, that's right. So therapeutic hypothermia, after cardiac arrest, when our paramedics get pulses back, get the heart beating on its own, their job isn't over. What we did is, and why we have success, is we shift the gears now. In the past, we used to just say, okay, that's it, we're done. We got pulses back, let's bring them to the hospital. But now, in conjunction with not only the care we deliver in the field, but also the care that's delivered at hospitals in terms of that first 24 hours, we know how that brain is treated in the first 24 hours really determines how many of those brain cells stay alive in that first 24 hours. And so one of the things that's a dramatic, very easy, very simple, and very safe maneuver is to cool the brain down. You basically just decrease the metabolic rate of the brain, and there's less brain cells that die. And in the end, that's translated to the patient to more of a neurologically intact outcome. They walk out of the hospital more neurologically intact than if you don't cool them. And this is just mild hypothermia. It's a safe level. It's not the level where you get serious complications, and it's very easy. The most important thing, though, the important link is our hospital partners. There's 3 hospitals in the city of Las Vegas that will cool patients and keep them cool for 24 hours, University Medical Center, Sunrise Hospital, and Valley Hospital. And our hospital partners are very important, play a very important part in that process of keeping those patients cool for the first 24 hours. As far as your second question, Mayor, why have we got success? It's impossible really to know exactly why, but I believe it's because of just a really have been intensive training, and our paramedics really focus on delivering high quality, uninterrupted CPR, chest compressions, and just a different focus in terms of not only saving the heart, but now also realizing that it's within their realm in the field to now start working on saving the brain. And I think that change in that culture is the big catalyst to seeing our increase in survival rates.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, Chief, you know, our fire department has been very proactive for many years. I've been in Las Vegas for about 46 or 47 years, and I've seen the changes. And this here, to me, is very new. I understand the need for it. And I'm a survivor, I guess, of the paramedics a couple times. I do have a new pacemaker because of what the paramedics did for me. But it is important for people to understand that when there is a need, there are people there that are trained to help them get to the hospital. And I just can't thank you enough for bringing this to us and allowing us to be, I guess, the first in the county, or maybe even first in the state, to try this. And I appreciate the success. And I've always said one win is worth 1,000,000 losses.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I think one life is worth everything that these guys are doing, and I want to express my appreciation to Chief Gammon for bringing this forward, and Doctor, you being here as well, so the folks here in the audience, the folks at home, know what Las Vegas Fire and Rescue is doing to save lives. And that's what it really comes down to for me. You save one life. You change one person's life forever. I mean, that's what you guys do. The men and women of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, that's what they do. And, Doctor, I know you brought this to them, and you're doing it as well, so you have to claim some of that responsibility for saving those lives. And I think that, Mayor, that's significant, as your comments. You know, we're taking that proactive, aggressive approach to saving lives. And Chief, I want to ask you, are we on the forefront of this nationwide, or what? I mean, are we setting the example? Are we the shining star out there as the city of Las Vegas?
I believe that there were 4 fire departments in the country that started this out as a trial. And since then, I don't know how many departments have followed suit. I know that when we started as a pilot, we didn't know what to expect. We, as Dr. Slattery stated, a lot of intensive training on how to start IVs, cold IVs. We'd pack the patients with ice packs, and you know, it sounds simple enough, but we put an awful lot of training into that. And I know we're at the forefront here in the Valley. There's, I'm proud of the fire department. I'm proud of what we're doing. I was a paramedic for many years, and I've done CPR many times, and I may have had 1 or 2 that we got pulses back, and I don't even know if they ever left the hospital. Now, and when you'd go on those calls 10, 15, 20 years ago, if you saved them, you never knew what was going to happen with them. And sometimes you didn't want to know, because did we just create a bigger problem for a family that's going to go on now for the next 10 or 20 years? Now, the mind shift is we can save this person and we can have them leave a hospital in 5 or 6 weeks. And thinking that way, we've never thought that way before. And I don't think most fire departments or EMS systems have thought that way, because that was never how we treated cardiac arrest. I think it's just as technology and the medical directors and doctors throughout the world who have, you know, they come and they tell us, hey, we have a new program that we think will save patients, but we need you as the first responders to be out there implementing it. And that's what we've done. And I'd like to think that we're at the forefront. I know that our rise to over 30% success is one of the highest in the nation. And if my information is right, I think we're only second behind Seattle now in the entire United States.
And that's significant. Mayor and council members and Chief, I'm glad you said that. I'm a little prideful about the city of Las Vegas because that's who we represent. And again, we've known about this, Chief. You've shared it with us. But now, Doctor, your presentation, the entire city of Las Vegas knows what's going on, and that's significant. And Betsy, thank you very much for bringing this to us so we get a good report on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Real quickly, I don't need to echo the comments of Mayor Pro Tem Reese and Councilman Ross. They said it best. Thanks so much for the program. Looking forward very much next month to actually highlighting a patient from my ward that is a survivor of this. Hopefully she's willing to come in and share her story, if you will. A couple of things, if you don't mind. You said, I think, Mr. Slattery, I think you said that there's 3 hospitals in the city of Las Vegas that are equipped to perform this procedure once the patient gets to the hospital. Is it a costly thing for the hospitals? I mean, forgive me, I'm not a doctor, but it wouldn't seem like it would be that costly of a thing to do. And if that's the case, why don't all hospitals have this procedure in place?
It's an excellent question because
all Councilman
yes.
Wilson's questions are excellent.
It's an excellent question, and it really hits to, as we're knowing with all medical things that are very high risk, treating patients with heart attacks, treating patients with strokes, et cetera, that it takes a lot of infrastructure and it takes a lot of dedication at each of the individual hospitals really to maximize outcomes. And besides cooling, we mentioned cooling the brain, there's a lot of other stuff that happens in that first 24 hours, that basically intensive management. And again, a mindset change from, we used to say these patients would come into the hospital, just get admitted, they have pulses, we'll see how much they wake up in 5-6 days, and not really do much in the meantime. Now we aggressively manage these patients at the hospital, at these cooling centers, hypothermia centers, not only to keep them cool for 24 hours, but to very, very closely monitor and keep their blood glucose monitored and tightly controlled, their blood pressure, and a lot of other things that we do that improve outcomes. And so the answer to the question is that just cooling isn't enough. It's this intensive management, and so far, a few of the hospitals have really demonstrated the ability to have a protocol in place and an intensive desire to manage these patients in a 24-hour period.
I would think that the first responders know which hospitals are equipped, because you need the left and the right hand working together. If the first responders start this process, but they don't take the patient to a hospital that can then continue the process, it's no good.
Right.
So I'm sure the first responders are aware of which hospitals, and then we've got potential issues of travel time. I mean, if you've got a patient that's on the outskirts of the city or perhaps even in the county, but they have to be brought into the inner areas. I mean, you said Sunrise Hospital, UMC and Valley Hospital.
That's correct.
So that's potentially an issue. Are we making an effort to try and get more hospitals to be equipped with this protocol?
We are. All the hospitals in the city, all 14 hospitals in the city of Las Vegas and outlying areas participate in the CARES registry. So all of them, and we have a quarterly meeting, discuss with them, and have provided basically resources for all hospitals that are interested to proceed in this fashion. And I think all of them have their local experts at their hospital, individual hospitals, to do this. Your question has been addressed at a national level in terms of research, and what's been shown in Phoenix area is that bypassing hospitals that don't cool patients and taking those patients to cooling centers and cardiac arrest resuscitation centers, there's no bad outcome. In fact, the outcome is greatly increased by doing that, even if you have to travel a long distance.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilwoman?
I just want to say thank you for myself and the council and all our citizens out there for the vision you've shown in being alert to things that will benefit our community, and for tenacity you've shown to make sure that we got to the cutting edge. And if we're behind Seattle or anywhere close to that, that's cutting edge, and that's great improvement for us in Las Vegas. And you know, it's not just the immediate family, it's that extended family. How many lives you affect by being able to save a life. And so thank you very much from all of us.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor, if I could just
Yes,
point something
Sarah.
out. You all spend quite a bit of time putting together strategic direction to your staff. You convene yourselves in workshops every year, every 18 months to talk about what your priorities are. This year, you incorporated key performance indicators, kind of your scorecard, if you will, for how we're doing as a corporation, as an organization. One of the key measures in that plan is this measure. And it's there for a reason. I mean, we're really talking about trying to improve our patient outcomes and enhance our quality of care. And I think this is proof positive that it's working and that we're able to achieve those things that are outlined in your plan and do it in a compelling way.
Thank you, Ms. Fredwell. I'm going to use this opportunity to do what I was requested to do by the American Heart Association. They wanted to, whenever we have an issue like this to discuss, they want me to remind people that when you do have an indication that you may be having a heart attack, please call 911 and seek the help of our fire and rescue squads and the EMT services. Don't feel that you're bothering anybody or you're wasting somebody's time. When you have those symptoms, call right away, because the sooner you do get the assistance, the better off you're going to be. Yes, Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, just one question. I mean, it is pretty remarkable that we've gotten to 40%. Is there a particular goal that we're trying to achieve as far as a percentage that we're trying to get to, and how do we get there? How do we continue to increase the percentages? What is it that you need?
Thank you. There is no specific goal. I'm not going to stop until we keep improving along the way. I think there's always room for improvement in cardiac arrest. We have to remember, though, from a reality standpoint, these patients, these victims are dead. They're in cardiac arrest. And so we're not going to ever get as high as we would like to get. The best we can do is continue to look at the entire spectrum and work on the entire spectrum of cardiac arrest care. And I started this conversation with it takes a community. And it's not just the EMS providers, not just the hospitals, but it's also the 911 dispatchers. It's our bystanders doing CPR, learning CPR in the school, and then training others. It's improving bystander CPR rate, AD availability in the communities, and that entire link in the chain of survival from the American Heart Association. And so I think we'll always be working on improving, and we have a tool, a very easy tool, to see what effect our results, our training, increase in CPR, bystander CPR training, et cetera, has on our community, which is a very, very valuable tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Slattery. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Okay. Item 64 is discussion and possible action regarding the consolidation reorganization report required in Assembly Bill 494, which was passed during the 2009 session of the Nevada Legislature, and of course this pertains to all wards. Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. As you know, we've had a lot of discussions about Assembly Bill 494. In fact, we had a presentation back in April, and what I'm going to do today is give you a short update on what's happened since that time. When we've last talked, we talked about all the structure, the who, what, where, and when. So I'm not going to go through all of that again. I think you've all heard that in our previous briefings and discussions. But it is a collaborative report that includes Clark County and the cities of Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Mesquite, and Boulder City. And as you recall, we're using the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, or the SNRPC, as the conduit to submit the report to the legislature. Mayor Goodman, Councilwoman Tarkanian are on the coalition. We have Councilman Wolfson as the alternate on the SNRPC. Since my last report, the SNRPC Technical Committee and the full coalition have met, and there have been a few minor changes. I wanted to bring those to your attention. One is an added feasibility study, which I'll talk about briefly. And there was also a request to narrow the scope on two of the studies, which I'll go through. Those feasibility studies, we first had 6. We added a new one, which is item number 4, and that's a study of the multi-species habitat conservation plan. That was a request at the technical committee. As you notice on this chart here, we have assignments for each of the feasibility studies. So For instance, Clark County is responsible for coordinating the effort on the animal control. We're responsible for coordinating the effort on the purchasing portion of the report. So we have assignments that have been made. We have city representatives on all 7 of these studies. So the city is represented on each of these studies, but we have certain jurisdictions that are responsible for consolidating that portion of the report. Animal control, the components have not changed since we last spoke, and they have completed their draft summary. Again, this is only in draft. That's why you don't have the report today. In fact, I'll talk about the timeline at the end of this presentation. Business license, there was a bit of a change on the components and how this one will be structured. As the chart indicates, they wanted to narrow the scope to the no wrong door for general business license applications, to look at the fee structure and uniform applications in those areas that don't have a significant land use implication. The key is the significant land use implication. So if we have a business that comes into the city of Las Vegas that resides in the city of Las Vegas and has to get a license here, but they also do work in Clark County and North Las Vegas and Henderson, maybe there's a way that we can collect the fee on their behalf. They fill out one form, it's one size fits all. So there may be some opportunities to do that. In terms of the IT shared infrastructure, those components have all remained the same, and again, that draft summary has been completed. The new one was the MSHCP, the Multi-Species Habitat Conservation Plan. This is the new one. As you may know, which I had no idea, truth be told, the Desert Conservation Program oversees mandated regional compliance with the Federal Endangered Species Act through implementation of the Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan. This is a plan that is managed by Clark County, but all of the jurisdictions are a party to that. So we're asking that they look at a couple things. We're asking that they look at the implementation and administration of the MSHCP, the governance structure, and opportunities for consolidation on that plan. They, again, have completed their draft summary, so we made some headway there. Cultural programming, there was a change in this area, and it was to narrow the scope only to cultural programming based on feedback from the individual councils. They've had some discussion, and they have completed their draft report. Production and functions of TV stations, there's 3 jurisdictions involved in here. Course, City of Las Vegas, Clark County, and Boulder City to a lesser degree. The components of that study have not changed, and they are working on their summary. And finally, in purchasing, those components have not changed. We have a draft summary that's been completed that we're reviewing. So we've made some headway since we last spoke. Now let's talk about where we're going in the future, and I've talked about this in previous presentations and briefings. We've already done the April and the June item. We're now into the update of the city councils as well as the Board of County Commissioners. The next steps are that we need to finalize these reports and present them to the county and city managers. So Betsy's going to be getting a report in July, and in that same month, the SNRPC board is going to receive a report in August. We're going to come back, and we'll bring you the final report for your review, and then we will submit to the Legislative Council Bureau. As I've stated in the past, this report in no way precludes the City Council from directing staff to look at other reorganization and or consolidation opportunities. This is a report that was requested by the legislature for us to submit to the legislature. We have done that. This does not tie your hands in any way for any future opportunities and direction that you provide staff. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. I'd like to lead off the discussion by saying that that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to have an open discussion which we would not be able to do under the restraints of the open meeting law as far as gaining consensus. And I think it may not happen today, but over the course of time, I think it's important that we express ourselves individually so the staff will know what we believe is appropriate as far as consolidation is concerned. I feel very strongly about it. I think that what's being proposed here is a step in the right direction as far as cooperation between different agencies and different governments and the like. But I found in my experience that government in Southern Nevada isn't working the way it should be working. It may not be because of anything that one particular entity is doing, as distinct from what the economy has driven us to address. But I find us really not competing with each other, which may be a good thing, competition amongst the various municipalities, but competing against each other. And I'll give you the perfect example with this whole exercise that we've been going through as far as collective bargaining under NRS 288. We know that if, in fact, we cannot reach agreement with our collective bargaining units, that arbitration is the ultimate alternative. And arbitrators are going to be looking at one municipality versus another as to how they're addressing the issues of that particular collective bargaining group. I scratch my head sometimes, and I don't want to be critical because unless I'm there, I don't know what causes problems to arise or solutions to be offered. But a lot of things aren't making sense to me in Southern Nevada. I know that we have tried to be stewards of our economic situation in a prudent and responsible way. And when I see what some of the other entities are doing as far as their collective bargaining, they're giving away the kitchen sink, and I don't know how they could afford it, to be quite frank with you. And I also don't know what will happen if I'm right and they're wrong, and somebody's going to have to take them over because of their fiscal decisions. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that the legislature should seriously look at complete consolidation of Southern Nevada with one government, with one set of ordinances, so that there's not distinctions between something happening on the east side of Sahara, or I should say the north side of Sahara versus the south side of Sahara, where one ordinance might permit a gentleman's club on one side and the other has residential across the street. I think we've become too big of a city. We have too much responsibility to have different rules for different folks and different decisions being made. I think there has to be uniformity, and that I think the legislature really has to seriously discuss this. I personally think it's the only way that Southern Nevada is going to bail themselves out of these financial woes, where we'll be able to put ourselves on the right track instead of each entity in and of itself doing perhaps what they think is in their best interest, which may be against the best interests of the other folks who live in this valley. So I cast my vote that way, and I will want, at the time that the report is submitted to the legislature, that at least I get a footnote, because I think I want my position heard. I don't know how the other members of the council feel about it, but it just seems silly to me to have, if, God forbid we have a situation like 9/11 in this community. It'll be like the Tower of Babel. We've got, and all these people are good people, don't misunderstand me, but the situation is we have a sheriff who's in charge of the unincorporated area of the county, the city of Las Vegas. We've got a police chief in North Las Vegas. We've got a police chief in Henderson. We've got public information offices in each one of these places. We've got managers for the city of Las Vegas, managers for the county. It'll be chaos if, in fact, something happens here in order to get some kind of one voice in order to guide the community in the right direction. And I think that really has to be seriously explored by the legislature. I think if we try to do it, it's going to take too much time. I don't think we have the time. I know Betsy, Ms. Fretwell has, and myself, we've had dozens of discussions about how we can form interlocals, memorandums of understanding and the like, how we work with the regional groups here, but it's too slow. We don't have time for this. I think we have to act quickly, and the only way that's going to happen is with legislative action.
because it's not going to happen with us trying to deal with each other. Everybody's too interested in protecting their turf. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. These other entities don't have Mayor Goodman, though, but we do, City of Las Vegas. I, too, am in favor of consolidation with one trepidation, with a little bit of care. I find that it's really hard to go out and discuss government with individuals that really don't understand what our government makeup is. A lot of people really don't understand what the legislature does. A lot of people doesn't understand the difference between the cities as made up with the county. I have people calling me in different parts of the valley wanting the city of Las Vegas to help them in whatever matters they have in their neighborhoods. They don't understand. I think we need to really clarify to the legislature. They need to understand what we deal with each and every day. The legislature, God bless them, I respect them for what they do, but they're, to me, kind of out of the picture every day like we are. And we hear from our constituents on different issues every day. And by the way, I want you to stick around for item 72 today, too. I feel like that we have tried consolidation in a minor way. We have consolidated within the last year our housing authorities from the county, North Las Vegas, and the city of Las Vegas. I think that was a long time coming, but I think it's proven that it's going to be very successful. I think we need to go to the legislature and see if we can't get some kind of control over our home rule. I think that the cities have to have more control over what we can do to help us sustain what we have and what we're trying to do. I don't think that I heard after the last session of the legislature that we was talking about the monies that we're losing that we need to have. And I had a couple of elected officials from the legislature tell me it's not our money. All this money goes to Carson City, and they allow us, through the percentages that we have, to take some of this money back. They have the right to give us this money. And it's like we're beholden to them for helping us survive in this economy. And like the mayor stated in a lot better way than I can say it, is that we have to make sure that we have abilities to help ourselves when we need it. And I don't know, you read in the paper, you talk to different environmental, those people that have the ability to tell us when we're going to come out of these doldrums that we're in. And it's just like I tell people about the water. They say, well, we need the water. We need the water. And you can talk to 12 different specialists that are going to tell you their opinion, how much water is underneath us. I don't know, but we have those opinions. And what I'm trying to get to is we have needs, okay? And if consolidation is going to help us achieve a solution for these needs, it's prudent that we look at it. And it's like when we had our big meeting out in Henderson where everybody was there, a lot of people didn't get up and speak on what they really thought. But afterwards, as we was adjourning, people was talking about this. It was something that was on their minds, but they didn't want to share their ideas. And like the mayor said, he wanted to be a little star down on the bottom and let his vision be noted, how he feels. And I'm saying that I really respect that. I support that, but I just say we need to go with caution at this time because we sometimes may get ourselves in over our head if we don't go in with our eyes wide open. And like I say, we have to have the support of all the entities as well as the state legislature. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Did you want to go first? Okay, thank you. Ted, a couple things. I think that this is very important what we're doing. I think that we started looking at this type of thing even before our recession hit, and now that we're in it full-blown, I think it's essential to talk about efficient government and efficient services. I don't know that consolidation of governments is the way to go, because we have to be careful when we talk about consolidation. It's really, are we talking about consolidating governments and or consolidating services? Because they're two distinct topics that overlap at the same time. I think that we have to be careful about what we're talking about. With regard to the business licensing, I think this is a great first start, if you will, because I'll use the example of the landscaper that came in to see me a couple of years ago, and it was right at the start of the recession. And he was complaining because he performs landscaping services all throughout southern Nevada. And he had to get a business license from Clark County, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Henderson, because he has accounts all over southern Nevada. And he's paying hundreds and hundreds and maybe even into the thousands of dollars for separate business licenses in the different jurisdictions. And he's saying it's ridiculous. And then there's renewal fees, and this government wants this, and this government wants that, and it's the epitome of inefficiency. So I'm really glad we're looking at that component of this. I didn't see, I went to the back real quickly, is the work card component part of the discussion under the business licensing? Is there any discussion, or has there been any scrutiny into the work card? Because, as you know, and I'll use the example of the 7-Eleven person that came in to see us. He had a work card in the county, worked at 7-Eleven for, I don't remember what it was, a few years. And he was offered a job at another 7-Eleven about 2 blocks away in the city of Las Vegas. So he needed to come to the city of Las Vegas to get a separate work card because he wanted to make a little bit more money, and our rules are a little different. So are we looking at work cards too?
I believe that they've looked at that. I'm not sure if Mr. DeFiore is here. That is a component that was a part of the direction that was provided. I haven't seen their final report, so I'll let Mr. DeFiore answer that question.
Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, and Councilman Wilson, yes, we did meet with the other business licensing entities last week, as a matter of fact, and the police departments, respectively, to talk about the work card process. And we all felt that there would be room for improvement in the work card process. One of the things that we discussed was the consistency that we needed to develop between the classifications or occupations that each entity does have that require work cards. And we felt that the other 2 components that we could improve on were the grounds for denial of a work card and the appeal process of the work card. Henderson, to this day, is the only entity that does not have work card requirements for their employees of licensed businesses, but they are looking into it, again, to provide that consistency among the entities. So we're moving towards that, and it'll be quite some time before we get it done, but we are looking into that aspect of it.
Do you think that review, if you will be part of the report that goes to the legislature?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
I also agree, and have for the many years we've discussed this, with the consolidation. I also agree that we need to do this cautiously, however, and not only in the ways we've discussed as far as how we do the business license and things like that. I think in the end that's going to be the easier thing we have to handle. My concern is that the larger bureaucracies become, the less effective they are in reaching out to help the individual citizens. I had a talk yesterday with someone who said to me, what happens to when we elect someone to go to the state legislature? Do they forget what it's really all about? And I've heard this many times over the years. I heard it many times when I was a school trustee. You know, everybody's for education, and then they get up there and they seem to forget the problems we were facing here. And it isn't that the people who are electing are bad people, as the mayor said. They're not. They're good people. But it's just that all that's thrown upon you, the many things you have to do, you begin to lose your touch in what's actually of great concern to the individual person that's living within each of our communities. I think it's very important that we watch that closely as we do this consolidation. And it's the same thing in the county. You know, they have all of this with the strip and everything, and if you talk with people, they will say the city responds more quickly. If you go to any state, and the federal government says so too, the one entity that reaches the daily needs of the citizen best are the city entities, because they have the closer contact. So in some way we do this as we grow larger, because we're combining and consolidating, which I think we need to do. We also have to be very careful that we don't lose that individual touch with each member of our community, because it's a big thing for people when a road's torn up in front of them. It's a big thing for people when their home that they've had for years is being threatened in one way or another. And the way to help them is to know their individual problem well, rather than having it fall on a big base of things relating to building or construction. And I think we'll be able to do the consolidation, but the way we finally work it out is going to take the caution that Councilman Reese stated. Thank you.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great start, Ted. I think we absolutely need to be aggressive about consolidation. This is the right time to do it, but as you're doing it here, you need to be strategic about it. You need to get people together. You have to study it. You can't just consolidate something without actually taking a look at it. So this is a great start, but I do have 3 questions for you. The first one is you mentioned under the television stations, it's Clark County and Las Vegas that are basically looking at consolidation. The other 6 is the consolidation of all the cities in the county for all of these, or is it just a couple of cities getting together? I want to know if it's a Southern Nevada consolidation for the other 6. That's my first question.
Other than the TV station study, all of the other ones are fully participated by each of the entities in Southern Nevada.
Okay, great. The second question, Mayor, September 1st, you submit the report. Okay, now what, does the committee go away after that? Are we still going to get together and look at further consolidation? Because I hate to see we just look at these 7 and then we go away and never talk again. I mean, this has got to be something that's continually discussed, continually met. So kind of let me know what the process is after September 1st.
After September 1st, first off, that's a great question. It was kind of a lead into where we're going. This topic is not going to go away. I mean, it's not. Reorganization and consolidation are at the top of the list with some very serious issues that we have and things that we have to talk about. We've talked about using the SNRPC as a permanent committee to talk about, since we're all represented, to use that committee to further those discussions. But as I mentioned, this council is still able to say, we think we should look at A, B, and C, and direct staff accordingly to look at that. So to answer your question, yes, we've proposed using the SNRPC as the ongoing committee to do that, and I just want to be clear that anything that this council feels appropriate from a reorganization and consolidation perspective, we're going to look at. We're going to seek direction from you. We have to continue that. So that's what the vision is in terms of the longer term.
Great. And
Mayor, ma'am,
just one other question when you're done.
I just want to make sure that you all understand that we don't have to do that through the RPC either, because there may be things that are, for instance, the television question that you asked about. Part of the reason why it's only Clark County and us and tangentially Boulder City is because we're the only ones that have them.
Right.
And that could be similar. There may be areas between the city of Las Vegas and the city of Henderson that are ripe for discussion that are not relevant to Clark or Boulder City, for instance. So any of those things that you come up with and direct us to investigate, we will be happy to do that if it's through the RPC, because that's the right way to approach it, because every organization would be impacted. Maybe we do that. But if there's a particular area that you feel like, hey, you know what, we really need to be exploring this with agency A, B, or C, we're totally willing to do that outside of this process and in addition to this process.
That's great. That's what I wanted to hear, because we can't just stop September 1st. We have to keep going. And my third question is, when are we actually going to see a consolidation occur, the ribbon cutting of the first thing that gets actually consolidated? I mean, what? Because we got to see something happening.
We'll be working on the timeline for the implementation of these in the final report. So I'll be back in August, and we'll have some timelines for you then.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I've tried to bite my tongue and keep my mouth shut, but I just can't. Ted, I'm grateful that the legislature passed this bill, and it's great to talk about it, but that's all we're doing. Every government, that's all they're doing is talking about it. I've got to tell you something. We can't afford to do that. So let's not talk about it. Let's not have discussions about it. Let's sit down, figure out what the city of Las Vegas needs to do to lead in this community and go down that road. Because, Mayor, we need to put our foot forward first, whether it's TV stations, animal control, business licensing, we can get to all that. But let's not talk about it, and let's not put it on paper so it looks pretty. Let's get it done. Let's make a statement to the rest of the local governments and to this community that we're taking this very seriously for the benefit of the city of Las Vegas. We can't continue to do business the way we've done it. We cannot. Because of this recession, because businesses are closing, because people are being laid off, because government has to change, there needs to be a new city of Las Vegas. And, Mayor, I submit that we start that process today, whether it's through the Regional Planning Coalition or whether it's just between us and a couple of other local governments. But let's put a statement out there and let's get this done.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Fretwell, I'm going to respectfully request of you to contact the managers of the other entities for them to have a line item on their agenda to find out whether their electeds are interested in a complete consolidation, partial consolidations. Let's find out who agrees with us, who doesn't agree with us. I think that's very important for openers, and then we could see whether or not there's any possibility of doing it by voluntary action on the part of local elected officials, or whether we really have to go to the state and seek a mandate from our state legislature that certain things will take place as far as consolidation is concerned. And after the Mayor Pro Tem suggests, and it's a good suggestion, if in fact there is a taste to have a serious discussion about a real consolidation, perhaps there could be a joint meeting between those entities that share our concerns, and maybe we will be able to work quickly to at least get things in place to have a joint presentation up at the legislature when they next meet. I think of an area which is, I'm not going to go there, but the most successful thing that we have as a government here in Las Vegas is redevelopment. And we see that our redevelopment, and I say this respectfully, and I'm not challenging anybody, but our redevelopment efforts are always in jeopardy as a result of the lack of success of the other entities and the bad experiences that perhaps the other entities have, which the legislature is aware of. And as a result of their attitude concerning those other entities, as far as their redevelopment efforts, we are always in jeopardy. And that's a matter of great concern to me. If, in fact, it was a consolidated government, then everybody would be on the same page, and the philosophies that we've utilized as a city here in Las Vegas could have been applied across the board, and there could have been other successes in the valley here, not just ours. So I think it's a serious, serious consideration. And as I say, I'm looking for the whole kit and caboodle myself. I understand the tempering and the words of caution. It only makes sense. That's what wise people do. But time is of the essence here, because every day, the way we do business, the way our constituents are being affected, even today we have matters on the agenda which go to the very core of the services that we provide. They have to be addressed, and I think the only way they're going to be addressed is on a uniform basis by smart people making smart decisions which are good for everybody. So,
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Let me just give you an example. I believe that yourself and my colleagues have, you're all on point, specifically as we talk about this consolidation. And a great example of a successful consolidation is the Regional Housing Authority. I know that my colleague, Councilman Ross, sat on the board prior to myself and did a great job serving on that board and getting the ball rolling. And I had an opportunity to bring up the tail end, Councilman, and work with the other Housing Authority commissioners in regards to consolidating North Las Vegas, Henderson, Clark County, and the city of Las Vegas. In the beginning, there were a lot of conversation from the commissioners and residents who believed that it wouldn't work, that it wasn't the right thing to do. And there was a lot of pushback. And I believe a lot of the pushback came from the lack of understanding, the lack of education, in the sense of how important this consolidation was to the entire community versus just the small small element of those that were pushing it off the table, saying that's something that we didn't want to address, something that we did not want to deal with. But I'm glad that the calmer heads prevailed, because today the Regional Housing Authority is going to be a very successful board. The commissioners that sit on that board are of the people and understand the importance of the customer that will be affected each and every day as it relates to the Regional Housing Authority Board. And I believe that we have an opportunity amongst all of our cities to look at where we can afford to consolidate, and maybe some areas won't make sense because of the way in which we do business. But I believe that there is areas, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be parks, whether it be public works, I believe that there's something amongst all of us that we all do well and that will serve best for the entire community as a whole. Business licensing, I don't know. But Mayor, you're right. We need to identify something. And maybe it's not the entire city's being consolidated, but maybe something to basically just chip away at opportunities that will bring about a sense of a seamless process to really get rid of some of the duplication of services. And I believe we have an opportunity to do that. And Councilman Anthony and Ross, you're both right. We need to move this thing forward to find out where those similarities lie, and seeing where, in fact, the other electeds in the other cities and counties will agree with us in regards to seeing what we can do to benefit the community as a whole through some level of a consolidated effort. So, Ted, thank you so very much for leading the charge that was mandated by the state, but I also agree with our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, in the sense that we can step outside of what the state has obligated us to do and do some things on our own in order to benefit all of our constituents. You know, I don't look at myself as just being the councilman for Las Vegas. I look at myself as being a councilman for the community, whether it be in other jurisdictions. I've helped individuals and businesses in other communities that were outside of my boundary, but I believe that that's what we're here to do, to basically help all people, not just basically stand on our own individual island and operate within our own individual silos to get things done. We have to be more panoramic view, in the sense of we all live in this great community, and we all cross boundaries, and we have to make sure that we protect our community and make sure that our community is one community, not a community of many fractions. So thank you so very much for all that you've done, Ted, and I look forward to the report that comes back as relates to the direction that was given the city manager.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell.
I appreciate the direction, and one of the things that Councilman Barlow mentioned, I thought maybe we would all benefit in this discourse from having a little bit of the framework that happened in that consolidation. And it kind of goes to political commitment and willingness to have these hard discussions. When we began working on the consolidation of the housing authorities, it was voluntary, and there was joint interest for a lot of reasons. And Councilman Ross can elaborate on that, I'm sure, for days. However, until the legislature mandated the consolidation and put a date in a bill that said, you will consolidate, it wasn't likely to happen, particularly a full consolidation. There may have been one or two combined. There certainly would not have been three. And so it really does take leadership at all levels in the state, from the governor to the legislature to the local governing boards, to make this kind of commitment. And I'm certainly happy to put a letter together to my cohorts in the other local governments. I think we need to go into it with our eyes wide open, that anytime you're asking folks to sit at a table and be willing to give up something that they have complete control over including ourselves, it's a risk. Now, the payoff could be huge on a lot of fronts. So I think your counsel of being cautious as we go into this is right on the mark. We will do our best as your staff to put together a framework that we can propose to the other local governments. And we'll let you know as soon as we get some response back from them what their intentions are as far as getting feedback from their boards in that regard.
And I don't know whether this is inconsistent or a dichotomy, but I think caution is good, but aggressiveness is equally of value. And I don't think we have time, Ms. Fretwell. I really don't. I'm down here every single day, as the council members are, and working very hard to address issues in our community. And each of us has different issues as far as parts of the city are concerned. But it's a whole different ballgame out there now. We call it a new city. It's a whole new world, and we can't keep on doing business in this valley as usual. Now, maybe what I'm suggesting, complete consolidation, maybe at the end of the day that's not going to be the answer, but we can't keep on doing what we're doing now, because I don't think we're helping each other. I think we're hurting each other. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could
yes.
I just say
Sure.
something? I like the aggressiveness, but again, the caution doesn't have to be slow. It can just be there. And that's important, as Councilman Barlow said, to make sure that we don't overlook the customer. I just know large bureaucracies tend to overlook the customer often, and they're looking just to be sleek as far as you go, but we can do both. We can do both, and we can do it aggressively and rapidly. And while you're up there talking with the people that tell us that we should consolidate, I've mentioned this before, I don't know why we don't consolidate our voting times. It bothers me tremendously that we waste $1 million every other year when I know where that $1 million could go to help people in our community, when I see agencies begging for help, when I see young children, the mentally impaired and everything needing money. That would be a big thing for any one of those groups. And so why don't we consolidate our voting, please? Save $1 million every other year. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for the report.
We need to make a motion.
Yes, I need a motion, please.
Yes. Sometimes, Mayor, I've heard that the best defense is good offense. And I don't think we need to be on defense. I think we need to be on the offense. Ted, thanks for the report. Stick around, please. I move to accept the report as given with all comments put on the record, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 65 is discussion and possible action regarding a settlement with Cindy Olson on behalf of her minor child regarding personal injury at the Garside Pool. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Jervik.
This item is in order, Your Honor. I just have one change to the backup documentation. It indicates that it's in Ward 3. The Mayor Pro Tem brought to my attention that it's not in his ward. It's in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's. It is in order, and we recommend approval.
All right. Are there any comments or questions? All right. Having heard none, that would be your motion, Councilwoman.
My motion is to approve.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a tavern license, Red Label Bar, Inc., doing business as Red Label Bar and Lounge at 332 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Just a brief history on this application. Council actually heard this for the first time in December of 2009. December 19th, they were approved for a temporary tavern license with 2 conditions. Number 1, no live entertainment at any time, and number 2, that there was a 6-month review. Ms. Petkova had asked that we do a review of these conditions, and they felt that this was too difficult for them to operate their business with condition number 1 for no live entertainment. So at the April 7th meeting, City Council heard this item again, and we agreed to eliminate condition number 1, or actually replace condition number 1 with the following conditions. Number 1, entertainment allowed will include karaoke, comedy, live bands, birthdays, weddings, and wedding receptions. Number 2, entertainment will be limited to Thursday, Friday, or Saturday nights from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. for ages 21 and over for a 6-month period. Condition 3, live bands to be limited to Friday or Saturday nights for a 6-month period. Number 4, entertainment for the week will be submitted to business services each Monday for review and approval. Condition number 5, no outdoor events will be allowed. Condition number 6, DJ must be an employee of the Red Label Bar and Lounge. No outside DJs or promoters will be allowed. Condition number 7, the manager or designee may immediately suspend the entertainment venue if violations of the conditions are found, pending a review of the tavern license at the next available City Council meeting. And number 8, a 6-month review. Today is that 6-month review of the original hearing in December, and the applicants are here as well as their attorney, and I'll just turn it over to them. I know they have some suggestions and perhaps requests to have these conditions amended, so Lance?
If I could, Your Honor, please.
Yes, certainly.
I understand probably what they're going to ask me.
Okay.
Okay. But from April the 17th, you said?
April, their second temporary license with these conditions were issued April 8th. It was part of the April 7th meeting.
And we did, to me, make some drastic changes in the prior approval.
Correct.
And I feel that we need to, I don't mind them doing what they're doing, but I would still like to see them do it another 3 months.
Okay.
With the conditions, Lance Hendren for the record for counsel for Nellie and Boris Petkova, Red Label Bar, but with the conditions as they are right now then too,
yes,
Mayor?
Yes,
yes.
Yes.
Okay. No chance then with respects to modifying conditions 2 or 3 set forth?
This is a, to me, I have had contact with some of the neighbors. I don't think there's been any call for service except one that was a domestic dispute kind of thing between husband and wife or girlfriend or boyfriend at the location. Had nothing to do with the venue that was going on. So I understand that. I think they're doing a great job. I do realize and understand once we give them a permanent license, things change. But I want them to understand that we also have the ability, if there's a problem, that we can call them in a moment's notice for a show cause hearing. And I just hope that they understand that when they do get their permanent license, that they're not out of the woods. That they can't have free reign and do the things that we've had done in the inner cities over the last 2 or 3 years. And I hate to put them in this TV camera with everybody else, but we still have to be very, very careful what we allow in our neighborhoods because the older parts of Las Vegas are having a hard time surviving. That's why I relented and tried to help them make a success of their business. And I want to continue to make sure that they have a successful business. But I also want them to understand that we are having a hard time still in this area. And it's an area that's taken a lot of time. We need people to go in there, buy properties, do things, and make changes. We got a lot of, I met with people this past week that bought a bunch of the older apartments and homes and are turning them down. It's not easy, but we all have to work together. And so, Your Honor, I'd be glad to hear from them.
All right. With that understanding, yes, certainly, Councilor Rose.
Sorry to interrupt and stop you, but let me understand this right. The applicant is asking to modify conditions 2 and 3.
Correct. I believe what they would like to do, and I'll turn it over to them, is they just want to expand a little bit on 2 and 3 to have more opportunity to have more entertainment.
Okay.
And I don't believe, I'll turn it over to them. I don't believe they've really been doing a lot of entertainment.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
With all the respect in the room, my name is Boris Petkov. I'm a general manager of the location. How probably we know, we are in a really hard financial situation. All the city of Las Vegas, and including us, all the bars are kind of looking for more opportunity to keep their budgets and survive. The reason of the asking of modification on number 2 and 3 is only because we are close to the casinos. Let me give you a really fast example. We are close to Las Vegas, to Sahara Casino and Stratosphere. They don't have limitations, and we still need to compete with them regarding the entertainment. Mostly of the, let me give you a fast example because I'm booking the entertainment. Mostly of the live bands during the weekend, they are involved with the casinos. They have a permanent contracts. And we're trying to, to convince them to come to us. But if we have little bit more flexible to go with live entertainment, let's say Thursday or Wednesday, we can compete to them really good. And this way we're going to have guaranteed that we're going to have a good quality of live entertainment over there. And I understand, Mr. Reese, about the situation in the area. We're putting all our efforts to watch the area, maintain our place, and working together with another businesses around just to be sure that the area is what depends on us. We keep the area under control. This means the same thing with the Red Label Bar and Lounge. And this is why we're requesting modification of number 2 and 3, because of a little bit more flexibility to be able to survive for the next 3 or 6 months. Either we can also say, if need, to keep us a 6 months, additional 6 months temporary license, just to give us a kind of more flexibility with paragraph 2 and 3 in the conditions. This way we will be able to survive through this period and make the budget right and show up again after 6 months. But this is just what I would like to propose.
Yeah, if I could, I would just ask you for 3 more months. And like I say, in the 3 months, what are you looking to change?
We 2 and 3, which means we just need more days, not to be limited to Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. This is our main point, because this way we can be more flexible. Let me give you a really fast example. Mostly of the bars, they do a karaoke, for example.
You say Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
If we can get Monday, Wednesday additional. I'm telling you why, because...
Monday, Wednesday, no Thursday?
We can do Monday, Wednesday, no Thursday. If this, the reason I'm asking you, not because we want just to be sure that the karaoke, for example, the bars doing during the slowest days, which is Monday, Tuesday, or Sunday. This way, they try to bring more bodies inside in order to.
Okay, if I get support from the council, then I would allow, Carol, Mondays and Wednesdays, no Thursdays with the live band, but I still want to have no outside.
No, absolutely. We don't want outside at all. We don't want.
Let me just read again. Number 2 is entertainment will be limited to Thursday, Friday, or Saturday nights from 6 to 2. So we'll do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday nights, again 6 to 2. Are those hours okay?
Yeah, 6 to 2 is perfect.
Item 3 is live bands limited to Friday or Saturday.
We allow that Monday, Wednesday.
On live bands too?
Yes, on Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays.
Okay.
How is business?
So I mean, we're pushing a lot. It's a new venue. We open 1st of January, and kind of, if we have a little bit more opportunities, we'll be successful. We'll be successful for sure.
And then
we are so close now.
Then item 8, instead of a 6-month review, you want a 3-month review?
Just a 3-month review. Then we'll give them, if they're no problem, we'll give them a 3-month. A permanent license.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much, Mr. Reese. Thank you, everybody of this room. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Just a point of clarification. Being that they're coming back in 3 months, would it be that much for them just to have Tuesday and Thursday also, being that they have one conference?
Once we give them the permanent license, I don't have a problem allowing them every night.
Every night?
I just want to see, giving them the other 2 nights and just see how it works for them.
Okay.
See how it works for the neighborhood.
Tk you, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. Is that your motion then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Stay in touch, please. If you need anything.
The motion carries, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Item 67 is discussion and possible action regarding a temporary beer wine cooler on sale license for Miyako Enterprise doing business as Sushi Bar Sage, at 4408 North Rancho Drive, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. DeFiore, is the applicant present?
Yes, she is.
Could you please come up, ma'am?
I'm telling the story about sushi.
Don't start.
The first meeting.
Don't start. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, you have before you an investigative report compiled by the Metropolitan Police Department, and Sergeant Lowe is here to answer any questions you may have on that. In addition to that, I've also included in the backup Ms. Miyaguchi's response to the report when we discussed this with her approximately a month and a half ago. With her today is a certified court interpreter, so if there are any questions, they can be directed to him and her.
Let me do this, Mr. DeFiore.
Yes.
Would the court interpreter please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Takuya Iwamoto. I'm certified by the 8th District Court.
Okay, very good.
Mayor Goodman, before we move forward, I meant to ask this question to Carol before she left the podium on the last item, and so I'll pose this to Jim.
Excuse me, Councilman. I think the interpreter should interpret what Councilman Barlow's saying. So
Well, it has nothing to do with them, unless you just wanted to interpret it.
I think it's important.
She understands English and limited. She understands English limited capacity.
Very good.
Okay. In the computer, there's no backup for the last item nor this item, so I was unable to follow the conditions that Mayor Pro Tem was, or I should say Carol was referring to. Is there a reason why there's no backup on these two items?
There was not any backup because the backup you receive in your investigative books is usually compiled of the investigative report. Since there was not an investigative report, Carol read it into the record as it was stated back in April.
No, I was referring to the computer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
What I do find most compelling about the report that was provided by Metro is the omissions and the deviations from the actual statements that were put on the application by the applicant, and that was conducted during the interview process. I believe that to summarize that, we found that Ms. Yaguchi was not coming forward with the appropriate responses, or at least the responses were inconsistent during the course of the investigation and compiled by Metro. In her responses, she references the fact that she was basically trying to push this application through, that the previous owner had financial problems, and I don't know if that's a sufficient reason for her to not include everything, or at least not be consistent with her responses during the investigation, but that's what took place. And today it would be the end of the expiration of the first 6-month temporary license, so we do have an ability to extend the temporary license another 6 months. Under normal circumstances, meaning that during a good economy, information like this provided to our office and provided to Metro would be sufficient grounds for denial of an application. There's an expectation, I believe, of privileged licensees to be forthcoming with their responses, to be honest, and what we have here is an opportunity to give them that extra time to do that. I believe the business license inspections to this date have been fine. They've been in compliance. It's just a little disturbing about what has been contained in the report in addition to their responses to the report. So with that, if you have any questions of the applicants, I'd like to suggest
Are there any questions of Mr. DeFiore first, and none of the applicants?
I guess I'll ask this if I may, Mayor.
Sure.
Through the Mayor, Mr. DeFiore, did you get an explanation from Ms. Yaguchi, am I pronouncing that correctly, in regards to the issues with the finances? I mean, did she have a hard time understanding the directions of the application? Did she have a hard time understanding filling the paperwork out? I mean, what was the response from the applicant? And Sergeant, you can pipe up anytime you want as well.
When we met with them, there was one response that was provided just as an example. There was an omission of a mortgage payment that was supposed to be on her personal financial questionnaire. And we asked why she did not provide that information in her application to Metro. And she stated that the house that she was referring to was going into foreclosure, and she didn't feel it was necessary to have that listed on the application. There is some, I guess, dispute on her part as to the loan that she received from I believe, a friend or a family member in Japan. Originally, it was listed at one price, and then during the interview, she was asked why the deposits were inconsistent with that loan, and she stated, well, the loan was really for more. And I guess as we move further on in the interview and investigation, that loan amount changed again. She indicates here in her response, which again is part of your backup, she needed to move quickly and swiftly to the financial arrangement to convince the previous owner. She had this friend lend her money to acquire the business, and because of the time restraint, the proper paperwork was not prepared simultaneously. So the reasons that she gave us were listed as that. And again, from my perspective, we expect all applications to be forthcoming, honest, and true and correct. So that seems to be the focus of my concern here today. The additional 6 months would give us an opportunity to see just how she conducts her business, what, if any more consistencies we find in her business operation, and suggest that a 6-month review from today would be sort of a wrap-up to this whole issue.
All right. Ma'am, would you like to be heard? Would you like to be heard?
Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand exactly what he said. Okay. Yes, I understand what exactly he said. Under this economy, everybody is kind of suffering to keep up the business. So am I. And I had a lot of debts. That's I admit it. However, the house just mentioned I thought, is it going to foreclosure? However, foreclosure affect my credit so, severely. So I decided to put the house on the market. And the short sale, I got buyer, I got offer. I'm taking care of that process right now because I'd like to keep my credit as good as possible, as is. And also, as far as the business concerned, yes, because of that situation, the previous owner was almost ready to file bankruptcy. And on the other hand, I was looking for some opportunity for me to start business because I'm not young. It is not hard, but it's not easy for me to find a job in any proper situation. But if I start my own business, I thought I can do something, keep up my living, and also to earn my living, and also I hired employee. Some of the employees' living is depending on this business. We are trying to survive, trying so hard. Yes, I understand there was some mistake or some discrepancy for the paperwork because I didn't know exactly. Tell the truth, I didn't know what to do. And even at this moment, I don't know exactly why my business license kind of suspended. The fact is, I'm trying so hard, so is my employee, to keep up the business. Try to survive, try to make it better. That's all. That everybody have to have an income. And look at it. I'm not young, as I said so many times. It is not hard for me to find a job, but I still have a mortgage to pay for it. I have to make money somehow to keep myself, cost of living. So it's employees. That's why we work hard, isn't it? It doesn't matter. I had to borrow money to start it. I have a very good friend to support me in Japan, and so is my family. That's why I could have a chance to, earn, to have an opportunity to my, cost of living. So is my employee. This is it. This is it. That's why we need a job and we have to work hard. That's all I wanted to say. Just give me a chance, and as I say, I'll try hard, with my employee support, and try to make business better for myself and for my employee.
All right, Mr.
Please.
Iguchi, I believe that
Thank
Councilman
you.
Ross has some questions he wanted to ask of you.
Mr. Gucci, let's talk about the really important thing here. How
Yes.
is the sushi?
Oh, sushi? Good. It's good.
I'm looking at some of my neighbors on the audience, want to know if they've gone over there yet, because I haven't been over there yet. But you understand how important it is to have this privileged license. Do you understand
Yes,
that?
I understand.
We just don't hand those out to anybody. And
Yes.
the sergeant here, I know, does a great job for us in bringing us information,
Yes.
as does Mr. DiFiore. And I must say also, your English is better than mine, so I don't know what the interpreter
No,
is for.
my English is not that great. However, as I say, to keep up this business, I have to know some English, of course, be able to read and write, because I have a lot of opportunity to take care of the paperwork, which I'm not that familiar yet.
Well, that was my concern about the paperwork and,
Yes.
and sharing all of your financial information
Yes.
with Metro and our
Yes.
business licensing department. And that was a big concern of mine, because sometimes a lot of people don't understand that process.
Yes.
They do a wonderful job, though, in helping people understand that process. So anytime you have any questions, you don't understand something, use Mr. DiFiore or his staff as an asset. Use the Metropolitan Police Department as an asset to help you.
Yes.
Because one thing we're all very fond of is businesses being successful. Some of us on this council are very fond of sushi. I'm not. But I think right now Mr. DiFiore is suggesting to us that his recommendation is going to be to continue your 6-month temporary to see how you do. And we want you to be successful. We want you to earn an income. We want your employees to stay employed. And I think that is going to be your recommendation. And gentlemen, I appreciate all that you do. Sergeant, she does not look like that hardened criminal that we occasionally come across and have to watch. As in the previous item in Mayor Pro Tem's ward, we have the ability through business licensing and the Metropolitan Police Department to say, hey, something's going on here
Yes.
with your license or with your business, and you could be back here again. That's how seriously we take these privileged licenses. So you understand that,
Yes,
correct?
I understand.
And the sushi is good, correct?
Oh, yes,
All
it's
right, that's the
very
most important.
good.
I'm done with my
Yes.
questions, Your Honor.
Okay, have a motion, please.
I'm going to follow. Mr. DiFiore, state your recommendation to the City Council for us, please.
It would be to extend the temporary license for another 6 months with a review at the end of that period.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need to make one comment for one of our watchers here today. The Lakers just got lucky last night. It won't be the same tomorrow night. Thank you, Sana.
All right. Okay, item 69 is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed program participation fee increase for sport fields, safe key, and seasonal camps for children. And this pertains to all wards. Mr. Zimmerman?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director of Leisure Services. I'm here today to discuss with you the raising of pricing for Safekey Summer Camp and our field allocations. Prior to doing that, though, and walking through the process, I would like to take you back to February 3rd, when at the conclusion of Pros Consulting, I discussed the change in the way that Leisure Services was going to approach business. I think quintessential to that was the fact that we were moving from a social model to a business model. And I wanted to just outline the high points that have brought us to this point today to recommend these increases. The first is all of our recommendations are based on that we will use a strategy of the level of benefit to our consumer or our participant, the cost of service, what it costs us as an enterprise to provide that program, and finally the cost recovery, the percentage of dollars that are returned to us, or if we invert that model, what we subsidize to have that program. On a greater scale, as each of those programs and decisions is made on whether a program is public, private, or merit. As a strategic measurement for our department, we want to be in the business of at least 61% of our offerings being merit services. Also essential to that is that within a public, cost recovery would be somewhere between 0 and 10%. Councilman Ross, a good example of a public program would be Cowboy Christmas. There's no restrictions on the participation either by ward, age, orientation, activity level. Anybody is welcome. A merit program, learn to swim class, after school activity. There's benefits shared by both the community and the participant, And a private program, a program that we would see cost recoveries of 100 to 125% of, an example of that would be a golf lesson or a tennis lesson. I do also want to remind the council that as part of the pros consulting and our seeking feedback, we had 11 community meetings. These community meetings were just prior to our town halls for the Youth City Your Way. The sentiment involved with our feedback was very much what we heard at the town halls, is that there's a willingness by our participants and our families to pay an increased fee to sustain that service, and that's why we're here today.
If I could, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick comment, Lonnie, if you could, during your presentation today. We're not in any way, shape, or form looking today to, because of the need. I mean, there is a need, but it's not because we're going to do away with some of these services. We're trying to change some of them. But the thing that's important to me is a league fee is not for each individual participant. I'm talking about baseball, soccer, whatever. That if the fee goes up for the team, it's only going to affect the participating family, $2 to $5, something like that. When you go through your presentation today, if you can make sure that people understand that this is not going to really be a big, huge impact on each individual player, because I know the people that I represent, they have a hard time today trying to get sponsors or get money to participate. I know the need, and I want you to explain why we have to do this. If you could, please.
I will, absolutely, and I'm sure you'll hold me accountable should I move past that, you and Councilman Wolfson, when I begin to speak fast. In that, too, I think it's also essential that the community understand that this is about sustainability. We all are very aware of the losses to both our department and the city as a whole. As we move forward, it's for our department, it's to sustain these programs and to try our best. We've heard time and time again, even this morning, that there's a new city, and unfortunately, going into the next budget years, Leisure Services isn't offering the array of programs it once did. This is our attempt to be responsible, to continue to maintain our assets, our staffing levels, and what we are able to provide the community. And that's the foundation as we move forward. You'll see in this slide, the recommendation for SafeKey is our current price is $44 a week. Our proposed increase would be $51 per week. That's an increase of $1.76 to $2.04 an hour. The reason that that's not a rounded figure is the $44 a week currently, the $51 a week that's proposed in the future, that's the majority of our program as far as SafeKey. There are some anomalies within our SafeKey program because of some of the school hours. At one extreme for a site, we have it open at 6:30 in the morning until 9:30 when school starts, and then again at 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6:30. So because there are varied hours, there are varied prices. The $44 a week current proposed to $51 is roughly about 85% of our sites. We could break that down per site as well as post that, but that's reflective. I think the important thing that Mayor Pro Tem Reese was talking about is the increase there is incremental at the most to approximately $2.04 an hour. In our seasonal and traditional camps, the current price is $65 per week. The new proposed price would be $75 per week. That's an increase of approximately from $1.18 an hour to $1.36 an hour. I should also indicate that the start date on that would be December. Our seasonal camps, as we do have holiday camps, mostly reflected that would be our summer camps that we would see both the revenue increase and the largest impacts in implementation. If you'd allow me to backtrack, I missed it on this part of the slide. SafeKey, we would implement that in the new school year in September of 2010. A specialty camp is a camp with additional elements, sometimes extended hours, more array of programs, specialty instructors who come in, or more field trips associated with that. Our current price is $100. Our proposed price would be $115 per week, and that would be an increase from $1.81 per hour currently to $2.09 per hour. League and field allocation permits. Currently, under a youth league field allocation permit, our current price is $100 per season. Our proposed price is $200 per season. If you break that down to games using a formula, that's about 69% per game, or 69 cents, I'm sorry, 69 cents, Your Honor. The start date on that would be September of 2002. I think if I could, to address Mayor Pro Tem's question when we started, is easy math will tell you that that's a 100% increase from 100 to 200. But I think what the Mayor Pro Tem was asking, that's essential that our community understands, is that is what the association, that's the cost of the association to do business with us, whether it be United States Youth Soccer, United States or U.S. Lacrosse, Little League. If you take roughly, and I'll use my child soccer team as an example, he does not play club soccer, he plays regular recreational soccer. The cost to me now is about $84 for my child to participate. It's 8v8, there's 14 on a roster. My fee, if passed on correctly from United States Youth Soccer to myself, should go up about $6 for my child to participate a year. And I think that's very important for you as a council when we make this proposal to understand, and very important for the community to understand, is that the prices are passed on incrementally. They're divided by an entire team's roster. So while the organization will pay, will have a 100% increase in the fee, the pass-on cost to a participant is very minimal. Adult and third-party league field allocation permit, our current price is $100 per season. We, again, propose a price of $220 per season. That's an increase of roughly 76 cents per game. The same would hold true as far as the formula, and the pass-on cost to the end user should be very incremental. Our nonprofit tournament field allocation, our current price is $10 an hour, and then 10% of the revenues that the host receives, we actually receive that. Our proposed price is $15 per hour, and us receiving 15% of the revenues for registration. It reflects about a 43% game increase. Because it's a tournament, our tournament organizers typically advertise in advance, and with the use of the web are beginning to get that information out there. Is we don't want that to take effect until January of 2011, so they have time to adjust should they have not reflected any adjustment in their pricing prior to organizing and posting their tournament dates. Our for-profit tournament field allocation permit, it's currently $20 per hour and 10% of the registration revenue. We propose that we take that to $30 an hour plus 15% of the registration revenue. That would reflect approximately 55% per game. And again, because those are tournaments, we would ask that the start date be effective in January of 2011. Summary, and just to wrap up, the SafeKey, the effective date would be September of 2010. The seasonal camps, this is our holiday camp, which is not a large portion of our seasonal camps, but that would go into effect in winter or roughly around the Christmas, New Year holiday of 2010, with the bulk of that change taking effect in the summer of 2011. Our field permitting for leagues would be the fall of 2010, so August through February, and for our tournaments not until January of 2011.
Very good. Well, would it be a fair statement, Mr. Zimmerman, that after speaking with the folks who use our facilities and meeting with them, that they understand why we're doing this, and they concur that it's appropriate under the economic circumstances?
I think it's fair. It's also fair that I don't think any of us want to reach into our pockets any deeper than we have to. The youth groups have been wonderful in the response, and I think that now is a very good time to commend them, as we've asked a lot. We've asked them for assistance in trash. We wanted our maintenance folks in our field operations to concentrate on maintaining the world-class facilities. We hold them accountable. They've been wonderful coming forward. We've asked them to, if we have a city program one night, whether it be Little League or senior softball, if we have a city programming and they want to use the fields prior to that, let they maintain or put the field back together so that we can transfer programming out that night. So they've been very responsive. By and large, they understand that we have some of the finest assets, not only in the valley, but in the southwest and in the country, and they've been responsive. They know this is coming. I think that was articulated in this morning's paper with Sally Comerford from American Softball Association, who uses primarily Majestic Park, is they understand the resources. I don't think we'll have anybody celebrating about fee increases, but in the interest of sustaining our services and sustaining the standard of excellence, they're being accepted.
And there's no question that we have the best facilities imaginable. I mean, one park is better than the next. The Majestic Softball Park for the ladies, Kellogg's Air, Betty Wilson. I mean, I could go from ward to ward with the wonderful field of Big League Dreams. We have phenomenal facilities, and I think the people understand that they want to help maintain these and help keep the city at its apex as far as these facilities are concerned. And I think it's really a testament to our constituents that they understand, and they're working with us in order to provide the best for them and their families. I agree with you. I think they are to be congratulated. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Lonnie, I really, really, really hate to ask you this question, okay, because I don't like it. But across the country, especially Clark County, are these rates comparable to the other entities that provide these services?
They're conducive, and I appreciate you qualifying it because we all know the dangers of benchmarking. We are in line. I think, again, in the Review Journal this morning, it outlined, and we are very close in offerings both in safety and sports fields. I think, and we spoke about this when I presented in February, one of the biggest challenges to you as a council and us as a department is my recommendation is that we will need to lead our way out of this. With benchmarking, as I don't know how the City of North Las Vegas, the City of Henderson, or the county may be allocating their resources. We are in line, even with the fee increases, Mayor Pro Tem, is we would not be disjointed to where there would be a glaring 90% difference between what we charge and what they're charging. I think in going forward and echoing, as each of you said today, is being a new city, not only in leading our way out and appropriately pricing our services, but in managing our resources, is we will have some challenges. When I presented in February, is one of our next significant issues is to talk about maintenance and capital replacement. We have wonderful assets now. We feel in the Department of Leisure Services, and I think you as a council, that we're obligated to maintain those not only for this generation but the next, and it's going to be how to maintain the 33 artificial fields we have, the world-class grass fields that we have, with diminishing returns on our dollars. If I could, Council or Mayor Pro Tem, too, because I think that's a good question, is one of the significant discussions we've had with our consumers, too, is when we look at the level of benefit to a consumer, is we in Leisure Services, you as a council here, about I'm a taxpayer. And one of the things we are doing day in and day out is educating, is we really think the user of a respective facility, a respective asset, should bear the price, and that's part of the public-private and merit. When we talk about our tournament use, our field use, is tonight from 5 to 10 o'clock at night, if United States Youth Soccer is on one of our fields, they actually have exclusivity of that field. You and I cannot play soccer. That because it's a world-class facility, because they have exclusivity, that it's not my next-door neighbor who is paying to subsidize their soccer experience, but it is actually that group in moving forward. And I have to say that the leagues, is with any change, there's a certain amount of adjustment period, but they're being very receptive. The same as when we talk to people about safety and our camps, is we still have, I believe as a parent, my child's in one of our programs, is a very, very affordable opportunity for safe recreational opportunities during the day. I should bear the majority of that, though, not my neighbor who doesn't have a kid in a child in our program.
One more comment. Sure. Lonnie, thank you very much. I've been in Las Vegas for 46 years, and I participated myself on the city level. I did participate a little bit on the county level, but it's been mostly in the city of Las Vegas. And I give the programming the credit for two of my children going to college on scholarships and getting college educations and giving back to the community and what they do. I also see each and every day in the paper where our high school students get scholarship offers for soccer and for even football. The park we have out there on Buffalo, it's been very conducive to help these parents help their children achieve their goals. And I think it's prudent upon us to continue to provide those services. But when we get down in the pits and start trying to dig our way out, we have to be creative. And I think that doing this, we should have done it a few years ago or a little while ago or something, because we have to continue to allow these parents to be able to take their kids to these parks and participate each and every day. There has been a lot of programs cut across the country because of the economy. We're trying to stay ahead of the curve, and I certainly applaud you and the rest of the Leisure Services staff in being proactive in doing this for the city of Las Vegas. And I certainly concur with what you presented here today. And again, I just want you to know that I appreciate the opportunity you're allowing a lot of these parents to continue working with their children.
Councilman Ross.
Mayor, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'm glad you brought up some of the issues in regards to some of these leagues, especially the leagues that have exclusivity. They're paying for it. We're not subsidizing. And I'm looking at the business impact statement in our backup, line number 6. If the proposed rule provides for a new fee or increase in existing fee, the money generated for the new fee or increase in existing fees will be used by the local government to help offset the cost of providing, operating, and maintaining facilities. I want you to elaborate on help offset, because we're still subsidizing this for our greatest assets in this community, and that's our children, and those parks, and those leagues. So elaborate on that for one moment, and I have one more comment.
And if I could, Councilman, you bring up an excellent point. We as a department, through the help of Pros Consulting, and now that this has been in our system for approximately a year, have become very good at defining the cost of service. But if you want to take it to a higher level, is what we have yet to do is really reach out to the administrative functions that assist us, whether it be human resources, purchasing and contracts, and most importantly, field operations. But if we use very generic numbers, field operations is roughly about $12,000 per acre to maintain on an annual basis. Again, a rough calculation of 500 programmable sports acres. I'm thinking, if my math's correct, that's around $6 million. In the sports office, we will generate about $1 million. So even though we are up in the fees, we are drawing our cost recovery closer together within our department. Is there still significant subsidy on behalf of us as a city or as an entire enterprise to be able to offer the world-class facilities? One of the things we discussed in briefings, and I believe it came up with all of you, is while this is a fee increase and it's all unsettling, if we were to correct it and work under strictly our model, it would be a shock, and I truly believe that it would be unfair to all of our user groups, because the fees would probably quadruple, and I don't think any of us want that. But long range it's our goal that if we can establish external monies over and above the 100%, is that we could return those. You voted in 2004 on our tournament field use, and the intent with that was the money that was brought in for tournament uses over and above the registration is that we can return those to the facilities. Again, I go back to our town hall meetings and our focus group meetings, is people by and large are willing to pay if we can sustain the services. We hear that in leisure services, you hear that as a council, and that's our intent, is to find the proper balance point between what we can charge and sustain our services and what they can still utilize and gain the experience.
Thank you for sharing that with us. If I may continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
And that's important for the public to understand. We're still subsidizing this in a way. Yes, we're offsetting that subsidy by the big leagues and the big tournaments, and we need to continue that because they come to Las Vegas because we have world-class facilities. It's no secret. We don't have okay facilities. We have world-class facilities, and that is very important. Lonnie, your title here at the City of Las Vegas?
Deputy Director of Leisure Services.
Deputy Director of Leisure Services, and the mayor and the council know this about you, but I want to share something about you with the public. You're pretty high up on the food chain. Lonnie is at tournaments, at games, at night times, and on the weekends, and not by himself. He drags his family with him. And I got to tell you something, Lonnie, that's going the extra mile. And I want people to know you don't sit behind a desk in a fancy office somewhere. You're out there making sure that the fields are playable and that the staff is doing everything they need to do. I just want you to know how much I appreciate what you do for the city of Las Vegas and the people that live here. Thank you.
And the record should reflect that Mr. Zimmerman is a scratch golfer, too.
I appreciate that, but if I can just have 15 seconds of sincerity, it's been a very, very rough adjustment for Leisure Services and us as a family. And I wouldn't be successful if it weren't for the 92 staff who are still remaining. And they are wonderful people. They make it easy for us to look good and to be innovative. They're challenged, and I'd like to commend them with your praise, but certainly mine, as we have a wonderful staff, and we're very, very proud of them.
Mayor, here's a department doing more with less again.
Yep, they all are. Except one.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Lonnie, could you go back to your first couple of slides where you show the different programs?
All the departments are doing more with less.
Whoops.
What I want to do is I want to leave Safe Key and actually the camps for last. Go to the next slide. What I want to focus on just for a couple minutes is the youth league field allocation permits, and then your next slide that talks about the tournaments and the leagues. We're talking about organizations that receive hundreds and hundreds and realistically thousands of dollars a year from the parents and from the participants. So I don't have any problem with, when we're talking about a youth soccer league that has a budget of thousands of dollars, increasing their annual fee from $100 to $200. And if it relates, or if the net result is $4 per child per year, I mean, I do think that that's a small acceptable amount. So I have no problem with the increase of the fees for the tournaments and the leagues and the camps and things like that. But the SafeKey, can you tell me, well, first of all, I don't know if you did this, but just for our listening audience, just in 30 seconds or less, tell us what the SafeKey program is.
The SafeKey program is a before and after school program. Traditionally, it is used by those children who go to the elementary schools. It's one of those in our public and private that if we look at it from a recreational pursuit, it's a merit-based program for the experience that the child receives. If we look at it from the actual consumer, who's the parent, it would be a private service. For us, we've priced that service at private so that we can sustain it. But it is recreation structured, enrichment, education, and participation, typically at the child's home school prior to the school day, and then again after the school
And can we go back to the slide that shows the increase in the fees for the SafeKey program? Okay, we're talking about an increase generally of $44 a week to $51 per week, and that's per week. And do you know how many kids participated in the SafeKey program in the city of Las Vegas? I mean, do you do it by school year?
We do it by school year. We're just closing the books, but I can give you a rough estimate,
Sure.
be confident in it, but it's approximately 8,000, perhaps just over.
Okay, somebody keeps turning that slide off. Turn that slide back on.
Is it?
What'd you say, 8,000 people?
8,000 children.
And do you have any idea, and I'm putting you on the spot a little, but you're familiar with the program, how many of those 8,000 kids are from a single parent home?
If we just looked at traditional statistics, 40 to 50%,
That's
I would
a
guess,
lot.
or a blended family of some form.
If we didn't increase, and I'm not proposing this, I'm just, playing maybe devil's advocate, if you will. If we didn't increase the proposed fee generally from the $44 to the $51 per week, would we be able to sustain the program?
For our models, and the city sometimes struggles with models, but because it's in a revenue account, we have about $1 million fund balance. We anticipate that we would be able to sustain it for another year.
Okay.
To be transparent, there are some things that could affect that. If participation all of a sudden for further economic decline, people move out of the valley. If participation went in a reverse order, that could be a challenge to us. But if things stay the same, we feel confident with no fee increase that we could sustain all of the programs for approximately a year. And one of the reasons for this fee that I probably failed to study is I know that Councilman Barlow, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and Councilwoman Tarkanian is a lot of the participation because of the economic demographics of their respective wards. We see a decline in participation. One of the things that we think this will be able to do is very much like gym memberships. It's not that you and I that attend the gym every day. It's the 40 or 50. Actually, I'm more reflective of that group who never attend but pay my gym membership. Is if we can if we can get this small adjustment, is we believe that we can offer the service in all 69 schools next year as well.
All right, the only observation I want to make is I think that this type of fee increase hits people more on an individual and direct and a higher costly basis. Because if we're talking about a tournament or a league where the associations pass on the increase to the players, we're talking about $4 or $6. That's for a whole year. Or that's for one league season, if you will. I mean, that's nothing. But we're talking about that single parent, and there goes the slide again, but I think I can remember it now, that single parent who is increasing their weekly fee by $7. That's $30 a month. And to a lot of single parents, that's a lot of money.
And Councilman, I appreciate your question because what I failed to mention in my overview too is Neighborhood Services provides $80,000 for us in CDBG money to help subsidize the experience for income-eligible individuals, as well as currently state money through the University of Las Vegas. Next year that will be facilitated through the Urban League, but to provide scholarships for both the camp and the SafeKey experience. I will commit this to you that should you approve these fee increases, that when we make official notification in the SafeKey arena, that we will include the scholarship information, both our Leisure Services phone numbers and either the state or the federal phone number as well. So those individual single-parent families have an immediate assistance.
And Mayor, indulge me for one more moment, please. If a parent puts their child in a morning program, the single parent that has to get to work at 7 o'clock and doesn't have a choice, and puts their child in a morning program and works until 5 or 6 o'clock and has to have the child in an evening program, are the prices you have up on the screen for one morning or evening program, or both?
It represents morning and evening throughout the week. Now, I, as a parent who drop off, would only pay a morning fee if I picked up my child. What you see in the proposed price increase to $51 per week would be utilizing it morning and evening for a 5-day period. I know that also we presented in what we call the E-Pass or Rec Pass, is it used to be all encompassing as I either paid for the week or even if I utilized it one day, I was paying $44 for the week. We have an E-Pass that probably wasn't a strong business decision as far as the financials because it now allows our consumers to pay by the day. But as a customer service, it's very friendly. If I'm off Friday or my wife's off Friday, I don't have to utilize SafeKey and I don't pay for that day.
Okay, thank you.
And it goes without saying that comparatively, if you were to hire a babysitter to sit with your child at home, it would be substantially more than any fees that we're charging without the programming. Okay. All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I feel that this is necessary for the city of Las Vegas to continue to provide those services that we are become world famous for, I guess, as mentioned by Councilman Ross and the mayor, that we continue to do this. I do think it's good that we're doing it. I hope that the people that realize and understand if there is concerns or problems that they can come to you and your staff and work things out that they can be helped. And I know that, like you mentioned about Councilman Barlow and Councilman Tarkana in my ward, that we do need that help, and we have been getting the help. So I feel quite comfortable in making the motion for approval of this item as presented to us today, with everything on the record that was mentioned by the council members.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and thank you for the report. Item number 70 is R49-2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing the creation of a new fund titled, quote, City of Las Vegas, Nevada Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund, end quote, OPEB, which is the acronym, for funding retiree health and welfare benefits, appointment of trustees, approval of trust agreement for City of Las Vegas, Nevada OPEB, and providing for other matters properly related thereto. Ms. Falder.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Candace Falder, Finance and Business Services. I'm here to answer any questions you have. We're seeking approval to create this trust fund, appoint the trustees, and approve the trust agreement. We currently have approximately $250 million of unfunded post-employment benefit liability. This will allow us to start contributing towards that for future payment of benefits, and we'll get this in place. This just creates the fund. It is not a fiscal impact at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Falder? All right. May I have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 71 is Traffic and Parking Commission, the term of David Stephen Turner. It expires June 19, 2010. Mr. Turner was my appointment, and he's indicated that he would like to be reappointed. I have no problem with that. Thank him for his service, and my motion is to appoint David Stephen Turner to another term on the Traffic and Parking Commission. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, instead of calling item 72 now, because it could take some time, it's been suggested to me that we call item 73, which is bill number 2010-23, clarifies that the license fees imposed on a public utility pursuant to Las Vegas Municipal Code, Chapter 6.67, may be collected from a government entity that is a customer of the public utility. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-23, in order to clarify that the license fees imposed on a public utility pursuant to LVMC Chapter 6.67 may be collected from a governmental entity that is a customer of the public utility and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Yes. Mayor, if you will, Mr. Jerby, if you just explain to the residents what this item represents, just from a layman's point of view, that would be helpful. I received an email inquiring as to what does this really mean. So if you can just articulate that, I would appreciate it prior to my motion.
Understood. There's going to be absolutely no impact on any residential fee as a result of this bill. All along, the city has been collecting fees from governmental entities. There has been some dispute recently raised by one of those governmental entities. We believe that to get belt and suspenders on this, it's just important to clarify that the existing ordinance says what we thought it said all along. So this should result in no change at all to what the consumer sees.
Okay, so there will not be any increases to the residents'
That's correct.
utility?
There will be no increase as a result of this.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. So with that, Mayor and Council, I will move for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on item 73. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. New bills, items 74 and 75, bills 2010-24 and 2010-25, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 6, 2010. Mr. Chairman, could you read those, please?
Happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-24, an ordinance to update the zoning regulations pertaining to the shopping centers and malls and privately related matters. And finally, bill number 2010-25, an ordinance relating to sewer service charges, adjusting the equivalent residential unit classifications for condominiums and apartment houses, and providing for the related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available to consider these bills on July 6th?
I will.
And Councilman Anthony, will you be available? Yes, sir. Very good. Then I'm going to assign the bills to you for the recommending committee, and we're going to move back to item number 72. Item 72 is bill number 2010-22, updates the city's zoning and licensing regulations that apply to community residents, commonly referred to as group homes and similar uses. Mr. Chairman, could you please read the bill before we open this up?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-22, an ordinance to update the city's zoning and licensing regulations that apply to community residences, commonly referred to as group homes and similar uses and privately related matters. Before the presentation begins, I just want to let you know that I'm going to turn the rest of the morning's legal advice over to Dan Still here at the dais. I understand there may be some questions regarding some group home issues that he worked on, and Mr. Lewis is the responsible party for putting in all the extraordinary work on behalf of our office to create this new legislation, and he is at the podium to explain it.
All right, very good. Before we hear from Mr. Lewis, Mayor Pro Tem would like to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very, very much. This has been an issue before this council for, to me, many, many years. This new group home, as will be presented to us today, is brought to us by our federal legislators. I've had probably 6 of these homes that come directly to me today in my mind. One was in a cul-de-sac where we had some very, a couple dentists lived in this cul-de-sac. A person bought one of these homes and made it a group home. Those dentists couldn't even give their house away. It does bring an issue and a problem to a neighborhood, and I hope I'm not trying to stereotype any individual or any group of people. It is a problem. I have a home that was opened about 3 weeks ago on down on Charleston and 16th Street that we have, for us, we can have 4 people living in this home. At the present time, there's probably 15 to 20 people in and out of this house during all times of the hours and of the day and night. It is a problem, and we had I worked very closely, or the city worked very closely with a couple legislators. Christian Kiliani was one when she was serving in the legislature. We did get enacted through the legislature, which was later deemed unenforceable, where we did have a distance requirement for these homes. This has come, to me, is going to become even a greater problem today because of the mortgage rates that we have, the value of these homes today. It's mostly been in wards 1, 3, and 5 the last few years, but now they're starting to break out in some of the other wards, and it is a problem. If a group home moves into you and if it's not kept up, if we, the city, don't have regulations to be able to go in there and enforce what needs to be enforced, the whole neighborhood is going to go down. What we find is we have a business in a residential zone. that we don't even have the opportunity to license. And we do have the ability of code enforcement to go out there. But even code enforcement's hands are tied when they go out and try to enforce some of the things that are going on in these houses. The one down on by Charleston, people are parking in the backyards. They're parking in the front yards. I had an individual contact me. He had a person come to his house at 10:30 at night. He did have the security doors on there. His wife went to the door. They was scared. They're elderly people. The woman called the husband. The husband come there to the front door, and the person wanted this person to drive them to a hospital, supposedly because his wife was in an accident. Now, you would think with the vehicles in the yard next door that one of them could have driven this gentleman. I have no idea what the gentleman was planning because the person that contacted me shut the door in their face. This is just the beginning because it's cheaper for these people to have 4, 5, 6 or 7, 8 or 9 of these houses right in the neighborhood now because they can have one supposedly supervisor for it. And to me, it's a business. We need to me, attract the attention of our federal delegation so that they can help us. Our hands are tied. Our staff is trying to help us here today to give us just a little bit of a Band-Aid on a huge, huge wound that's just going to keep growing and growing and growing and festering until we get somebody on the federal level to come in here and help us support the needs that we have in our neighborhoods. To me, this is one of the biggest infections that this city will ever incur if we are not able to control it. And I would be glad to listen to Mr. Lewis, but I want to put those comments on the record because I have been faced with it. I have had neighborhood meetings. We have people today that are going into other parts of the ward through our staff. We did get through court enforcement in our attorney's office. We had a person that had a home like this on Chapman Drive, and we had many people come to my office. I had a meeting in my office was supposed to have 4 people. We couldn't even set everybody down in the mayor's conference room. There were so many people there, and their property values immediately went down to nothing. Now this was a home that had 3 bedrooms, and there was 27 people at one time living at this facility, and to me it's uncontrollable right now. We need to make sure that we support anybody and everybody that will listen to us. I know that the county has a bill that we're going to try to copy a little bit that they're going to present to us today, but even then, I don't think it's enough. And that's why I asked Mr. Lewis to stick around today so that he could hear this and so that we can make contact with our lobbyists back in Washington so that we can talk to our legislators back there and see if we can't get some help at this time because it's going to fester and fester and fester and fester. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question? Are you talking about homes where numerous families living together?
No,
and by the way, I want you to know I agree with you. This is a problem. It causes tremendous damage to a community, the way they let down the home.
We have homes where we have multiple families living there. That has nothing to do with this. Is a person that's supposed to get a license through the state for a group home.
For a group home for special needs. Okay, I got you.
The state doesn't enforce it. They can't enforce it. There's no rules locally that control this group home. And because of the economy today, to me, it's going to be a real problem because you take a fairly nice or even a neighborhood in wards 2, 4, 6 where you people can buy these houses or rent these houses for little or nothing and put some of these group homes in there. And if I live next, I can't give my house away.
Well, and I will tell you, Mr. Councilman, that one of the problems is, which I've shared, we had around our Pittman Elementary School, we had 5 such homes. And it just seems such a close radius. You know, you have a big problem, and then you have it all massing together. But in any case, I understand what you're talking about. Thank you.
We had a law for legislature that was passed through Christine Kiliani that it allowed us 1,600 feet separation. that we had 1,600 feet separation, and the Supreme Court, in their wisdom, deemed this illegal, and so they threw it out. And it's been really, really hard to get people to listen, to help, and I've spent a lot of sleepless nights. I went and I met with neighbors. I've tried to explain to them that it's not a problem that we created, that we're trying to find the answers for this problem, but it just continues, and we denied 2 group homes under the pretext that it was not within the 1,600 square feet, and luckily we wasn't sued. The people went somewhere else and bought houses in probably your ward and put in the same thing. But it is a problem, and I appreciate the council listening to this item, and I just hope that we can come up with some ideas, some answers, and get help, because it is a problem. It's going to get bigger too.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Lewis.
Mayor, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for hearing from me today. I'm going to try to be brief today as much as I can. I know that we've got some people in the audience that want to come up and speak and talk to you and tell you about what it is they have to say and what's happening in their neighborhoods. What I'll do is I'll sit, listen, any questions that come up. I'll write them down, and if you'd like me to address those questions when they're done, I certainly will do so. I think what's really important here is that I'm here to talk to you today about not all group homes, not group homes for, not homes that are going to have ex-convicts, not homes that have sex offenders. I'm here to talk about homes that house the disabled. Because really, this ordinance amendment that we're contemplating today has to do with compliance with the federal anti-discrimination laws against disabled persons. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure if these homes were homes for the disabled or other type of group homes, but it's important for the record that I just say that what we're here to talk about today are rules to help us comply with federal anti-discrimination laws for the disabled.
But Mr. Mayor, can I just state, please, will you state who they consider disabled? That's all. I mean, drug addicts are considered disabled and alcoholics are considered disabled. I just want you to make sure we're understanding
Yes,
the
Mr. Mayor,
terminology.
if I may. Yes. Yeah, as I said, I'm trying to just kind of clarify the record here about which type of homes we're talking about. It is true that there's been decades and decades and decades, 30, 40, 50 years of case precedent that declare one who suffers from alcoholism or drug addiction who is not currently using drugs and or alcohol are disabled for purposes, handicapped, disabled for purposes of these anti-discrimination laws. So thank you very much, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, did you have a comment?
I think one of the things that perhaps the Councilman Reese would consider, and the reason I'm interjecting here is because I've gone to a lot of the things you've covered on this, is that if you have a home for those who have problems with drugs, you're saying that if you just said that they are no longer on drugs, but they might still be on drugs. No, they're not supposed to be on drugs, but we don't know for sure if they're on drugs because we have so many relapses with people who have drugs. And, I mean, let's face it. I've worked with athletes who could have earned multi-million dollars a year if they could get off drugs, and they never could, no matter where they went, and they pay the most expensive monies. So if they're still on drugs, who's watching to make sure that these people are no longer on drugs?
Well,
I'm just saying that for Councilman Reese's too.
I understand. Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Mr. Mayor, I might just be very brief here with regard to why we're here today. In mid-2008, Nevada Federal District Court Judge Larry Hicks invalidated the state land use regulatory process with regard to group homes. That's what happened, period. Our city regulatory process was based solely upon the mandates of state law. So the state law regulatory process, land use regulatory process, was invalidated. Ours wasn't because we didn't happen to be part of that lawsuit. But now we know that our process has been declared invalid.
What part?
The whole land use regulatory process, NRS 278.0238, 2.02388 of our land use of the NRS land use and zoning chapter.
But put it in layman's terms so people understand.
Yes.
What part has been declared invalid?
Well, okay, so the land use process, the state land use process defined what types of group homes were protected by this process or were to be governed by this process. That was invalidated. The distance proximity requirements, the 1,500 feet from property to property line between certain types of group homes as defined, was invalidated. A mechanism for tracking group homes was invalidated. There were about 7 or 8 different provisions which were invalidated as a part of that process.
And now we're trying to get ourselves in compliance with what?
We're trying to get ourselves in compliance with the federal laws and the Nevada Federal District Court opinion interpreting those federal laws as applied to that state process.
And that's what your ordinance is directed to, correct?
Correct.
And who's responsible for enforcing the ordinance?
The city of Las Vegas. One of the reasons why the team of people gathered by the city manager to address this issue, one of the reasons why we needed the changes that are being proposed is to streamline the folks who will enforce these laws on behalf of the city of Las Vegas. The Code Enforcement Division will be the folks responsible for addressing complaints from our citizen constituents about homes, whether they are part of this change, or a home for the disabled, or one that is not part of this change.
Is it a criminalizing activity that's to be enforced by code enforcement? In other words, does our ordinance impose some kind of a criminal sanction if somebody has a group home that is non-compliant? Is our code enforcement folks, are they supposed to go out and cite them criminally, or do they come before us for an order to show cause to close the home down?
Mayor, that is correct. So
what is correct?
What is correct is that it'll be it's the usual code enforcement process that you are familiar with. We're not criminalizing behavior. What will happen is, if we were to get a complaint,
yes,
code enforcement will go to investigate. That investigation will consist of looking at planning and zoning records, building and safety records, speaking with the folks that operate the home, own the home, determining whether or not they fall within our statutes or outside of them, and then a notice to comply will be issued if they do not comply with the law.
All right. Let me ask you this, because I'm trying to cut to the chase here.
Yes.
I sense on the part of the council,
yes,
or at least those who have expressed themselves thus far, that they really, notwithstanding what the federal government is saying, as defining who is disabled, they don't like the idea of having a group home in a neighborhood where folks who are recovering addicts, who they believe will fall off of the wagon, are part of the neighborhood.
Right.
And they don't want that condition to exist here. So let's assume that their will is followed.
Correct.
And let's assume that this council votes against an ordinance to that effect. What happens? Are we in contempt of anything?
We're not in contempt, but there are several consequences that can accrue from either one of 3 anti-discrimination laws. The 3 laws are the Federal Housing Amendments Act of 1988. That was an amendment to the Fair Housing Act of 1967, which is a part of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've got...
They really don't care much about the civil rights of a drug addict.
Well, and then you've got the American with Disabilities Act, and you've got the Federal Rehabilitation Act. So you've got 3 different acts that prevent discrimination against the disabled.
And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking you questions because I know where they're coming from.
Oh, do you too?
How about if they feel that the folks who are living in a neighborhood in one of these group homes poses a danger to the neighborhood, and they don't want to allow that danger to have a potential, and they vote against this? What happens to us?
Well, with regard to a potential threat, there has to be evidence of a threat. So, Mayor, if you'd allow me.
That's why you're here.
Okay, so I'd like to answer your first question
Right,
first and your second
I'm not
question
trying to kill the
second.
messenger here, but I have to understand the message.
Yes.
The message from this council,
Yes.
as I understand it, is we don't, if I'm reading them right, we don't want folks who pose social problems to be in a group home in our neighborhood.
So let me, your first question was?
Doing pretty good, but go ahead.
If I can.
Okay. Yes, please.
My concern is they don't have to come to the city for anything.
Yes.
That's
not true. I'd like to describe.
All right, this is what we're going to do.
Do they get a city business license?
Let's do this. Let's do this with all due respect. Let the poor guy is trying to talk to us, and we're jumping on you. Give us your best description of what we're supposed to be considering here, and then I'll let them attack you.
Would you like me to answer your questions? Would you like me to answer your direct questions first?
You make your presentation because we've been all over you. Make your presentation, and then we're going to destroy you.
Okay, that's good. Well, at least I'd like to make the presentation.
Good.
Okay, so here's the bottom line. We've had a federal district court tell us that the land use regulatory process that we use is invalid as a matter of law, that it violates the FHAA. So what do? We, City Attorney's Office, in conjunction with the City Manager's Office, reviewed the district court opinion, reviewed the laws that currently exist, that have existed for a number of years, and decided we need to propose changes because there are consequences that could accrue. Now, what's important to understand, and it's hard for me to stand here and tell you this, but federal law does in fact limit this council's discretion to act with regard to the disabled in these homes. Just the fact of the matter is, the federal law, the federal government, Congress has decided we see that across the country, homes for the disabled are being zoned out of single-family neighborhoods, and we're going to take it upon ourselves, Congress, to pass laws that would supersede, that would preempt state and local action when it's found, when a law is found to be discriminatory on its face, which means you can read it and it looks like we're treating the disabled differently than the non-disabled, or in effect. So, what we've got here, we think, staff thinks, is a good balance between the protection of the interests of the disabled and the protection of the interests of citizen constituents in single-family neighborhoods. So let me get to the kind of the details of the proposal. The practical effects of the proposal are this. Between 1 in 4 with regard to single-family homes, with regard to related folks, you can have as many related folks living in a single-family home, in a single-family zoned area, as our housing code permits. Our housing code permits 7 people to be in an SRO, a single-room occupancy unit. Our code permits 2 more for each additional bedroom. So with regard to those persons that are related, families, in a 5-bedroom house you can have 17 people in the city of Las Vegas. So, our code then, the new proposal says, with regard to unrelated people, so unrelated folks like college students or people that will reside in a community residence, the cap is 4. You can have 4 or fewer unrelated, whether they're disabled or not, 4 or fewer as a matter of law in a single-family residential zone district in the city of Las Vegas. That's part of the change that we're making. The next part of the change that we're making is to label between a population of 5 and 10 disabled individuals, not college students, not blackjack dealers that are living together as roommates, the disabled folks can get as a conditional use in our zoning districts a community residence. You can have between 5 and 10 disabled individuals and up to 2 caregivers, as long as you comply with the conditions of our conditional use. One of the conditions is you must be 660 feet from property line to property line to another community residence. So we still have a separation. There was some concern that our proposal would come back and say, shouldn't have a separation requirement because the Nevada Federal District Court judge seemed to indicate in dicta, which means it's language that doesn't really apply to the case at hand. But in dicta seemed to indicate that the correct number for a distance relationship is 0. We believe reasonably, our office believes that the intent of the act, I want to make sure I get this right, but we believe that the intent of the act is to promote inclusion and integration of the disabled within traditional non-disabled neighborhoods. The intent of the FHAA, the Fair Housing Amendments Act. And a rule where you have a 0-foot proximity distance relationship would not be appropriate, because then you could cluster homes, and then the intent of the act to integrate the disabled into traditional non-disabled neighborhoods goes by the wayside, because you'd have a cul-de-sac of 4 or 5 of these homes. We're going to use the distance proximity relationship at 660 feet to make sure that we follow the intent of the federal law, which is to make sure that we integrate the disabled folks into non-disabled neighborhoods. So it's really important that I make that clear for the record. So we've got 5 to 10. 11 or more. This is the one that concerns, well, 5 to 10 concerns many. 11 or more really concerns folks. There are no changes to our code with regard to a population of 11 or more in a single-family residence. That's a convalescent care facility, special use permit only in all residential zoning districts. So, I've talked about the distance proximity separation being reduced from 1,500 to 660. Lastly, 2 more things I want to point out. One, community residences are to be treated as single-family homes for purposes of zoning codes. For purposes of building codes and fire codes, unless the individuals that are disabled are non-ambulatory. And then our code, which goes farther than Clark County's version in 2008, says our fire chief, our building official, may impose those life safety requirements that are necessary to protect these folks in the home themselves. Lastly, our ordinance strikes the business licensing requirement in Title VI for group residential care facilities, which is the term that has been used in the state law. The reason for this is twofold. One, case law suggests that separate local licensing where there is state licensing is improper. And 2, if we're not licensing a person who rents to the non-disabled, if we don't require a business license and fee of them, cases say we can't require the business license and fee of one who rents to the non-disabled. So, let me finish up by saying this. I need to hand to the clerk a report that was created on behalf of Clark County when they made very similar changes to their code in 2008. I could have drafted a report much like this one, but there was no reason to recreate the wheel. Daniel Lauber, the person who created this report for the county, is a land use lawyer. He's a zoning expert in group homes, and he happened to be a recent past president of the American Planning Association. He has the AICP designation. If there's an expert in the field, it's this gentleman. Lucky for us, Clark County, we're basing our codes on Clark County's code. This was created to define their code, to support their code. So the law says I can use this as support for our code revisions. And so, Mayor, I'd like to give this to the clerk now for the
Surely
record.
we'll make that part of the record. I don't know whether Mr. Lauber lives next to a group home.
So what I'd like to do now is I can either sit down, let the folks come up and take questions,
No,
or if you want to just ask me questions now.
Are we able to limit the definition of disabled? I'll tell you why. I don't think anybody in this room would have any quarrel with a home where some veteran came back from the war and suffered some horrible injury over there and was living with other veterans who had those injuries. I think basically they are concerned about addicts, recovering addicts, if there is such a thing.
Yes.
Alcoholics who are recovering, if there is such a thing. Those are things that are bothering them, and I myself, I may not have much objection if a group home is built outside of a neighborhood, because then if other people want to come into that neighborhood, they'll know what's there. But I have a real problem myself in having a group home under the present definition coming next door to me and basically causing me concern about my quality of life.
Yes. My answer, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
My answer to that would be, unfortunately, there's decades and decades of federal case law from across the country, every circuit court of appeals, that will tell us that recovering alcoholics and recovering drug addicts, as long as they're not currently using, are handicapped for purposes of the federal anti-discrimination laws, period. And so I would
that may well be the case, what courts would tell us,
right.
But I don't necessarily have to go for it.
You know, certainly this board has the discretion to do whatever it likes. I am suggesting to you that there is something. You asked a question about consequence.
Yes. I want to know whether
May
we're
I,
held in
may I
contempt.
answer that the consequence question now?
Fine, let them sue us. Go ahead.
We wouldn't be held, why don't you clarify that, man? We're not going to be held in contempt.
May I? Well, let them finish, please.
Okay, so earlier on our conversation, I told you there were 3 different laws out there that prohibit us in our laws to discriminate against the disabled. These 3 laws have different consequences. One consequence is we get sued, right? There's a home out there. There's an operator of a home that wants to operate a facility. Our law doesn't include, for example, recovering drug addicts. Okay, they sue us in federal court. We lose. Okay? And that's fine. We lose. What happens? Federal court tells us to rehear the matter and that we must include within the definition of disabled, handicapped, recovering drug addicts. Okay, fine. That's not the consequence that I fear. We pay their attorney's fees, fine. The consequence I fear is that under the law, one can go without spending a nickel to Housing and Urban Development and to the Department of Justice, file a complaint that City of Las Vegas, Clark County, Henderson, North Las Vegas laws violate federal anti-discrimination laws. Within 72 hours under the FHAA, an investigation is required to be started. Now, does that mean that we get 13 feds down here going through our things that day? No. It means a letter is going to be issued saying you're now under investigation for violating federal anti-discrimination laws. I don't want to bore you to death with all of the different penalties that could accrue, but what they do is they do a civil it's a civil process. They do their investigation, and they have the ability to levy civil fines, much like you do in our code enforcement cases. We don't go to a judge. We don't argue. They levy them. If they find a violation, the next step by law is it goes to DOJ. The Department of Justice then will decide whether or not to sue us. This process I went through in a different jurisdiction in the Valley, not with regard to group homes, but with regard to failure to provide ADA access in government facilities and on sidewalks.
I think it's a big difference.
Well, no, what I'm saying is the investigation from DOJ took 18 months. And at the end of the 18-month period, we were told we could be sued or we could do what they want. And my advice to my clients at that point was, if we get sued, we're going to have to do what they want anyway. So my advice to you is, let's not continue to spend money. Let's go ahead and let's do the best we can to negotiate and move on. 2 years later, that jurisdiction came out of this cloud from a DOJ investigation. So the lawsuit is what the lawyers are here to defend. The DOJ investigation, the HUD investigation, can be problematic because civil penalties can accrue, and frankly, under the Federal Rehabilitation Act, if we're found to be willfully violating the laws, we can lose all federal funding. That is an extreme consequence. And I'm not telling you today that that would happen upon a first violation, but I can tell you that we have knowledge of the 2008 opinion from the Federal District Court saying that the laws that are in place are violative of federal law.
Right.
If we willfully violate the law by moving forward, we could accrue more penalties than we would if we were not willful.
Well, I want to do this from my perspective, then I'm going to open it up for the council and for the public, of course, but I think that an ordinance, if we have to address a district court opinion, could be framed to allow any kind of group home to be built X amount of feet away from something else if it's the first home there, so people will have notice as to what they're buying into in a neighborhood. I think that that's a fair and reasonable condition to be placed. And I would really like to see a study as to whether or not recovering alcoholics and recovering dope dealers and dope users are not a danger to a community. I'd like to do that. I think there's a rational nexus as to what we're being asked to vote on now to have those questions answered.
There are, Mr. Mayor, there have been plenty of studies already throughout time. And I don't like it. But I know. I certainly will. We certainly can do. We certainly need to do what this council directs us to do, and we certainly will.
Okay. Let me do this. Does the council want to be heard first, or shall we open it up to the public? All right. Well, let the council members be heard, and then we'll open it up for public comment.
Can I go first, Your Honor?
Go ahead, please. Folks, have a seat. I'll hear you. Don't worry about it.
Marshal, you got 7 pairs of handcuffs on you? Might as well get a couple for our attorneys, too, because what I'm hearing is we're handcuffed. What I'm hearing, and I'm going to simplify this to the best I can because I'm not an attorney, so for us little guys on the council.
Well, what does that mean?
I'm losing weight. That's what that means. And I don't know how to put this eloquently or softly, but we have a plague in this community that is continuing to grow. And granted, there are legitimate facilities that are helping disabled veterans, folks with other disabilities, recovering alcoholics or drug addicts, and they're legitimate homes and businesses doing business in the city of Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. But what's happened, Mr. Lewis, is there's a lot of them out there that are portraying fraudulent behavior and taking advantage of people and literally quite screwing the neighborhood. I don't know how else to put it. But there are people in our neighborhoods who we represent who can't sell their homes, who can't let their kids go play on the streets, for crying out loud, because of fear of these homes, regardless of what it is or what group is in there. And that's a problem I'm having. And I feel just like that, handcuffed, because I can't do anything about it, because the federal government is allowing these things to happen and not allowing local jurisdictions any say-so. Business licensing, special use permits, whatever it is, and we have to enforce this with our own code enforcement folks. It's a joke, and it's a nightmare, and it's certainly killing me in Ward 6 and hurting the rest of this city. I know other council wards are affected by this as well. This agenda item bringing us in line with the county, I don't know if I can say, hey, I can accept that. I can go do that because my attorney's telling me to, so we don't get sued. How do we send that message to the federal delegation? How do we send that message that says, hey, we've got to fix this because it's killing our neighborhoods, it's killing our families? That's what I'm most concerned about, and that's the simplified version of it, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard now, or shall we hear from the public? All right. Yes, sir. Let's put a 3-minute timer on and see
Yes,
whether we can do
I'll
it with that.
Be very brief.
No problem.
Members of the councilman, I appreciate your time.
Please identify.
My name is Kenny Fung, and I live on 16th Street. That's in the Mayfair track. And I appreciate Councilman Reed. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Reese. Thank you. That he's aware of the problem that exists in that neighborhood. And it's a slap in the face, really. It's a immoral, unethical behavior that has been thrown in your face, and it has. And I'm speaking for myself because I've lived in that neighborhood for almost 28 years, and it has really plummeted. And so recently in the papers it was well publicized that under the guise of the ministries that these home, and that particular home on 16th Street has been opened to as a halfway house. Now, I'm not saying that that individuals should not help people that are in need, and they should be a way in which that the neighborhood should be uplifted. They should contribute what is good, and of course, as you can see, that it is not contributed. It has really plummeted. So what is moral and ethical? And when a ministry, so to speak, under the First Amendment speaks of they have the right to do under religion, that where is the chartered purpose? It's a chartered purpose that is a non-profit organization. And so what is evidence there that it is non-profit? It is a profitable group. And should there be evidence to show that if they claim to be such, shouldn't there be proof of such? Shouldn't they be investigated? And I think it should. And of course, I understand by the expression of you, Councilman, that certainly that you can see under a certain cloak that certain mud in the water, so to speak. And of course, a conscience can really tell. And you can really see behind that it's not right. And where is the justice? Justice has to do with something that is right, something that that is love of your neighbor.
Right, thank you. Let's see.
Yes, I thank you, sir, very much for your time.
Thank you.
If I could.
Okay.
I need to interrupt this guy, please.
Okay.
Sir, my heart goes out to sir. My heart goes out to you. Okay.
Yes.
When this was first brought to my attention, I had code enforcement go out there, and there are just certain things they can do. Number one, these people have no city license. That bothers me. We can't require them to have a city license. Yes, we can go out there and say you need to do this, this, and this, but we can't really enforce it. They don't have a city license. They have a state license, but the state don't go out there and enforce it. They don't come out there and look at this and enforce anything. We at this time we have our hands tied. Even this new bill that we're looking at here today. Yes, we are copying what the county did. We're copying something that has been given to us today as an expert on these issues and stuff. But what's it doing? What good is it going to do for you when we have these problems? When another one comes in there, 2 doors down the street, 660 feet, if they want to sue us, they sue us. We're still going to lose. We're not allowed to put these restrictions on there, and I respect our attorneys to the utmost. Our hands are tied. Even if we pass this, our hands are still tied. We cannot help you unless we get some help from our federal government.
One thing missed my mind, and I just want to mention just briefly that should the federal law override the ordinance ordinance of the city?
It does.
Should they do that?
It does.
But it does.
Who has the
The federal law takes
the
precedence,
say
but
so?
that doesn't mean to say we have to listen to it.
The federal government, it overrides us.
Well, then I'm sure that you councilmen should be able to test that in the waters. Thank you for
That's
your
what the
time.
waters are for. All right, next, please. Put the 3-minute timer on, please. Please give us your name first.
My name is Lynn Tynan. Do you need the address? Or just... Anyway, I'm the president of the Nevada Coalition of Recovery Homes. We've been in operation 10 years. 8 years ago, this same issue came up, and I totally agree with everybody that there are houses that are not regulated that do anything they want. We of the coalition are very frustrated, too, because our houses are respectable. They're clean. The one I'm the director of has been in operation 50 years. We've saved thousands of women in this town get their lives together. It came before the county 8 years ago. They bumped it up to the state because of the federal regulations. The state also did the state licensing covering the halfway houses for recovering alcoholic and drug addicts. I am a recovering alcoholic 26 years, Mayor Goodman, and you know that you gave me a proclamation for the Nevada Recovery Celebration September 12th because there were 3,500 and many, many more in this town that are recovering and are living good lives. We help women, and there's houses for men. We are frustrated because these other houses, and we know there's houses that don't regulate them. All the houses that we run are zero tolerance of alcohol or drugs. If we suspect it, they have to go. The drug addicts do not stay in the good neighborhoods. They go back to their neighborhood where they can get drugs. They don't stick around in a nice neighborhood because they can't get anything. Or they end up in jail. We get a lot of referrals from P&P, from CPS, from Metro, from the courts, because there are not enough houses. And I'm not saying these houses, but there's not enough places to refer people. And the good houses are the only ones that are being referred to by these other people. Okay? Now, we're frustrated too, and I totally agree with you. We don't want these houses that have 24 people, and they're not regulated well. They have a lot of code health and safety violations. Ours have regular inspections. We have our own set of codes that the houses in our coalition have to abide by, and many of them that we are not in our coalition do not have licensing, and we're frustrated because we can't tell them what to do. Code enforcement is complaint-driven. Now, if any of those residents give a complaint to code enforcement, then code enforcement can do something. But a lot of those residents, they won't do that because they're recovering. I mean, they're alcoholic drug addicts. When they leave, they're upset, but they're not gonna do anything. So it's a catch-22 because we can't give the good houses their reputation and keep them up, and we can't do anything about the bad houses. So you've got two different games here you're playing, and the federal government protects us. We don't have the money to sue, but if we have to, if you discriminate against recovering alcoholics and drug addicts, I made sure that the state and the city, and I want to thank Mr. Lewis and Lisa Morris and Beverly Goldson, they worked really hard and put together a really good ordinance. But if you don't make the same regulations or ordinances for the group homes for seniors or the group homes for Alzheimer's, and you just make it against recovering alcoholic drug addicts, then it is in violation. We don't want to sue. Definitely. I want us all to work together. The coalition also needs some power to be able to do something, too. But how are we going to get it? Right? So it is a very frustrating issue. And I understand Councilman Reef's problem because it does affect the neighborhoods. Our facility has been there with good, clean house. We have wonderful neighbors. When we get donations, we give them to the neighbors. 50 years, and we've been running a wonderful organization. There hasn't been one complaint in 50 years to code enforcement. So what are we all to do? Mr. Lewis has worked out a very wonderful ordinance that covers all of it. The only thing I would like to add to it is that that they have to have licensing, because a lot of those bad houses don't have licensing. Or if they do, they have a license for 8 beds, and they're putting 24 beds in a house, and it's not regulated.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, did you say that licensing is prohibited?
No, I think I need to make this really clear to the council at this point. We have, is this on? Okay. Sorry. We have the right to regulate land use to a degree. What the courts have said, and so let's think about in these two, we've got land use permitting.
No, I want you to answer my question.
Okay.
It's a simple question.
The answer is business licensing, no. But permitting, yes.
But we can't ask for a business license, correct? That's against the law.
That's the advice I'm giving you, yes.
Okay.
But if you, Mayor, could you let me? I'd like to explain why we're still. Let me explain the process, and then I think this council will be comfortable that we still are looking in to what it is the homes for the disabled are doing, and we have conditions.
Well, see, our problem is this: we get information that there are people out there who are abusing the system. I'm not talking about yours operation. You're running a clean operation without any problem, and it's a good operation. But we hear that there are con men out there who are taking food stamps in return for renting somebody a room, and the people are not abiding to societal standards of decency. And we want to, if we're going to pass an ordinance, we have to be able to enforce the ordinance.
This ordinance doesn't apply to that situation at all. At all. Period. End of story. I just want to make this really clear. This has to do with the disabled only.
I know, but we're talking. And the guy who is taking the food stamp is only allowing recovering drug addicts to live with 26 others.
And so we would have an ordinance that would describe. Well, we would have an ordinance that would describe. Well, we have an ordinance that would describe how he would be permitted to have between 5 and 10 folks in this facility.
Right, that's in order to allow him to open it up. And then when he starts violating the law and he allows people there who are disruptive to the neighborhood, we can't require a business license that we can yank.
The business license
had the colonoscopy clinic not had a business license, they'd still be giving people hepatitis. And that was the only way that we were able to do anything about it, by taking it off their stupid wall.
Mayor Goodman, Mayor Goodman, may I please ask a few direct questions for clarification?
Go ahead.
Jim, please answer the questions directly.
Yes.
Under this proposed ordinance, does somebody have to come to the city to ask for something, and if so, what is it?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
And between 1 and 4 individuals living in a house, they are permitted use as a matter of law.
They're asking for a conditional, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
They're asking the city to give them a permit, correct?
Between 5 and 10 in occupancy and 11 and more, yes.
And in order for us to give them this permit, which is permission, they have to comply with the ordinance, which has regulations within it.
Correct.
Okay. If they seek permission through a process to open up one of these group homes, as you've described, and it doesn't comply with the regulations, we can say no.
Yes.
Okay. If it does comply and we say yes, but then we learn through a complaint-driven process that they're in violation, we can send code enforcement out to do that process. If they're in violation, we can revoke the permit, correct?
Yes, we can use our code enforcement process to stop them from operating. That's correct.
Is that the same thing I said, revoke their permit? Or
very close,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there is a process in place. Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I don't understand this. First of all, I would like to say absolutely the majority of my professional life was with the disabled. And I understand why some of this has developed the way it has, because at the time I began working with disabled, they were shunned. They were, the autistic and the mentally retarded and the deaf were put into homes that they called for the mentally handicapped. So I understand why we began to want to bring them more into society, and as we became better educated ourselves, we were able to help them. And but what I don't understand, and from what I've been told, the state can put a halfway house. They can put a house for, let's say, recovering alcoholics, recovering drug users, and not even let us know. Because I've asked, can we at least know if they have this? And we are never told. We had 5 houses near Pittman Elementary School, which we were able to be shut down. They were able to be shut down because, fortunately, someone in the house told us about things they were doing wrong, use of electricity, unsafe home situations. So thankfully, we were able to shut down those homes. The woman who was involved with those homes was making over $300,000 a year. I don't know if it was her 5 homes or she had some in Councilman Reese's district, but what I'm trying to say is this is my objection. We are never told. So if somebody comes and says these people are drinking a lot and they're hanging around, we don't know what the situation is. Why can't we ask the state to let us know? That's the main thing. And the second thing is, I have nothing against recovering or those who have moved from drug use and they've moved to improvement, but how do we know that? Who does testing to regulate? Who regulates it? Truly, these are. And by the way, Jim, you and I have gone through this for probably a year and a half, and I know how hard it is, and I know the anger that's been spoken by people in the community, and I know you're not advocating this.
No.
You're just trying to tell us the law.
Correct.
I am very upset that people on the Supreme Court or in the federal government who really don't know the fields that well of those who are recovering have put this on us because they don't know what we're faced with. So those are the questions I'm asking.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor, if I may, I think what might be helpful is for me to read into the record what conditions of approval, what conditions these homes would have to follow. So you understand that there is a regulatory process on behalf of the city.
All right, before you do that,
Yes,
I think that Councilman Anthony had a question.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Actually, that's exactly what. Okay, fine.
Councilman Wolfson kind of really got to the rub, and I just want to be real clear on this. They have to, for 5 to 10, they have to get a permit from the city.
Yes, they are conditional use. They would have to file something called a conditional use verification form. It will tell us who operates it, who's to be in the home, how it will be operated, and it will address the conditions that we have laid out in the ordinance. And if they then comply with all of the conditions, they then are a permitted use at that point. They then may operate. Let me say this, and I'll read it later, but one of the things they've got to do is get a state license. And this is, Mayor, I was trying to allude to this. We've got the land use process. We say you can be here, you can't be here, or as limited by federal law, unfortunately. The state has the regulatory process, the licensing process, how you operate these homes, who can operate them, the background checks that the operators have to go through. So in order to get a conditional use permit, you've got to go to the state and get licensed first. And so, and what I'd like to do, though, is go through the conditions just to kind of explain to council what kind of regulation that we have for those homes between an occupancy of 5 to 10.
And Jim, just to clarify, I'm glad you're going to go through that because I want to hear it. But those are the conditions that if they said they met them and they got the permit and they were up and running, those would be the conditions that we would use to regulate that particular home in order to, if they violate a condition, then we can pull the permit and then they can't operate the home any longer, correct?
If they are no longer if they're conditional use and they don't comply with the conditions, they're not allowed to be where they are. And therefore, code enforcement can go out and shut them down. Part of our issue, frankly, is enforcement. It's difficult to enforce, right? And so I think that Dr. Lisa Morris and her people are gearing up to enforce. I'm not going to talk on her behalf, but we are a complaint-driven system, and we need to know where they are. Once we do, they do a very good job of, one, finding out who's operating. Do they have a state license? Are they permitted as a matter of law where they are? And if they're not, we take action just like we take action on the homes that are falling in disrepair.
So I guess with that, I'd like to...
Which we haven't been able to close down after asking for 11 years for authority to be able to rectify the problem. Our attorneys haven't been able to give us an answer.
Your Honor, if I could, please. Your Honor.
It's only been 11 years.
If I could, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk to Trina, please. If I could, Lisa.
I couldn't help myself.
Well,
yeah, we're trying to get there.
Yeah.
Fine. Let's do the conditions.
No,
Okay, they approach.
Ms. Morris?
Yes.
Dr. Morris? Okay, this problem we have down on 16th Street that first gentleman alluded to, this was first reported to us over a month ago. Are they still in business today?
I'm not sure, but probably so.
Probably so. They are. And I have asked, I talked to Devin and Tony yesterday. And maybe we can, but we haven't. And that's what I wanted you to come up first is I'd like you to sit down and think about it. Why? Why are these people still in operation today, operating like they are?
I can answer now, if that's okay, Mayor.
Certainly.
Okay, members of the council. Lisa Morris, Hillvler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. As Jim was stating, it is often difficult for us to close these homes down. I mean, part of it is we have to be able to get in. And as Dan knows and the attorneys that we've worked with, a lot of times we have to get an administrative warrant in order to get inside of the home to do our investigation. Now, once we do the investigation and we get all the evidence that we need, then we can proceed. One of the things that will help with the ordinance is it'll make it clear. Before we were running in circles. Is it a business license issue or is it a planning and land use zoning issue? So our staff would constantly be going in circles and having to go to get information from building and safety, fire. Sometimes it was a fire issue. So this at least is making it clear as to what the process is. So if you have a person that is operating a business, so it's 5 or more, our staff will know exactly what to do, and the process will be a lot simpler. We can go in and we can go through an investigative process and then move forward with closing them down. Now, we have been successful in closing some. As Councilwoman knows, that we work very hard with the 5. I know, Mayor Pro Tem, we work with you too.
Oh, no,
but
sometimes we have closed them down in my ward also.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying there is problems that we face. And the people here, we found out because of complaints, they didn't have a permit.
Right. And one of the things, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, since we've been researching and coming to you with a proposal, we have not been shutting the establishments down unless there are code life and safety violations. And a part of that was that we did not want to get into additional problems by possible violation of the federal fair housing laws. So if it was something that was life safety, we were immediately addressing that. So I want to make it clear that might have been.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, could you answer Councilman Anthony's request, please?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. Okay, so if you'd like to follow along, we're on page 4 of the proposed amendment. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of start in the middle. But one thing, I'm going to read the conditions, but I'm also going to read you specifically what aren't community residences, because I think there's some confusion here amongst folks out in our constituents and maybe up on the dais. The use of a family community residence and a transitional community residence does not include any of the following: a senior citizen apartment, an adult daycare center, a convalescent care facility / nursing home. That's the one for 11 or more people. A facility for transitional living for released offenders. It doesn't include ex-cons. A facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug and alcohol abuse. A hospice. A sex offender counseling facility. A boarding house or a rooming house. Any other group living arrangement for unrelated individuals who are not disabled. Or any of the following is defined by NRS Chapter 449. Facilities for the treatment of drug and alcohol abuse. Modified medical detoxification facilities. Transitional living facilities for release offenders. Facilities for the treatment of narcotics. or community triage centers. None of those are covered by this ordinance. We have separate either prohibitions or use permissions for any of those establishments. Here are the conditional use regulations for between a community residence with a population between 5 and 10. Except as otherwise provided in Regulations 2 and 3, a community residence may not be located closer than 660 feet to any other community residence, measured from property line to property line. Where there is a street, number 2, where there's a street, freeway, or drainage channel at least 100 feet wide between the proposed community residence and the existing community residence, the minimum separation requirement is reduced to 100 feet from property to property line. When the population of a proposed community residence is of such a nature that its location must be kept confidential for it to function successfully, such as a community residence for victims of domestic abuse, the minimum separation requirements set forth in Regulations 1 and 2 shall not apply. A maximum of 2 persons who function as facility operator or support staff may reside in a community residence without being counted towards the 10 resident limit established for that use. Resident operator / support staff in excess of 2 shall be counted towards the 10-person limit. And here come the actual regulations. A community residence shall comply with all public health safety requirements, including all building and fire code requirements for the dwelling type in question. If a federal or state law or regulations require the proposed community residence to be licensed or certified, then the applicant must obtain that required license or certification before commencing operation of the CR. They got to go to the state first. If we go on a call, our code enforcement go on a call, find out they're not operating with a state license, we're immediately going to issue a notice to comply. If federal is, when located in O, C1, or C2 zoning district, a community residence may not be established unless it is part of a mixed-use development. The operator of a transitional community residence, that's for the recovering alcoholics and drug addicts, must require residents to be actively and continuously enrolled in an off-site support program, including, without limitation, Alcoholics Anonymous or an equivalent program, or a rehabilitation program such as one supervised by a medical professional or recognized treatment. The operator must prohibit the use of alcohol and illegal drug use by residents, and the operator must, upon request and with reasonable notice, produce satisfactory evidence satisfactory to the director or the code enforcement manager that residents are in compliance with this regulation. Next one. Occupancy within a community residence shall not be made available to any individual whose tenancy would constitute a direct threat to the health and safety of individuals or would result in substantial physical damage to the property of others. The fact that a person is sentenced or referred to a TCR, transitional community residence, by a judge does not, without other evidence of a person's actual danger to other persons or property, establish that the person is a direct threat to the health and safety of others. The community residence must be consistent with the scale and architectural character of the neighborhood. This one's important. If somebody buys an empty lot, builds themselves what looks to be a commercial clinic in the middle of a residential neighborhood, they may not operate in a single-family neighborhood. The special use permission, this next one, the special use provisions shall not apply to regulations 5 through 10 above. That means you can't change regulations 5 or 10 with a special use permit. These regulations have to stay no matter what. You can't use a special use permit and come ask you guys for relief. Okay, in the case, and this is the next one, in the case of a special use permit application that is filed as a consequence of not qualifying for conditional use treatment under the 660-foot proximity distance relationship, the application must be approved unless the Planning Commission or City Council determines that one or more of the following conditions would occur in the community. The building to be occupied as a CR would be established or modified in a manner that would make it inconsistent with the scale and architectural character of the neighborhood. The proposed community residence, together with existing community residences, would alter the residential character of the neighborhood by creating an institutional atmosphere due to the concentration of CRs on a block or adjoining blocks. That's one of the important ones. If someone comes in and says, I'm 300 feet from another community residence, I want a special use permit and you have to grant it to me, The answer is, if we think you're creating an institutional atmosphere in one of our single-family neighborhoods, the answer is no, and I can reasonably defend that in federal court. Lastly, the application of the community residence does not or would not comply with regulations 5 through 10 above. So if the community residence hasn't gone to the state first and received its licensure, we don't license them. We don't give them the special use permit. And we don't, it is unlikely that we lose at a federal level if we reject for not having state licensure. So those are the conditions.
All right, one last question from me.
Yes, sir.
Can we require a city business license?
The answer is yes. You can require, this council has the discretion to do what it wants. Absolutely. We can add that in. My question would be this. If we can use code enforcement to enforce these regulations, does it do us more good to just have another enforcement mechanism? So, did you see the question?
No. My feeling is that if we're going to have these kind of facilities, we should require a business license, and if in fact we feel the person who is collecting the food stamps as his payment is not deemed worthy of having a business license, that we could reject it. And I don't want to rely on the state for that kind of judgment. They're up in Carson City. They don't know what's happening here.
Mayor, if I may?
And Mr. Mayor?
I don't think, Mr. Lewis, are you being genuine with this? Because we require a business license of all these facilities. What if they don't? What if we deny somebody one? They can still operate under state law, under federal law, without our blessing of a business license. Am I correct?
That's the point that I've been
trying to make.
It's not that I haven't been genuine. It's that I've been trying to make the point that if we treat the law says, not Jim says, the law says, if we treat the operator, owner, or the disabled folks in the home differently than the non-disabled. So if we require a business license over here for the disabled or the owner of the disabled home, and we don't for the owner of a person, well, for the owner of a home that is rented to the non-disabled, we're likely to have problems in federal court. That's my advice to you. I will tell you that we could pass this ordinance, and you could tell us we're going to pass the ordinance, but we're going to strike your provision. We're going to strike the proposed provision that would strike the Title VI business license and requirements, and we could move on from there.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the public. And folks, we're still in our morning agenda. We're not, under any circumstances, we're not going to be able to get to the afternoon agenda before, I'd say, 2:30. There's just no way we're going to make it. Just want to advise you of that in case you want to use their time. I hope we'll be able to start the afternoon at 2:30. And also for the gentleman who wanted to speak to us later on, I'm sorry, but we haven't taken a break and we're still in the morning. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Real quick. Thank you. Mayor Goodman, council members, thank you very much. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm with the NARA, Northwest Area Residents Association. We're intimately familiar with this. It's really good to see that you guys get it. It's really good to hear this. We've heard Jim's presentation 3 times now, so we've internalized it. And it's fascinating how the federal government has been problematic, and it's problematic for you guys with this. I just want to say that we appreciate the work and effort that the City Attorney Jim Lewis and Assemblywoman Marilyn Kirkpatrick are doing on behalf of our community regarding the issue of neighborhood group homes. The reality is that group homes are a business largely paid for by the taxpayers. Too many of these facilities are problematic, not only because of the teen population, they bring their culture with them, but the deficiencies in supervision and management, and some of them are illegal. The result is too often there's a very negative effect on the neighborhood and community culture. Jim and Marilyn are working with us to this end, We appreciate it, but a lot of work needs to be done. The public deserves a voice in this program. You know, we have a foster care home in our area that just got denied use for 3 facilities that they run for gross problems, and they're back in business again. We've got 2 problematic teen group homes that are within a stone's throw from each other. That's problematic as it is. We can go on and on with this kind of stuff, but we appreciate your efforts with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mary Kramer, 5209 West Gilmore Avenue. I'm with Lex, part of the NARA Residents Association. Just to echo kind of what Lex was going down and what Steve has said as well. You know, we as constituents, we're screwed. The federal government has just given it to us in a big way, and given it to you guys. I mean, we've got no recourse basically to handle this. Now, maybe we try and regulate the crap out of them. Make them go through hoops multiple times to be able to do these things. Make it uncomfortable for them. Make the process just unbearable. I don't know. But this just needs to get under control. I don't have a problem with them in my area to a large degree. The problem, like a lot of you folks have said, is enforcement. We're tied there. You guys are just handicapped there. Nobody can enforce what's going on. It's run at the state level. Nobody's enforcing it. So we're screwed. We need to have the ability to have these homes to help these people, but they can't run rapid. They can't be deteriorating neighborhoods. They can't be having their friends over and causing problems in the neighborhoods. They may be really good run facilities like this gal says, but what do they draw to the neighborhood? That's what needs to be controlled as well. There's a lot of areas to this. They all need to be considered, and you folks need to listen to the constituents. We need to get to the state people. We need to get to the federal people, and we need your help in doing that too. So, thank you.
Next, please.
May I please ask one question real quickly? Yes. It's a quick yes or no. Jim, is this a time-sensitive matter? Do we need to take action today, or if we decided to hold it for further review, study, whatever you want to call it, is that a problem?
It's not a problem. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
No, it's not a problem. In December 2008, we encountered a national group that was willing to file suit against the city at that time, and so it's been about 18 months. They've told me the last time I talked to them 4 months ago, that they were getting to the end of the period in which they'd wait. But the fact of the matter is, if you direct us to wait and do more study, then that's what we're going to do.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. 2 questions. Number one, how close do we work with the state licensing authorities? Number 2, on the state application, do they have to put the address of where they're going to operate the home, or do they just get a license and then go find a place?
All right. Who can answer that question?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer it.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The answer is, to question number 2 first, yes, they need to identify the exact address in which they're going to be licensed. The license is not for the person, it's for the address. The first question.
How close do you work with the
state? Well, the fact of the matter is, the state law issues us the land use program. They do the licensing. I don't think the city has been working in great concert with the state. It's called BCQC to this point. But I would suggest that it would be good that on a monthly or quarterly basis that this city write them a letter saying, give us a list of all the licenses that you've issued.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And that's a key point. For years, I've been trying to get from the state when they're going to put such type of a home within our city, and they don't tell us. Now, Is it our responsibility to have to write them every month and say, what homes have you put in? Shouldn't there be some responsibility on their part that they tell us? Because they have the exact address. They never share that with us.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is it a public record? You're right.
It is a public record. There would be a legal question as to whether or not gathering and disseminating that information would be a violation of federal law. I'm sorry to put it that way, but there would be those that would claim that you don't treat single-family traditional non-disabled residents this way. You can't. But what I would say is this: we should talk to our legislators in the next term about if this is where the council want to go, making a change to NRS 449 to require the state to issue that letter to us on a monthly or quarterly basis.
And that would be a good idea, except the way things are going on the federal level now, I don't know how long it would take to get something like that passed. So the next step is this. Why can't we require, as some of up here have recommended, why can't we require that they have a business license? It's a business. Somebody's operating it. Somebody's benefiting money-wise from it. Why couldn't we do that? Then we would know. And then we could control better, couldn't we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may?
Certainly.
Well, we do, though. It's a business operating in a residential area.
Yeah. My review of the case materials is this. We would virtually be the guinea pig in federal litigation with regard to whether these residential facilities are businesses or residential facilities. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever side you're on, the federal law is an anti-discrimination law. That's the basis of the law. And the law wants us to treat everybody equally. So one thing that I have mentioned to city management, one thing that I've mentioned to the people that were together thinking about how to change these laws is, can we, for example, with the business licensing, should we require a business license of all people that own rental homes? Because if we did that, then guess what? The folks that are renting to the disabled would also have to get business license. One of the issues really is if you've got an owner of a rental home that rents to the non-disabled, and we don't license that individual or that company, maybe they have 600 homes, there would be judges that would be inclined to rule that you're treating the disabled and those that are working with disabled differently.
Yeah, but the thing is, isn't there a difference between renting your home because you have to leave town or something, you as a person renting your home, and you as a person operating a business? When you're not just renting to one family, you're doing it because each person that you're letting into the home gives you money as a business. Isn't there a difference?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I understand the argument completely, and that's the argument I would make in federal court if we proceed with the business license. Absolutely, we would establish that these are not. We would try to establish that these are not residential facilities, and they are in fact businesses. And under Euclid of the Ambler Realty, we have the right to decide on our zoning districts where uses are proper and where they're improper. We'd make all the right arguments. And then it would come down to, there are no cases that I found that hold that these facilities are businesses.
Well,
they're
operated.
The opposite.
If I rent my house, I'm not getting each person to have to pay me money for services I'm supposed to provide for their needs. To me, we'd have at least a decent chance there.
Councilman Anthony?
It's very frustrating. I believe me.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess what I'm hearing here is from Mr. Lewis is we have to comply with federal law. I mean that's what you're basically telling us, right?
Yes, sir.
But
I'm suggesting that you comply with federal law.
But the lady that was up here just a minute ago, I think maybe she hit the nail on the head. Is maybe we need to ensure that we have adequate regulations in place to make sure we don't have trouble with these homes, and maybe these aren't enough. And maybe we need to, like Councilman Wilson said, maybe we need to step back and look at, are there other regulations that we can put in place? Like, for example, you have in here, must prohibit the use of alcohol and illegal drugs by residents. Can we mandate that they take a drug test? Those are the things that we need to look at. And this lady over here, I've never met you before, but you were mentioning that you're head of an association or something, a group homes, or maybe these homes need to be certified by an organization, because I know a lot of times in order to be certified by something, you have to be certified by an organization, and since she's never had any trouble, maybe that's something that we can include as a regulation. I don't know, but I think maybe that needs to be shaken out a little bit.
All right, let me hear from this gentleman. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dennis Winslow. I live at 4408 St. Andrews Circle. In July of 2007, I tried to get a business license from the City of Las Vegas and was told that I didn't need one.
For what kind of facility?
For a women's house, recovery house. Okay? We do not offer treatment. We offer a safe place for women to live. I was told that I didn't need a business license. I have a state business license for the corporation that rents the house from me, and this house is in my backyard. We drug test weekly. Any resident that is found that is in violation of that is asked to leave now. They are not allowed to stay. We have a whole set of house rules. I am the landlord of the Oxford house that Mr. Lewis has been talking about, and I'm we are chartered from Oxford House. So we have rules that we have to abide by from Oxford, along with the rules that we set up, and my wife is in that house every day because we don't want problems with the neighbors. I spent hours in business licensing with Mr. DeFioria and Carol Myers trying to figure out, I even offered to pay room tax, okay? And I was turned down. I tried to bring solutions to the licensing department before this ever got started. I don't have a lot of money, and I don't make any money on my business. I lost $50,000 in the last 2 years because not everyone pays their rent. But I offer them a safe place to stay. Where are these people supposed to stay? Underneath the bridge at D Street? Or they want to stay in the jails? We have to have some place for these people to go. Would you mind me being one of your neighbors? I'm a recovering addict of 22 years. Okay? This is something that I'm trying to give back to the community, and I get shot down and fought with every place I go. This has been such a frustrating experience all the way through, and I get doors because this group doesn't know what this is doing. Neighborhood Services doesn't know what this is doing. Code enforcement doesn't know this. Building and Safety doesn't know this. There's such a modge-podge, and Jim's done such a great job of trying to get it all together so that there is a common place to start with, so that people like myself who are trying to do something good for the community and bring something to the community, I don't mind if I have to have a business license. I have a business license for my own business, and it's a home-based business. I don't mind that. But the problem is there's got to be some consistency from the state to the county to the city so that this kind of conversations don't occur and continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Mayor Goodman?
Yeah, let's hear from the public, and then the other council members will be heard, and then we'll hear from the council.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
Council. My name is Bruce Bongart. Basically, as you may know, I'm actually here for another reason, but I'm a mechanical engineer by trade. The reason why I'm coming up here is the way in which I think as a mechanical engineer, I kind of take things and look at them maybe a little bit differently. I see that you all are talking about permits and licenses for a business, and you're talking about homes. Has there been any endeavors or any kind of looking at things from more of a registry individual personality perspective, where the individuals that would be in these homes would actually be taken a look at, and in some sense kind of ranked, and then based on that,
No,
it
there's
would
not-
then be delivered to
There's nothing like that.
any kind of evaluation.
No, we don't have money for it either, even if it was legal. All right, now, Councilman Barlow,
Thank you.
why don't you be heard, then Councilman Ross, and then Ms. Fretwell.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, Mr. Lewis, I want to thank you and Dr. Hibbler and the entire code enforcement staff and all departments that participated in this ordinance that you brought before us here today. You all have been working on this for quite some time because of the need and because of the problems that continue to occur in all of our wards. There is a major concern from residents, and we as a council, we are trying to figure out how to respond to it. And so for that, this ordinance that you brought forward is a move in the right direction to accomplish that. The questions that I have is going back to the term that you used, the federal government term indicta, which, if I'm understanding it correctly, the indicta law would prefer to see the distance at 0 separation between uses, such as what we're discussing here today. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yes, the federal district court judge that wrote an opinion opined, but not directly, that's what dicta is, that it's probably discriminatory to have any distance separation requirement. And so...
And that came from his ruling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you also used the term, Mr. Lewis, or made the statement that you are suggesting to this council that we follow the federal law. Your suggestion was that we as a council follow the federal law. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Then my next question is, then why within this ordinance you would suggest a separation of 660 feet from property to property if in fact you are suggesting on one hand that this council follows the federal law, and the federal law came down as far as the dicta terminology representing 0 foot separation, and you're, on the other hand, you're suggesting that this council move forward with a 660 foot separation. So to me, that's speaking out of both sides of your mouth. So help me understand that.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Two things. One, when I talk about dicta in a district court opinion, what that means specifically is that it doesn't have any precedental value on the next case that comes by. There are federal law cases from back east that utilize the argument that I made earlier to justify a reasonable distance separation relationship. And those cases focus on the intent of the federal, it's the Fair Housing Amendments Act, which says clustering of group homes is bad, clustering of the disabled is bad, interspersing the disabled into traditional non-disabled neighborhoods is good. And so what I'm saying is to balance this, because basically this ordinance here is a balance between your constituent concerns and your very reasonable concerns for your constituents and federal law. It would have been easy for me to say, you know what, federal law says 0. That's not an appropriate balance, I believe, for your constituents. And because I think I can make a reasonable argument in front of a federal court that 660 foot is legal, then I'm willing to do so on behalf of this council.
Okay. Next question. On page number 4 of the condition the conditional use regulations.
Yes.
Conditional use regulation number 8A.
Number 8A, yes, sir.
The operator of a transitional community resident must require residents to be actively and continuously enrolled in an off-site support program, including without limitations of alcoholism, so forth and so on.
Yes.
Going back to the regulation, and this is a question more so for Dr. Hibbler, if you'll come to the microphone, please. Who, in fact, Jim, if in fact this ordinance would move forward, who in fact would be responsible for carrying out the enforcement?
The answer would be the Code Enforcement Department of Neighborhood Services Division.
Okay. And Dr. Hibbler, with that being said, do we have the capacity from code enforcement through neighborhood services to handle such complaints, the number of complaints that have come before this elected body, to enforce the regulations moving forward, if in fact this ordinance were to be approved?
Mayor, if I may.
Certainly.
We've had the capacity, Councilman, to address the complaints because we're complaint driven. I can't tell you how many complaints we would get now if this ordinance were to pass. But I can tell you that a lot of the concerns that the constituents have and the concerns are the ones that we don't really know about until somebody calls in a complaint. It's not the ones who are being regulated by the state. It's the ones who just pop up. Next thing you know, you see a whole bunch of people loitering outside or whatnot, causing problems in the neighborhood. And those are the ones that we go to the home and we would investigate like anything else. So when you see certain requirements in the ordinance, our officers would go to that particular location, request documentation to substantiate number of individuals living in there and other requirements. If that information was not provided, we would move forward from there up to and including getting an administrative warrant.
Okay. And Mr. Lewis, if I'm understanding you correctly, the state will handle the regulatory licensing of this particular use. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And upon the applicant receiving the license, then they would come to the city of Las Vegas to receive the land use element to complete the license. Is that accurate?
Yes, what I understand from state, because I've talked to them, is that they issue a provisional license that is not active until such time as they come to the city and then get the land use approval.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. The state will handle the regulatory licensing.
Yes.
In order to make the business complete, they need the land use component in order to receive the certificate of occupancy, for lack of a better term.
Sure.
Correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So if in fact a business does not have a license, meaning from the state, because today the city of Las Vegas does not require this particular use to receive a business license, is that correct?
Yes. We have on our books right now, we have a $50 semi-annual license fee
what does that,
for group
what is that
residential
for?
care facilities. So if you have what is defined as a group residential care facility by state law, you then file. You pay $50 semi-annually.
Is it a business license?
It is, yes.
It is a business license?
Yes, currently. Yes.
Okay, currently it's a business license. So, in essence, if in fact code enforcement approaches a home that does not have the provisional state license, nor the provisional land use from the city of Las Vegas, then that home is operating inappropriately, according to state and city law. Is that accurate?
And I would say illegally, not inappropriately.
Okay, illegally.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And if, Mayor, if I may, what?
You may as well, everybody else is.
We would, of course, get a complaint, go to the home, investigate. If we did not find the proper licensing, issue a notice to cease and desist, and then also give them information as to how they could become licensed, and it would be clear.
Well, for me, being that the state, in essence, will act as the city's buffer in the sense of the regulation. And if, in fact, like what I have within my district, a number of homes that just pop up overnight, no licenses, and they just open up shop, it would be clear cut that we can go in and we can shut those structures down immediately. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yes, that's one of the major...
Is it correct, Mr.
Yes,
Lewis?
yes. That's what this ordinance is meant to do. Make it easier for people to understand what's appropriate, what's not, what's illegal, what's not, so we can enforce our laws more efficiently.
Mayor, last question.
All right.
In regards to the land use component, when an applicant receives the license from the state level, the provisional license, and they come to the city, do they come before the city council for approval, or is this something that is done administratively from the land use standpoint?
From the land use standpoint, if this proposal passes, from 1 to 4 occupants would be a permitted use. They wouldn't even come to the city. From 5 to 10,
It would be done administratively at building and safety, planning.
No,
and
it wouldn't
development?
even. No, it would just. It's a permitted use as a matter of law. Between 1 and 4 unrelated folks.
Okay.
Between 5 and 10, they would come fill out the conditional use verification.
Okay.
We would review it, and if everything was proper, they would then be permitted to operate from a land use standpoint. 11 or more would have to come before this body for a special use permit.
Okay, I missed a step. The 5 to 10, what is the process for the 5 to 10?
They will file something with the city called a conditional use verification form.
Mm-hmm.
Federal law doesn't allow us to require applications, and so we've got a form that they're going to fill out. And so this form will be used to understand who's running it, where it is, who the applicants are.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. But does that 5 to 10 come before the council?
No.
So that's just the administrative side of it.
Right.
Okay. So anything 11 and above under the special use permit will then come before the city of Las Vegas.
Well, yes,
Council.
and let me say this, between 5 and 10 that is closer than 660 feet from another has the option of coming before this council with a special use permit. They have that option.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Ross, then Ms. Fretwell.
Thank you, Mayor, and Betsy. I dying to hear what you have to say, so I'll be quick. Jim, let me say this. I appreciate you certainly working with my constituents. Lex, Mary, thanks for coming down because you know where I am with this. I know how you feel about this. We've been talking about it for a long, long time. You've gone the extra mile, Jim, and I want to say that because you and I have had these conversations as well. But here we are as a city council. You see, we're all passionate about it. We've been discussing this for a couple of hours now. We don't have the tools that we need as local government to do much. And we're playing with the idea of what tools can we use, how can we get to where we need to be to protect the legitimate houses that are actually doing good in this community, which we certainly need, and how do we get there so we can protect our neighborhoods from the bad guys. We're not talking about the good guys who are here today, and that's you folks. We're talking about the bad ones, the ones that Mayor Pro Tem can't get out, and the ones I can't get gone, the ones that we don't have the muscle to move, the tools to make them go bye-bye. And that's probably the biggest issue. So I just want you to know that right now, Jim, because I'm not sure I want to move forward as one vote on this council until we beat this up some more, drag it around the block, and see what else we can do about it. But I just want to share that with you.
Ms. Fretwell.
At the risk of weighing in to your debate about timing, let me just reflect on what I think I've heard for a couple hours. One, everybody's extremely frustrated, all of you included, with the citizens and the public. So is your staff. Because for one of the first things I dealt with as a newly appointed city manager was our city attorney's office literally with his hair on fire running into my office saying, we're about to get sued in a real bad way for an ordinance that has not met the standards of a federal judge. And we need to fix it. It's going to take us a while, but we've got to do something or else we are going to have substantial risk going forward. That was over a year ago, almost 18 months ago now, when we started this process. Meanwhile, Lisa and her team out in the field are pretty much handcuffed to do any of the things you've talked about wanting to be able to do right now, because we don't have an ordinance for all intents and purposes. Nothing. At least what's before you today is something. So what I was going to suggest, after having listened to everything you've talked about today, is that maybe the first step is moving forward with the ordinance the way it's written today, because at least it puts a framework in place. That staff then, within however many days you want, 60, 90, whatever it is, we bring back subsequent information on two fronts. What more can we do from a regulatory standpoint? What more can we do from an approval standpoint to try and tighten this up along the lines that you've talked about today, whether it be business licensing, approvals, exploring the state regulations, etc. The second piece of this puzzle, and something that the city has stood firm on for at least the 10 years I've been here, is that we have a long-standing position to fight federal preemptions of local land use. This is a reason why, what we've been dealing with today. And I think it's incumbent upon us to let our federal delegation know how problematic this is for us. Not that there shouldn't be a place for people to be rehabilitated, that the people that are the good actors shouldn't be penalized necessarily. But our hands are completely tied on dealing with the ones that aren't good actors. I would think if we could do those three things, if you feel comfortable taking action today, at least on the ordinance that's in front of you, to create a framework so we can get off the dime, diminish some of our risk, put a timeline on staff doing additional action as it relates to approval processes, permitting, licensing, all the other regulatory tools we have in our toolbox, and approaching the federal delegation quickly with our concerns, maybe in partnership with some of the people who've been here today, to try and see if there's some way to get some better clarity at the federal level. I was mentioning to some of the staff earlier, we may not like it, but the telecom rules at least give you some authority over the placement of towers. They're not popular either. We don't even have that in this situation. We don't even have a little bit of help in that regard for local enforcement, if you will. So for what it's worth, I hope that you give that some consideration so that we at least take the handcuffs off our staff a little bit while we work to continue to refine this ordinance versus having nothing in place right now.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Captain.
Thank you, Betsy, for bringing that forward, because that was exactly where I was looking to close up my ending statements. So thank you for bringing that out. Also, thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Reese for requesting for Ted Olivas to remain behind in regards to him being able to listen to the dialogue, not only for the state legislature, but for the federal delegates as well, because this is something that we're going to have to communicate on both levels, the state and the federal levels, in order to provide some level of relief, specifically for those good folks who are trying to do the right thing. They're here because they want to do the right thing. You know, my gripe is not for anyone in this audience. My gripe is for those individuals that basically set up shop like renegades, that come into the neighborhoods in which I represent and cause a major havoc. And for that, I want to eliminate that illness, and I want it to be eliminated immediately. And my suggestion or recommendation would be to move this ordinance forward. I know it's not as clear-cut as some of my colleagues would like it, but I believe it is a start in the right direction, and we can adjust and fine-tune as we move forward. And Mayor, I would like to make that as my motion, that we approve the ordinance that has been brought before us and make appropriate adjustments accordingly as the months and years go on. And to the dear folks that are here that are looking to do the right thing, I suggest that you all continue to work with us to help us to make sure that we are doing things to help you to be successful, continuing to run above-board businesses in the wards in which we represent, because you all understand where we are as well. because, the problems that occur at your various properties, we hear from the constituents, your neighbors, our constituents, and we have to address it. So we have to work together in order to accomplish this very big task before us. And of course, as you all have heard here today, we have to meet with our state legislators, and we have to meet with our federal delegates to find a happy median that you can continue to operate your businesses and we can continue to run communities and in our respective wards, and in order to improve the quality of life for all of our residents. And that would be my thoughts, Mayor, not a motion. I'm sorry. Those are my thoughts in regards to what has been brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't closed public comment yet. This is the time for public comment.
Don't let Joe Woodley call in. He just got here. Don't let Joe Woodley talk. He just got here.
Mayor, members of the council, just a correction. Mr. Winslow was here just a short time ago stating that he came to business licensing and was told that he did not need a business license. Carol Meyer and I spent some time with him. He was trying to submit an application as a short-term rental to try to bypass the regular process. And I believe at minimum he was told that he could not qualify for the type of license that he was going to apply for because of the zoning requirements. So I want to make that part of the correction. Speaking of the short-term rental, I know Mr. Lewis was talking about the fact that we cannot be discriminatory against the disabled and the non-disabled, but I believe we may need to look at the short-term rental as the requirement that maybe he's looking at as far as not being discriminatory, because we do have that in our zoning codes and our business licensing codes, and that requires anybody who rents out their home for a short-term basis to come into the city to meet zoning requirements as well as to get this permit from the City of Las Vegas. So maybe that mechanism is already in place. Regarding the enforcement that has been discussed here amongst the board, our office does enforcement on business licensing codes. We also have the authority to do Title 19 enforcement. So there is some assistance that we can provide with code enforcement on the enforcement of these regulations if they go into effect, and we work very closely with code enforcement on all residential complaints. So there is that piece of it that we can offer some help and services.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to be heard?
Just close it.
Oh, 3-minute timer, and it's going to be strictly enforced.
Wasn't even here.
Right, wasn't even here.
Was it 3 minutes?
That's it, 3 minutes.
How you doing?
And, folks, I said 2:30, figure 3 o'clock. I mean, it's gotten so out of hand.
Well, this is very simple. Joe Maviglia. I have a nonprofit corporation called H&E Training Schools. I have been working diligently to work on retrofitting old mobile homes for low-income housing. These individuals that are working on these group homes may get a hold of me and look into this project. It could be extremely beneficial for low-income housing for individuals, and there's a lot of trailer parks that have mobile homes there that are empty and can be retrofitted for this project as long as they're brought up to code. So I'd like to just mention that for information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to be heard?
Brian Spuler, and I will be as quick as I can. I came today. I'm a case manager for a group foster home. That's actually why I was here. I actually came just mainly for clarification to know, was foster care being lumped in the same category as recovering alcoholics and those kinds of things? It sounds like, based on discussions, that actually is the case, that we are being considered part of the group. That's not the case. Excuse me. I apologize. Was actually...
See, that's the problem, because here you're sitting here, you're listening to everything, and you come up with the exact opposite of what we understand we were advised of. That's one of the big problems of
It was my understanding, based on
the
gentleman in the yellow T-shirt, that they were referring to a foster home here in town.
Foster homes, according to our counsel, Mr. Lewis, are not included in this particular ordinance.
A foster home with kids up to 12 kids, that would not be.
As I understand, is not included in this ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, the definition of family includes those with legal status. So if you've got a home with foster children and you've got parents living there, not employees, if you've got parents in the facility with foster children, then it falls under our family definition.
Okay.
Does that help you, sir?
That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Very
Appreciate
good.
it.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Let me ask you this, Mr. Lewis. How long would it take you to put in a business license provision in this ordinance?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we have a business license provision already for group residential care facilities that we were asking to be stricken. You could today move forward with the ordinance without striking the Title VI business license requirement, and it would continue to exist.
And would that be, according to your opinion, consistent with the federal opinion?
My suggestion would be that we
You know,
follow.
It's really, in
Yeah, no,
my
it
own
would-
life, I would say to the witness, yes or no.
The question is, would we be in violation of federal law if we had a business license
I'm saying is
requirement?
that if we did not strike the business license provision, would that be inconsistent with the federal opinion?
Yes.
Okay. That's an answer.
Mayor, you understand, I get paid by the word, right?
That's why we have budget problems.
We need a motion. We need a motion. We need a motion.
Okay, we need a motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I want to thank my council members, Mayor, Mr. Lewis, for all you've done. Betsy, I can certainly appreciate what you're trying to tell us. I still feel uncomfortable. I had one of these freaks of nature pop up in my ward, as was talked about by the first gentleman who spoke today. I don't feel like that we have the tools to get him closed today. I think we need to further study. I think I need to understand more of what I have to do as a councilman to be the leader that I was elected to be in my ward, and to make those decisions that will benefit the people that are complaining to me about it. I don't feel comfortable today about making a motion to approve this item. I appreciate your work, but I feel like we need a couple more weeks to be able to further look at what would be satisfactory for everybody here today. And I appreciate Councilman Barlow's comments. I know that he's just as frustrated as I am, and I really appreciate that, Councilman. But again, though, I just like to hold this until our next meeting, see if we can't make a few additions or changes to see if we can't further strengthen what we're trying to do here, legally, I guess, to be able to pass muster.
Mr. Lewis, consistent with Mayor Pro Tem's remarks, do you believe you'll be able to go to the person or organization that is proposing a lawsuit against us and get us an additional 2 weeks before a suit be filed?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that if... Yes, the answer is yes.
Well, why don't you try to do that? I scared him, didn't I? I should have done it 3 hours ago, but that's...
I would make a motion to hold this until July 7th to see if we can't come back with maybe a stronger resolution here. That's my motion.
All right, that's the motion.
Incorporating in my motion everything that's been said here today, and I want to thank those who come out here and explain to us what they do and how they do it, because I know that there are those out there, there are those homes out there that do a fantastic job. And every comment I made was not referred to those type of uses, because they are good and they are needed, and I support that. Some of these fly-by-nights are the ones I'm talking about. Those are the ones we need to get a handle on.
All right.
I appreciate what you do.
And we're being signaled by Mr. Lewis that he would like 30 days instead of 2 weeks.
30 days is fine.
And Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor.
Would that be consistent with your wishes as well?
That will be consistent, and I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for his comments as well. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, that's
July
the motion.
21st.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Steve.
Motion carries.
Mayor Goodman, may I make 2 quick observations, please? Number one, I know it's 2 hours. Number one, sometimes this kind of painful process that we went through that took 2.5 to 3 hours is productive, because the way the open meeting law works, when we have our individual briefings, and Jim, you talk to a couple of us, and then you talk to another couple, because we can't meet in as a body. The fact that we did this time and flushed it out with the help of our citizens and constituents, it was painful, it was long, but I think we helped to narrow the issues. So I think it was a good process, even though it was fairly painful. Number two, I hope somebody took some pretty good notes. because in the next 30 days, Betsy, in the individual briefings that we have, I really want to focus on the questions that we all had so that we can get the answers, and if we have to tweak this ordinance, when we come back in 30 days, we have it clean.
Councilman Wolfson, we're doing a transcript of this item, so it'll be word for word for you.
All right, fine. Did you have anything else, Councilman?
No, I'm done.
All right. From my perspective, I want to explore the business license provision and also a placement provision. Whether or not, by placement, I mean a group home being in an area before other homes surround it, rather than to come into an area where other homes exist.
Mayor Goodman?
You follow me or not?
No,
I want to be clear on it.
Yeah.
I'm asking whether or not it would be constitutional and legal to have a requirement that the group home be in a location where other homes are not within a certain distance from it. Yeah. And that's all I want to know. In other words, let's assume there are homes 1,500 feet away. I want to know whether or not I can require that no group home becomes a group home if it's within 1,500 feet from another home.
Okay, so just so I can narrow it,
right?
Our ordinance as proposed says we've got a 660-foot separation requirement. If you're going to be
right, but as
if you're going to be closer,
but
you
as
can come
Councilman Barlow pointed out in the dictum, it said 0 feet.
Yep.
You say you can get away with 660. I want to know whether you get away with a mile.
No, I can tell you today.
All right.
No.
Well, tell me how much between 660 and a
I
mile.
will.
Okay.
How many feet in a mile? No, I'm just kidding.
Don't start with me.
I know. I knew you knew, Councilman Wilson. I was challenging the mayor.
Yeah.
But Mayor, if you don't mind, also as far as your comments in relation to the state legislature and the federal delegates, so that we can have staff to also see what we can come up with as far as discussions or some level of proposal, because there's some things at the state level as well as the federal level will need to be include in that comment.
Okay, very good.
When it comes back in 30 days.
Very good. All right, folks, we'll be in recess. I think everybody's here. When I said 3 o'clock, let's say 2:45.
We've been asked by the mayor to start this afternoon session without him. So with that said, Councilman Ross will, any item from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicants wish to be strictly held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. But before Councilman Ross reads that, I would like to also excuse Councilman Wolfson, who has had some prior commitments for this afternoon also. So Councilman Wolfson won't be here this afternoon. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Agenda item 81, which is a public hearing on vacant abandoned buildings, abatement of 901 West McWilliams Avenue and other various units at 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, 840 West Bonanza Road, and 920 West Bonanza Road. It appears that Councilman Barlow has asked that item be obeyed to the 21st, June 21st meeting, 2010. Agenda item 87.
That would be July.
I'm sorry, July 21st, 2010. Agenda item 87, which is review of condition 37581. Applicant owner Shabbat of Southern Nevada at 1312 Vista Drive has withdrawn without prejudice, and which was requested by the applicant. That's all, Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there any other items? Hearing none, I make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, her mic's not on.
Your microphone.
Okay, sorry. Jennifer Roberts, 300 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of item 85. We had submitted a request to hold that item, and we recently became aware of all the concerns at the location, and despite the favorable staff and Planning Commission recommendation and meeting separation requirements, and so we're respectfully requesting that the item be held.
Councilwoman, do you have any issues with holding item 85?
No, I do not.
You want it held in abeyance until when?
Oh, you want to hold it in abeyance? No, I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, until July 21st?
No, let me ask you a question. I apologize. While you were talking, I was putting my notes in order because it seems that Ward 1 is almost the whole second half of this business today. And would you just repeat that again so I can clearly understand?
Oh, of course. We had submitted a request to hold the item, and we just, since we were recently aware of all the concerns, we just wanted to hold it again just to assess our situation.
You know, I do not feel you should obey it because I told you the strong feelings I have as a former educator with adding an additional place to sell liquor near the community college and also near the high school. That's a primary age for drinking and getting maybe not having the maturity yet to know when you should stop. And so I would prefer not having you bring it back, but if you would like to bring it again sometimes, if you would like to withdraw it and then bring it back. If you don't, then I'm going to ask to keep it on the agenda, and I will move for not approving it.
Okay, then if it will not be held, then we would respectfully request a withdrawal at this time.
All right, now, and I don't mind if you want to withdraw it. That's fine.
Withdrawal without prejudice.
Without prejudice. But I do want you to understand that I do have that concern, and as long as those two educational entities, which are rather large, exist there, I would not be for approving it. Thank you.
So then we're going to, item 85 is an abeyance item, special submit public hearing, applicant Walgreen Company owner, Village Torrey Pines Partners LLP, request for a special permit for a 79 square foot accessory package liquor off sale with an existing 13,905 square foot retail establishment at 6401 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicants ask that to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Correct.
And I agree with that. I would move to have the applicant withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, so we have those three items, 81, 85, 87. I would make a motion to pull those items forward and take the appropriate action at this time, please.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for repeating it for me.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 78 is a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or civil penalties for the owner for the property located at 1389 Laurie Avenue in the amount up to $180,796.17. The property owners are New Century Home Equity Loan Trustee, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Marsh? No Mr. Smith today?
No, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I was trying to see if the applicant was here. I do not see him.
Is the property owner here? Any representative of New Century Home Equity Loan? No, not here. Does that make a difference?
Not to me. I don't know about the council.
Mayor, if you don't mind,
yes.
I would like to have them here so that they can agree to my recommendation.
Very good.
Without that, I'm not sure if we will be able to move forward, so I would go ahead and...
Well, this is their, if I may, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, this is the second request that we had this item on the council agenda before, then it was held in abeyance and subsequently stricken at the request of the applicant. Then they asked us to put it back on the agenda for because they had a buyer, so I'm...
Okay, what's the councilman's pleasure?
Okay, then this is what I would like to do, Mayor. I'm going to ask that this item be trailed until after the item number 80, and if they're not here by then, we'll take action on it today.
Fair enough, thank you. All right, then we'll go on to the next one, which is 79. Be a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or civil penalties for the property located at 6234 Guadalupe Avenue in the amount up to $105,889.05. The property owners are Household Finance Realty Corporation of Nevada, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris Hibbler, Deputy Director of the Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request from Edgar C. Smith on behalf of Household Finance Realty Corp. of Nevada to consider a request for waiver and a reduction of the fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on September 17, 2008, in the amount of $105,889.05. An abatement was conducted on the property on April 9, 2008. Abatement fees associated with the case totaled $2,839.05, including interest plus $103,050 in daily civil penalties. To date, no payments have been made. The total owed on the case with civil penalties is $105,889.05. Staff spoke with Mr. Edgar Smith regarding the waiver request, and staff's recommendation is that the applicant pay the following reduced amount: $2,839.05 in the abatement fees, including the interest, and $10,305 in daily civil penalties, which is 10% of the assessed daily civil penalties, for a total of $13,144.05.
Okay, and I have no problem with your recommendation, but could you tell me, because this is the second meeting we've had in a row where there appears to be some kind of discussion taking place of a 10% standard as far as the civil penalties, what triggers that?
Well, Mayor,
would you like for me to speak on that?
Okay.
If you know what it is, yes.
Yes, it's a figure that, Mayor, that I use as a standard in my office, and I have shared that with Neighborhood Services in regards to the fact that the City of Las Vegas has gone out and have done work, and we have put in our time and staff time in order to rid the community of these blighted communities. And so when we do have applicants such as what we have before us here today, who come in and ask for a waiver of the $100,000, I believe that the city is at minimal should receive 10% of those civil penalties, being that we've gone out and we've conducted everything that we needed to do in order to keep our community safe and free of that blight.
Good.
So that's just a personal standard that I have set in my office.
And that's fine. Let me ask you this. Is there a condition attached to that, if in fact you recommend that and we approve it, that there's going to be an immediate payment?
Well, that is a stipulation that there will be an immediate payment. That is accurate.
That's great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Okay. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, I do.
No, not you. Not yet. You, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor,
I know
and
what you're
members of
gonna
the
say.
City Council. Edgar Smith, appearing on behalf of Household. I have brought with me today a check in the amount that was previously agreed, and I'm prepared to tender that at this time.
All right.
I have had discussions with Doctor about this settlement, and we have reached an agreement, and we're prepared to go forward if the council is prepared to accept it.
All right. I appreciate that. Public comment?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman, with all due respect, this is a bank. They foreclosed on the property. That's why it's been in there. They never cleaned it up. Never did a thing to clean it up. We had to go clean it up. And now they never gave their mortgagee any leeway. So why should we have any mercy on the banks? They're the ones that's got us into this mess. And here they are, they want us to pick up the slack on this too. It just really angers me. We're in this position because of the banks, because they foreclosed. They kicked the people out of the house so they couldn't clean up the property, and then they don't clean up the property. We have to do it, and then they come down here and they want to do settlements.
All right. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Farlow. I really understand your position on this, and for me, it's a matter of being able to get someone into the house as soon as possible, and that the fees that are imposed on the said properties that come before us are well above what, in fact, any buyer would purchase the home for. So it's a catch-22, if you will. So I understand your position on that, and I respect you coming before the council and sharing your thoughts and opinions as it relates to your position with the banks and the industry. However, for a representative of a community, I have to make sure that we can get the house turned around and get a resident in the home to alleviate the community in these residential streets from vacant properties, which basically are, like a cancer, the whole broken window theory, if you will. And so for that, that's why I have set the standard of 10%. We have penalties in upwards of $100,000, and 10% of that is how, in fact, I have chosen to move about these homes in my district. And so it is contingent upon a check being brought forward, and I believe, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Edgar Smith, Your Honor.
Edgar Smith, you have submitted a check?
I have it right here.
In the amount of?
$13,144.05.
And that's to include the
daily civil penalties.
Not only the daily civil penalties, but the abatement costs. So we have our abatement costs as far as the monies in which we had to expense out of the general fund, in addition to the 10% daily civil penalty fee. And so with that, I would like to accept the check contingent upon it cash. Mr. Smith?
Very good, Your Honor.
Will the check cash?
It's issued by Household Bank. I would hope so.
Okay, I would hope so too. So with that, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation and to receive the check in the said amount. And I would like to move for approval of this item.
Okay, very good. The check is in the amount of, you say $13,144?
And 5 cents.
And 5 cents. Okay, you're 5 cents light. You have a nickel?
I'll find one, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Okay, that's a motion. Let's vote, please.
That was a good catch. That's a man that knows his money.
Post. Motion carries. Very good. Okay,
Thank you,
you
Your
won the
Honor.
councilman a nickel.
Very good.
Not wooden.
Okay, item 80, public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or civil penalties for a property located at 1212 Tumbleweed Avenue in the amount up to $15,535.15. The property owner is Mazel, Chasson, Forrest, Vito, Hasten, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris-Hibler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request from Mr. Eddie Haddad, the previous owner, to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on September 16, 2009, in the amount of $13,535.15. There was an abatement conducted on the property on July 17, 2009. Abatement fees associated with the case is $1,285.15 plus $12,250 in daily civil penalties. To date, no payments have been made, and the total owed on the case is $13,535.15. Staff spoke with Mr. Eddie Haddad. He's the former owner and the seller of the property. And he stated that he has invested $15,000 in the property to renovate it, and then he sold it on March 4th. Mr. Haddad also indicated that the funds from the sale of the property were being held in escrow until the issue regarding the outstanding lien could be resolved. So staff recommends that the applicant pay the following reduced amount: $1,285.15 in the abatement fees, including the interest, which includes the interest, and $612.50 for the daily civil penalties, which is 5%, for a total of $1,897.65.
Okay. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I'd like to make a correction. I am the owner of the property after I acquired the property through a trustee sale, so I inherited the problem. In fact, I'm the one that acquired it. Let's see, October 21st, 2009. Trustee's deed was recorded November 2nd, 2009. My first receipt, we immediately started work on this property. We didn't even wait for the trustee's deed to be recorded. Insurance was taken out on the same day. Here's a immediate receipt that was purchased October 22nd, shortly after the property was acquired. So I didn't wait, not one bit. Work commenced on the property immediately, and the intent here has always been to get the property up to in great shape. Let's see. The work started with the cleanup, with the exterior cleanup, then the exterior repairs and painting, interior finishes, I didn't even know that there was a lien against this property until after. I've been working with my title company for months trying to find out ways to identify these types of liens before buying these properties at trustee sales.
They give you anything worthwhile?
Unfortunately, it's not that easy. There's no way to distinguish a preliminary lien with the minimum charges from a major lien, which consists of $500 a day. The next step I took is I called down to the city, spoke with Lisa and her staff, requested a list of properties with major liens. We're tracking 500 to 1,000 foreclosures a day, and it certainly would be nice to know which ones have these liens, the major liens on them. I believe the intent of the City Council is to get the properties back into shape and to perhaps punish the homeowner who does not. I don't believe the intent is to punish the new homeowner who has the best chance of restoring the property back to shape. And therefore, I believe it would be counterintuitive to proceed with liens against new owners via trustee sales. That's why I'm asking you to waive these fees today. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Barlow.
Yes. And you're the current owner? Or
No,
you're an investor?
Yeah, I'm the investor. The property's been resold since then.
Okay. However, the property hasn't been deeded over due to the fact that escrow is holding X amount of dollars in its account?
Actually, the property did close escrow, and they're withholding the funds in escrow, and pending your decision.
Okay, pending my decision.
Pending the City Council's decision on the waiver of the fees. If we get the waiver of the fees, then they'll release that money that's being withheld in escrow back to me.
What is the amount of money being withheld in
The
escrow?
entire amount, I think, is $13,000. They just, they're on the safe side, so they withhold the whole amount.
They hold $13,000.
Yeah.
And so the request that we're asking for is the total of, including the 5%.
It's
$1,800.
$1,897.65.
And so you're asking me to waive the $1,800?
Please do.
No, not the $1,800. He's asking you to waive the remaining.
I'm sorry?
We're asking him to pay $1,897.65, so to waive the remaining amount.
So you're willing to pay the $1,800?
I'd like to pay nothing.
Well,
since we began, we commenced work as quickly as we can.
Let me share something with you. Nothing is not an option. Okay?
Right. I'd like to pay $600.
Okay. Well, nothing is not an option. I'm going to go with the recommendation from my staff in the amount of
$1,897.65.
Yeah. And are you prepared to pay that within the next 10 days?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then that would be my motion at this time.
All right. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
You know what? There seems to be a problem here.
Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're up to 78 again. Councilman, what's your pleasure?
Is anyone here for item number 78, New Century Home Equity Loan? Then I would like to keep the status as is.
Okay.
Is that your motion?
That would be my motion.
Very good. Let's vote. Stick to it, buddy. Post. What that mean? It's a little funny here. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. We're up to items 82 and 83 that are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve items 82 and 83 on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, I make a motion to approve items 82 and 83 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
And Councilwoman, it's your meeting now, babe.
Item 84 is RQR 34682, required review. It's a public hearing. The applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor LLC. The owner is Bright Path LLC. Request for a required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 820 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, as I indicated, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Rod Carter, 2880 Mead Avenue. On behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, it's my understanding that the councilwoman's going to request for a 6-month abeyance, and we're in support of that.
Right.
Yes, you had your office had called my office and stated you wanted to obey it till the next meeting, and then I requested a 6-month abeyance.
Yeah,
And
that's,
they told me it was fine.
yeah, we have no problem with that. It was handled through Paul Larson, my
Absolutely,
lawyer. Got
yes, it
back to
was.
me. We're, no problems.
All right. It's a public hearing, yes, sir?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I only have one copy of this, so you'll have to pass it around. But in the Progressive Magazine, March 2010, there was a item there saying nailing the billboards. In the city of Toronto, which has a lot fewer billboards than we have, has a billboard tax that brings in $10.5 million a year. And right now, I think we could use that money.
All right. Thank you. Could you make a copy of that for us? And I'd like to read about that. I could use $10 million.
Let me in on that, will you?
Excuse me?
Let me in on that, will you? I could use
Absolutely.
10 million,
You
too.
got a piece. If the industry agrees to it, we'll give everybody a piece.
I'm not speaking on behalf of the industry.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman. Vote for a 6-month abeyance.
Oh, I thought I had made the motion. I move that we have a 6-month abeyance on this item. December 15th is fine.
Very good. Let's vote, please.
It's Ricky's fault. He keeps making these remarks here that are very funny.
Post, please. I'm doing it every time.
This is not finger touch.
Motion carries. Good luck to you. All right, 86 is SUP 37576, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Cash America Super Pawn. The owner is Fremont West LLC. Request for a special use permit for a pawn shop with waivers to allow 154-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property and a 250-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified where 200 feet and 1,000 feet respectively are required at 307 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today on behalf of the applicant. Just a brief background before I get into the substance of the application. Before we got to you today, we actually started this process over 8 months ago, working specifically with Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Area and Councilwoman Tarkanian's office on whether or not this proposed use would fit in this neighborhood. And I am pleased to stand before you today after working very closely with Betty Craig, Thelma Zora, and Elva Decker, ladies who are on the board for the Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Area, who took the time to really research the kind of operation that Super Pawn is, the kind of operators they are. They went to locations on their own without us giving them store tours to see whether or not this was a kind of business that they wanted immediately in their neighborhood and actually in their backyard. And the answer that their association gave back to us was yes, please. We would like business to be on Decatur in this corridor, specifically new business to come back in. And so we're proud to stand before you today and bring a new business, a very longtime community partner in Las Vegas, which is Super Pawn, to be opened in the former Sizzler building that sits on Decatur Boulevard, right near Meadows Lane. On the elevation that I have before you, it's the existing look of Sizzler as it looks today, and then with this would be the after, with $600,000, I should say actually over $600,000 in upgrades to the building. That's both on the exterior and the interior of the building. That would be the investment that Super Pawn wants to make in this neighborhood. We, in working not only with Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Area, we went to our closest neighbors, which happen to be businesses. It is Arby's on one side and Wendy's on the other. And I will be turning in for the record today 8 letters of support, just to read a few, or read the names of a few. Letters of support from Arby's, from Wendy's, of course from the Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Area. They also wrote a letter of support. We have some other letters in here from landlords throughout the valley where Superpond is a tenant, and then from some individual residents that live in this general vicinity. So there's a total of 8 letters of support for this that I'd like to make part of the record. We have worked closely with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office to understand the issues that are surrounding this area, and with that we have some additional conditions we would like to ask that you approve today with this item. In addition to that, there has been some dialogue about, it's not actually on our property specifically, but along the eastern wall that separates where this commercial center is from the existing residential community. There's a rather short wall on our side. It happens to be a little taller on the residential side, not by much, but a little. And it is an area, so we've been told that teenagers presently are going over. They're using that as maybe a cut-through. So what we'd like to just offer for the record today is that Superpond, even though that's not the area where their application is, will work with the property owner, which is Barry Becker, and Councilwoman Tarkanian's office to see if there's some solution that we can all three come up with together that would minimize or eliminate the ability for those teenagers to go over that wall. With that, I don't know if it's appropriate to read into the record now the revised conditions of approval. I would like to make one other statement for the record. Superpond believes so strongly in this location, in this community, that they plan to hold a job fair in the Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Area. They hope to attract folks that may be looking for employment. The opening of this new store will create 10 to 15 new jobs, that is with full benefits, so it is a good opportunity to be an employer right within the neighborhood that it wants to go into, and so I wanted to put that on the record as well. So
when would the job fair be?
When would the job fair be? Let me look to see. Probably a little closer to the opening if this item were to be approved, probably 5 to 6 months from now as we got ready to open the store.
Well, the sooner the better as far as jobs are concerned. That's a great interest and importance to the City Council and myself. Anything we can do to create jobs, and we need them so badly in our community at this point in time. How much money did you say Superpond is investing in the property?
We've spent the last 8 months telling the neighbors that it's $600,000, and we mean that number. Interestingly, our corporate just came in and really looked at the plans and did a revised cost estimate, and it's actually closer to $700,000. I think up is better than down, but
that's improvements.
It is.
Is that correct?
It's improved. Yes.
Very good.
In improvements in the exterior and interior to the building.
Very good. Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman, with all due respect, I have a couple comments I have to make. We work very closely with our redevelopment agency to try to get redevelopment in some of our areas of our older areas that really, really need redevelopment. And we've tried real hard to get some of these redevelopment areas in Ward 1, which to me is in a huge, huge need at this time. To me, along the Decatur Boulevard where this is going, to me, this is redevelopment at its best. And the reason I say that, neighbors, is it's not costing the city anything. Here we have a developer willing to come in and spend $700,000 in the redevelopment area, plus have a neighborhood job fair, which is going to create 10 to 15 jobs. To me, it's tremendous. And I applaud Mr. Becker for working with Superpond to get something like this in the neighborhood. In my neighborhood, I do have 2 Superponds, and I feel very comfortable with them in my neighborhood. I have one right across the street from my barber shop. I look out my window, I see it each and every day. I've never seen one problem over there. I don't know one call for service at the Superpond across the street from the barber shop. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard. Okay.
So good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Good afternoon.
I have a paper I'm passing out for. I'm not reading this in its entirety, just snippets from it. Okay, my daughter did this research for us and sent this paper to me. Pawn shops are markets for stolen property. A paper written by Thomas Miles agreed with this. Thieves rarely retain for themselves the items that they steal. Instead, they typically trade their booty for cash in markets for stolen goods. Evidence suggests these markets are extensive. Several years ago.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, June, but could you tell me the date of that research?
About a month ago.
A month ago? And what was the publication?
Actually, she went from, she looked it up on the computer, and we have a lot of different references here.
Okay. Just afterwards, maybe if you could just let me have a copy of that, I'd like to see
I'm
it.
passing out a copy
okay.
for everyone.
I've got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, one of the treatises cited for your information, Councilwoman, was written in 1796.
Starting then, this was even true then. This was even true then. And then it comes on down to 209.
Be the only treatise older than myself.
Yeah, older than me. But anyway, she went back that far to get this stuff for us. Also, this is the third time that they've tried to get a hawk shop in up there, a pawn shop. I think Councilman Reese would remember the two other times when they tried to get it in.
Not that I'm aware of. Of course, I'm getting a little bit older, and my memory kind of slips me sometimes. I don't remember anyone around this area here where they tried to put one in, no.
Yeah, but anyway,
we've had some over on Sahara Avenue around Valley View, that there was different reasons. This here is, to me, don't have the same concerns that they had over on Valley View and Sahara.
Okay.
There are some areas that applications come in where there are competing uses, the same use within a certain distance. This here, nothing like that falls in this radius.
Mayor Goodman, if
anyway,
I may.
Two other times it's come in, they've tried, and it was too close to residential's reason they turned it down.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
If I may, also, reading through the documentation that has been submitted, one thing that we have to take into consideration as a council is that each state has their own individual laws as it relates to pawn shops and their ordinances. So, comparing apples to oranges, I know that the state of Nevada has, some of the most toughest and stringent ordinances and laws as it relates to pawn shops. So we can't necessarily take another state's issues and basically apply it to ours, being that their laws may not be as tough as ours. So it's just something for us to consider as we listen to the deliberation here today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, continuing, pawn shops also create markets for thieves. In desperate economy, the easy access to pawn shops is perfect storm. I talked to my a relative who works in the Meadows Mall, and I said they're thinking of putting a pawn shop up there. And he said, "Oh my God!" Said there's enough theft out of the mall already without having a pawn shop that's easy to get to and sell their stuff there. So anyway, we're really against this. I don't think it's a good thing for this area.
Not there. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Juanita Clark, Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. The board was involved in this, so I'll read the whole thing. No is the vote we request on this special use permit for a Cash America Super Pawn to operate at 307 Decatur. For a yes vote, 2 waivers must be allowed. First, a 96-foot waiver in distance from occupied homes would need to be granted by council, placing residents 96 foot closer to an interest loan business than our law allows. Second, a 750-foot waiver in distance from an established financial institution needs to be granted, placing residents 750 feet closer to an already in business financial institution. If approved, these folks would be surrounded by an established financial institution to the, and I'm calling it the southwest, which is the one that's already in business. And then I'm calling the new one that's proposed the northwest. And then there's a third financial institution in operation to the west across Decatur next to the Target store. The major portion, and I'm so glad, are you all able to see that screen?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful, because then you won't need to look at my little drawings, sketches here. If you'll, and I know you notice the area where it goes. The area to your right, that street that goes all the way through there, that would be East Essex, and there's an elementary school there at East Essex and Portsmouth. And so just to let you know, it's the E.W. Griffith, an elementary school. And we're talking about this immediate neighborhood to the east of where the pawn shop is proposed. To the north, access is closed from this neighborhood. They cannot get north due to the Meadows Lane wall. To the east, there is a fence dividing the neighborhood with the E.W. Griffith School at 324 East Essex from the YMCA using a chain-link fence that is fastened with a padlock on a chain, and there is a 3-foot wide gate that you can walk through. And in checking that, the sidewalk has been poured so that the gate cannot be opened far enough, I don't think, to push a baby stroller through. Interesting. And then to the south, the access to this immediate neighborhood east of where the pawn shop is to be is proposed, is the access is to Alta via Portsmouth, East Essex, and Bedford. So they'd have 3 routes out to the south there, while to the west, a wall and the broad side of a storage unit enclose the neighborhood along Portsmouth, except for Mayflower Street, which does provide access northbound on Decatur. Yes.
Would you put your map back up there while you're talking? Because I don't know if the...
It's exact...
the map, I can't see the map.
And I can point to this one. I can point to the streets. I have that. Okay.
But the map wasn't on. Okay, it's on now again. It's on.
It's in front of me, so I propose. Okay, and so I apologize. So... What? Oh.
Well, there's a map. Somebody's put a map up there now. So.
Okay. Okay. And it says, and I can see that the names of the streets are there. Yes. Okay. And so, and it's, I mean, anybody that drives down there can see that. It's no big secret. While to the west, I'll just, and I already read that, a wall on the broad side of a storage unit enclosed the neighborhood along Portsmouth except for Mayflower Street, which provides access to northbound Decatur, and then and east travel to the YMCA fence, which has a double wide gate, and I already stated what that was. If one could get through that double wide gate, you could get down to Valley View by driving down past the back of the YMCA and through the parking lot of what is now CenturyLink, used to be Centel. Some residents recalled receiving notices that Walgreen Drug wanted a variance for liquor sales, which council has approved already. But only 3 seem to know about response cards for 307 South Decatur being a site for Cash America Super Pawn, with one of them thinking that this pawn site was to be located in the Vaughn's Market site. We were told that some of these neighborhood residents were going to be called about a meeting, then heard that some were not. This pocket neighborhood and elementary school have survived what we consider major encroachments. We plead for your no vote regarding these 2 additional waivers.
Thank you.
Wishes for Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Ms. Clark, before you leave, which one of those houses is yours?
None of them, sir.
Where do you live?
We live north of there. Personally, where I live is way north of there. We have a board member down by Valley View, if that's going to be the point of where I live in a relationship, and we are concerned about things in anybody's ward.
I have to say this.
including yours, Councilman.
I have to say this. As I look at this map,
and Fletcher Jones boarded up, Mervyn's boarded up, the other the stores in the other shopping center boarded up. This is looking like a ghost town. And I'm having a hard time. I understand where you're coming from, and I recognize you don't live in this neighborhood, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the folks that do. What are we doing as a city council if we don't support some kind of economic development? What are we doing if we don't support jobs, if we don't support local businesses? That's Decatur Boulevard, and since I was a little kid, it's still been Decatur Boulevard. I've jumped over that wall that she talked about when she was up there earlier. I'm guilty of that.
You're under arrest.
Thank you. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, how can we, turn a blind eye to this opportunity when here's a company who wants to make a significant investment in this part of the city of Las Vegas, have a job fair, create jobs, create economy, and then, no disrespect to you ladies, I understand what you're trying to do, but this is Decatur Boulevard. This is the Maryland Parkway of the West.
Okay.
Where's that rainbow? So I'm just trying to understand why, if you don't live in this neighborhood, why are you trying to fight this, especially when there's so many folks that do live in this neighborhood that I'd like to hear from as well.
Okay, Councilman, and I will not. I would like to respond to that, however, because we think long and hard about this, and a few other council people are aware that we've had appointments with them regarding things. We're very concerned about the living air conditions that the people are living in, and we're talking about a big investment here. However, we know that a pawn shop, because of our laws, we have stringent requirements for our pawn shops, and so of course that's going to be a financial thing. We are concerned primarily about the neighbors that live to the immediate east of that. As we said, that's already it's tight, and they already have concerns about crime in their neighbors and in their backyards. One of the people said that they had been out to Fry's and they found a security camera that they could put up in their backyard for less than $400, and so they were going to do that. So people have been, of course, I see them as being sort of scrunched on by the Meadows, and of course that was all before you were here, and also then by the YMCA, and here they are crammed in there. I don't know how that elementary school can exactly function in there with that fence to the east of them and a wall to the north. But it does, and I'm sure they're perfectly happy. But they are concerned, and we were told by a liaison that people had called that lived in that immediate area behind there, and so that's how we can do it. What we would like to see there, of course, is something that the people that live there can really use. It's a long ways to a market, for instance, and I know you all know that, and we've heard that to date no market had offered to go in there, some small market or anything. So that's the kind of a business that we have in mind, Councilman Ross had in mind, and we just wanted to share with you what the confines of the neighborhood were. We wanted this to be known, and when you look at Decatur, I can understand that very well. Of course, for the same token, we look at other streets, and we wonder how can that be allowed to happen. We looked at Sahara, and we saw businesses stopped there that wanted to go in. And, of course, we being just a neighborhood group, we don't know all the details of what possibly was wrong with these businesses that wanted to go in on Sahara, but Sahara looks really bad. That looks worse than Decatur in my estimation, but then, you know what, I know we have to work with what we have to work with, but we did want that information to be shared so that you could have that information.
Fine, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Councilman Anthony.
Thanks, Mayor. Juanita, thanks for coming down and giving us your input. I just want to talk a little bit about pawn shops. When I came out here in 1980 to join the Las Vegas Police Department, everything in your document here is correct. Pawn shops were a big problem, caused criminal activity. People would take stolen goods, robberies. I mean, they were a big problem. Today, criminal activity associated with pawn shops is almost non-existent. I mean, they're businesses just like Kmart and Target. And I used to be in charge of the pawn shop detail with the Las Vegas Police Department before I came on the city council, and there's no business with pawn shops and stolen items anymore. So I just want you to understand that the research you have here does not reflect the pawn shop industry and where pawn shops are located in Las Vegas. It may be in other cities where they haven't taken care of business, but the super pawns, I've been in them, they take ID, they have cameras. The last thing they're going to do is take a piece of stolen property because they know that's going to be bad for their industry. And if you look at crime data around pawn shops, it's not really non-existent. And it's not because of the pawn shops. It's because of other things that are going on. Most stolen property today is taken to houses and they're sold on the street. It's not pawn shops anymore. So I think that's really important that you understand that this is not reflective of Las Vegas. And I just wanted to kind of get that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Public comment? Anybody else?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Ross and Councilman Anthony, I concur with what you said. One other thing, though. This society as a whole has got to stop this throwaway society. And in the best way to recycle things is through the pawn shop where the person that owns the property gets something in return for it. I just really believe in these pawn shops. We have 2 super pawns and an easy pawn in my stomping ground, and we have no problem at all with either of them, any of them. So, but there's one other thing that was brought up. It seemed to me that there was a double wall mentioned back there, and if this is a double wall, and if there's a gap between those walls, that does not work. You're better off with 1 block wall of whatever height, but 1 block wall and not 2 block walls with the gap between them. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to say, I did want to speak. I just said okay after Anthony.
Okay.
If I could speak, please.
Certainly.
And I wanted to speak, Juanita, based on some comments that Councilman Ross made. I've sort of been an activist in my life, and so I respect people who may go to different areas and who may voice their opinions or their thoughts or research. But this time, in this situation, I was very concerned about how this was handled. When Super Pawn came to me, I said to them, let the residents know what you're doing and get an idea from them how they feel. And I gave the name of 2 neighborhood associations, the president's name, the telephone number to contact. One was your association and the other was the Meadows Preservation. They contacted Meadows Preservation, who met with them, who listened to what they had to say, who went on a tour with them and visited the facilities, and then made their decision, which they have since voiced. And your group did not go with them, did not meet with them, and did not go on a tour with them. That was your decision to make. However, you came to my office and voiced your concern about the Super Pawn, and I told you I was going to put a lot of credence on how those people felt who lived right near it, which is right behind it. And then the next week, you went out and presented like handbills and information that went out there. And on those it said, if you have concerns about the pawn shop, then call Councilwoman Tarkanian's office. And if you do not need to call. As an educator, as someone who believes in good research, thank you, as someone who believes in good research, that skews answers. So what I did was I asked to have another meeting with people, and I did have it in Arby's, which, by the way, was almost vacant. They had no business practically. And we met there, and I wanted to talk with the people who just lived in that area so I could get an unskewed type of response. We didn't get too many who came there. So then I went out personally with Robin, my liaison, and I walked door to door. And I asked people, I took the list of people who had called, and I asked the other people who had sent in information, and asked why they felt the way they did. And I want to just tell you, let me take a little water here. I want to tell you what really bothered me was the very first house I went to, which made a call to my office in response to the notices you had left. That very first group, a little old man and a little old woman, obviously cared about their home. It was a beautifully kept home. And I asked one question. I said, my understanding is that you don't feel there should be a pawn shop there, and could you tell me why? And very friendly atmosphere. I asked one question, and the little old lady said to me, well, you know, I had no objection to the pawn shop at all. I didn't mind if a pawn shop. In fact, I told my husband, it's better than having nothing there. It's better than a vacant place that's drawing all kinds of trash. And then she said, however, 2 women came to our home, and the things they told us scared us. And that's why I changed my mind. Now, I don't know if that's the fair way to do things, to not go and get objective information and then to go to places and give information that scares them. And some of the questions they had, I answered. We didn't even take very long. And they told me, well, we don't mind it. It was just those 2 ladies scared us. That's what they told me. And that I really feel is not appropriate. I have an association that's there who does a lot at Griffith Elementary School, by the way, and you might want to know that Griffith Elementary is regarded as one of the best kept secrets in the Clark County School District because it's a wonderful school, wonderfully run, not all those outside types of pressures or gangs or things like that. Right in the middle of that area you've been talking about. But I want to put on the record that I don't think it's right to do that. I don't think it's right to send out notices and then skew the way the answer may come. And then I don't think it's a right thing to talk with the gentlemen, the people who were there, and really bring up all the not positive information that scared them. Those were her exact words, and I had someone with me who could confirm that's what she said. And I was really surprised. First house I went to, one question I asked, and then it all came out. Well, I was for the pawn shop. I didn't mind it at all. In fact, I told my husband, better have a pawn shop there and have business than a vacant building with all we have now. And that's why I think it's very important we respect all that's happening in there and the people who represent that area closely, and we're careful not to skew information. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say that.
Don't be sorry. You have to get it off your chest.
Well, it has bothered me. Because you know that in all the times we've had things that have come up, I've given information, I've tried to keep it in a way that you could go out and seek and do it in a balanced way. But information that comes back to me should be balanced. It shouldn't be influenced. And I wanted to say that now. And I thank you, Councilman, for bringing it up, because I think that's an important factor of what happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mayor allows, I don't mind
What's
listening
that?
at the end. She wants to respond to what I said.
All right, let's hear from the ladies, and then be happy to hear from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Betty Craik. I live at 4416 Elta Drive. I am the president of the Meadows Neighborhood Preservation. I have copies here for the council of the flyers that were distributed in my neighborhood.
All right, would you please hand it to the clerk, and she'll hand it up to us.
These flyers were, you've heard by now, what was behind the flowers that were sent to our residents, which left them quite confused, frustrated, leading to many telephone calls. Our neighborhood association has been in existence for 10 years. We are the neighborhood that worked to bring the Walmart into our area for our residents and seniors so they could afford groceries and their prescriptions. If you're familiar at all with the area, at Charleston and Decatur, the Walmart shopping center is one of the busiest in our neighborhoods. It is quite depressing to drive down Decatur and see all the empty buildings. Fletcher Jones, Vaughn's, to name 2. We did our homework on Super Pawn. We went into their stores, watched customers and employers, came out with a good feeling that we would like to have Super Pawn in our neighborhood. We would like to welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Elva Decker. I live at 4404 Nolan Lane, and I've been We've owned our home since the 60s there, and I love that neighborhood. The recession has changed our neighborhood, but I'm seeing more homes purchased and upgraded. And I'm also a board member of the Meadows Neighborhood of Preservation. When I heard Super Pond wanted to move into the old Sizzler, I had fears of the perception I had of pawn shops. Carolyn with Super Pond met with our association, explained the workings. She just didn't talk, but we visited several pawn shops, and Super Pond isn't a run-of-the-mill pawn shop. It would be a great improvement on Decatur in our neighborhood. There are too many empty storefronts, and I personally don't want another bar, tattoo parlor, or massage parlor, or cash checking institution in there. Carolyn has been, and Super Pond have been great to work with in helping the Stella Fleming Towers. It's a home for senior citizens. Together we'll be working with schools in our area, and I'm glad to be a partner of them if you approve their situation.
And I agree with you 1,000% except about the bar.
Good. You what about the bar?
No, it's almost 5 o'clock and my liver is beginning to quiver, so I'm worried about this bar situation.
My name is Thelma Zora. I've lived at 4308 Alta Drive for 44 years. I had 4 children that went to E.W. Griffith School. They're all good, happy citizens of Las Vegas. Therefore, Councilman Ross, you said it all for me, and I want Super Pond for my neighbor.
Thank you. All right, anybody else?
Joe Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead, Space 30. I live in a mobile home. I have been hit 3 times in the 4 years that I've lived in that mobile home. And they go after my plumbing tools, which are pretty expensive. So I am on the other side of the fence. I am a Super Pond shopper. And I shop Super Pond simply because I get the best buys in regards to replacing my tools. And one thing I learned about pawn shops, as the officer will testify, pawn shops are the best line to catching individuals that steal and try to pawn in a pawn shop. The police work very, very close with all the pawn shops and are notified when a suspicious person is coming in to pawn something. They get the identification of that individual, even if it's false identification. And if they smell a rat, they turn it over to the police department, and the police department follow through religiously, at least once to twice a month, and visit all the pawn shops looking for stolen goods. So the tie between the pawn shops and the police department is more than adequate, like you said. Okay? And the last is, it's been very beneficial to me because I get my replacement of my tools for practically a nickel on the dollar. They're very, very inexpensive, and certainly cheaper than having to go to a store, Home Depot or Lowe's, to replace my tools. So I'm very, very thankful for the pawn shops. Thank you.
Anybody else before Ms. West?
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, there's been some dialogue in relation to a lot of theft and receiving of stolen goods. Is there someone here from the industry that can possibly come forward and give this council a description as to what the process is upon receiving stolen goods and how that process pans out in your industry?
Sure.
State your name for the record, please.
Caroline Sioka, Director of Community Relations for Super Pond, Cash America. The process, the way that it works in each jurisdiction, it's different, whether it's daily or weekly, but everything that comes into our stores is reported to Pawn Detail, which is a division of the Metropolitan Police Department and any other jurisdiction that we operate in. And for 30 days, that merchandise is placed on hold, which means we can't do anything with it. We can't sell it or move that merchandise. And they compare that report with property crime
reports, and if anything is flagged, we work very closely with Metro to get it back to its rightful owner and hopefully put the person that pawned it behind bars.
Okay, and I thank you for that. Did you want to share something else?
No, not unless the council has any other questions about our industry and our operation.
Well, that was just the main concern that I had, because I know that that conversation, since the item has come forward, has been a concern of quite a few people that came before the microphone, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. And we do work very closely with law enforcement to understand some of the trends that are out in the community, whether it's fake IDs or counterfeit dollars, and we do cross-training between both the department and our employees. So we have a close relationship.
Great, thank you. My next question is to, ma'am, Ms. Juanita. I have a question for you as it relates to the Charleston neighborhood preservation. Is there a boundary for this area that you represent? Is your microphone turned on? Is the red light on?
It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't. Yes.
Is this, I guess what I'm asking is, the area in which you represent, the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, is that a neighborhood group, or is there a specific boundary to the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation?
There were boundaries turned into neighborhood services, and when we became incorporated, and I'm not sure what has happened to those within neighborhood services, but something.
Well, let me ask you this question.
I will tell you what the boundaries were.
Thank you.
And are.
Thank
and
you.
however, and we usually put this qualification statement on our city planning concerns, is that we know that something that's approved in any ward of the city could be approved in ours.
All I'm really asking for are the boundaries of the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation.
From Buffalo to Decatur. And so it's long, but it's narrow. It's only between
so that's
Charleston
east and west,
and Washington, sir.
And Charleston and Washington
Charleston
is north and south.
Washington, yes.
Okay. Margot, my question to you is there a separation between pawn shops? Do we have a distance separation ordinance between pawn shops? And if so, what is the distance separation?
Yes, sir, we do. If I may, Mayor and Councilman, it's the same as it is for all financial institutions specified.
And what is the distance?
And is a 250 required from one to the other, and in this case, it's...
Property line to property line?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait. No, I'm sorry. It's 1,000 from 200 to residential and 1,000 between financial institutions.
250 to residential and 1,000 to another financial institution.
Okay. So 250 to residential and 1,000 to
200 and 1,000.
200 and 1,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
250 and 1,000. Am I wrong?
200. And in this case, it's 154 and 250, where 200 and 1,000 are required.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. So from the nearest residential property, what is the distance from this proposed use?
154.
Okay. And to the nearest pawn shop, what is the distance?
250.
250.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Would you mind if I just perhaps elaborated an answer to Councilman Barlow's question?
If you feel it's not adequate, yes.
Well, I just wanted to answer that the way the code is set up, it's property line to property line. If you look at building to building, the actual distance from the residential to the building itself is over 300 feet, so we meet that distance. And then as it relates...
Well, let me just stop you there and just basically say this. As far as the code is concerned, that's what I was basing my question off of, the code.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
All right, you wanted an opportunity to be heard?
Yes, yes. There were just a few things that I wanted to clarify, Councilwoman, and we appreciate you, and we apologize for having been. It seems like it was an embarrassment thing, but indeed, the attorney and let's see, the pawn shop people and Mr. Becker did meet with our neighborhood group, did meet with our board meeting, definitely did, and we listened to everything they had to say, I think, and the majority of them that were present, of the board that was present, we're not excited about this at all. And in fact, I think that they understood that probably this neighborhood group was definitely probably not for it. And so, but we did meet with them. Just want you to know that we did, and we said yes, I think right away, or maybe the next month, or whatever it was. And the only other thing was I guess the number of people that came by the house. I don't know of any two people that would have come by a house. We're not familiar with any two people that would have come by. There may have been somebody that came too, but our concern then came from after we spot checked just a few different homes on different streets, and as stated in our statement here, they recalled receiving response cards regarding Walmart. Walgreens. I think there were probably two Walgreens at the time that wanted to have liquor, and they had pondered about that, and they talked a little bit about that, what they had decided, and among themselves, this type of thing. And there were only three that we in the spot check, and of course, we just went spot checked on different streets that did recall receiving this about the pawn shop. And as stated in here, that is the fact that one of them thought it was going to be over at Vaughn's. And of course, on the response card, it did not indicate that this was in the old Sizzler. You know, that's kind of a term I think they would have probably all understood, because, like you say, that's in their immediate area. And because of that, which is why we sent out the letter. And did everybody receive that letter then?
Yes, we did.
That Charleston neighborhood. I'm glad that you did. We felt that it was just stating our concerns and our interests, and we wanted them to know about it, and that was the reason. It wasn't to put something down, just an information sheet, because we certainly weren't going to have a neighborhood meeting there or anything, but we just wanted them to know. So
thank you.
It was meant to be in good taste, and that's why we didn't even bother you about it, because we thought, well, you know, if they do, and it's their immediate neighborhood. If it was in my backyard, then I would be immediately and concerned, and we felt that we should not be immediately involved, and so we felt that we were doing it, letting people know about it, and not telling them what to think. So that's the way it was meant to be.
Yeah. I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate that you did meet with the Super Pond people. I did not know that I was out of town for about a week and a half, so that was probably at that time. The thing that bothered me was you met with me in my office, and then just shortly thereafter, these notices came out into the community, which were evidently hand-delivered. And then the thing that bothered me the most, and I would be glad to let you know the man and lady who were involved, but I mean the first person whom I asked, and what their response was that two ladies had come and given them that information, which scared them. And that bothered me. But that's okay. I understand. It does not bother me that activists get involved, but it's just you have to do it, in an equitable way. And I thank you for coming back up and telling us that.
And thank you. Thank you. And
thank you very much,
your son, for all he did for everybody.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing at this time. We're going to close it. We're going to close it.
If there were two ladies, Juanita was the one with. There were no two ladies.
Come to the microphone, please.
No, we're going to close the public hearing.
And I can only tell you what they told me. That's all I did. I don't know, and I'll be glad to let them know that you said there were no two ladies. But they didn't give me any names. They just said that. Thank you.
Ms. Lazovich, please.
Thank you. Just briefly, Jennifer Lazovich again for the record. As Juanita Clark indicated, her main concern is what the residential immediately to the east feels about this use. And you heard today from 3 women who sit on the Meadows Neighborhood Preservation Board, Betty, Thelma, and Elva, who represent that area. I can tell you we did countless more meetings, neighborhood meetings, at the councilwoman's request than I even brought up today with folks in that area. At the YMCA we did one. We did one at the other school that's over by there. Getting as much information about the fact that we wanted to come into this location as possible, and the vast majority of folks that we heard from are supportive of this application, and certainly heard from the 3 ladies who represent the board that represents that immediate area to the east of us, and they are supportive of our application. So we would ask that you approve this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any more questions of the applicant? Councilwoman?
I'd just like to summarize a tiny bit. The Sizzlers closed on Decatur. In this economically difficult time, other businesses nearby closed, as has been mentioned. The landlord of the Sizzlers property and city representatives vigorously sought other possible restaurants. Because I've had people say to me, well, I'd rather have a nice restaurant there. Well, we would like to have nice restaurants more in that area too. But nobody indicated any interest to the landlord or to us. We do not have RDA, the Redevelopment Authority, monies which might help businesses to become more vigorous. So, and to give, additional incentives that might encourage a business to come in. The situation of vacancy has existed for many, many months there. The area has deteriorated. And as we know, the greatest impact on any neighborhood is vacant buildings, which bring down property values and encourage vagrancy and criminal activity, and produce a lot of papers and junk all over the place, which we found. And in fact, it's so bad there are a few code violations there that we found, and all this other thing. And why? Because the place is vacant and it affects them and the others. I wanted you to know that we've already gone through all the meetings and everything, and I think we've had, in fact, Jay Brown, who attended one of them, said to me, you don't have to have another one after this, Lois. I didn't dare have another meeting, and that's when I went out walking personally with Robin Munet. I'd like to mention some of the general things which I think are important to look at, and that is, this is information that I received as I sought additional facts to help in making a decision. It has been mentioned that the new Super Pond location will create about 10 to 15 new jobs with benefits. It's been mentioned that Super Pond intends to hold a job fair in that surrounding Meadows neighborhood and invite those people to seek employment. And I can tell you, during that walk, I met one couple that she has been out of work for 9 months, and she had tears in her eyes talking about, she can't find a job. And she's one that we are contacting as soon as we have the specifics of time and place about the job fair. And she can probably walk to where you're going to have it. But this is a big need that we have there. Also, more than 92% of Super Pond's customers are employed. About 80% of Super Pond's customers return for their pond items. The average loan amount is $85. Banks and other lending institutions do not provide such low amounts, or else you get hooked into something that ends up costing you a fortune, in a few places we won't mention. But that's why this type of thing might be very, very good. I know that the ideas of what a pawn shop was when I was very young is very different from what a pawn shop is today. And I can assure you, as we research, we found that Super Pond is not a place for thieves to bring stolen goods, because everyone transacting business with Super Ponds is required to show a valid government-issued ID, and the entire transaction is videotaped. Pawn shops, we found out, are one of the most heavily monitored and regulated businesses within Clark County, and I think that's something that Councilman Anthony was mentioning. And some of the positives, well, let me get back. Where is that other map that shows yeah, that's the one. That's the one, if I could. If you notice, there on Decatur, you see the red, which is the property surrounding where the proposed site is. And then you see the site of what would be a new super pond. Now, if you go from that site all the way past the red line, all the way past that vacant land, across that fence, and then across the street, then you come to the residences. It's far more than 200 feet. It's certainly close to the end of the property line, but if you go all the way to where it is, it's far more than that. And I felt that was a safe distance when I looked at it. We had another positive aspect is you saw what the building's going to look like. It's a very professional-looking building. And secondly, we know that Superpond has told us they're going to invest a little over, well, approximately $700,000 on this. Now, new businesses tend to attract new businesses, as has been stated here. I believe during my term in office, only one other pawn shop has come into Ward 1, and that pawn shop was on Rainbow. It was a big decision for me because I knew the feelings people have about pawn shops. But I looked into it. It seemed the right thing to do. We voted in, and I can assure you that since that time, other businesses have come in. Have you seen the Harley Davidsons that took over that big vacant building that had, quite honestly, bums hanging around it, that people were afraid to walk by it? Well, it's a thriving business area right now. If you go there, you'll see it's much different. It didn't start with Harley Davidson. It started with that other pawn shop. And Super Pawn has been a great community partner here for over 20 years, and they've supported, which I think is important, various school programs. And I knew about these programs before this. This isn't why I would vote for you, but this is an important reason. You had the Rebel Reading Challenge, you have the Lively Letters at Rex Bell Elementary School, and you go to people who are hard workers in that community, and they will tell you what a great community partner Superpond has been. So for all of those reasons, and for, as I said, I'm not worried about the distance from the residences because I think it's an appropriate enough distance. And also because, you know, we have a friendship grant on this, and that's that fence between, if you, whoops, get that map back again, please. If you see the yellow back line there, that's just to the left underneath that C2. C2 is vacant land. In fact, when someone said to me, well, they might steal something from the pawn shop and then come and jump over the fence, I thought that would be a very crazy person indeed. It's like a no man's land. There's hardly a weed growing there. And, you know, you'd be certainly easily found. If you wanted to steal something, you'd either go to the left or the right or across the street. That would be the last of the four choices. But if you see that right there, right at the end is a fence that is next to the street, which is next to the homes. That fence is short, and they do have people jumping over that fence. When I walk there, I was there at twilight. Some of the residents told me that the teenagers come out, I should say, like cockroaches. That's what they told me. And then you can see where they gather. And then so we went over the other side of the fence too, which, by the way, is a fence that even I could get over. So I know it's not a very tall fence. And in any case, it's wonderful that Super Pawn and the landlord, Barry Becker, are willing to build what I would call a friendship fence, willing to help us or somehow fix that fence so we don't have the youngsters, the teenagers, jumping back and forth over it, because they don't have to. They don't have to. It isn't even on the property line of where the Sizzler was and where the Super Pond could be. It's something they're willing to do on a friendship basis, and I'm going to call it the friendship fence. That's what I feel it is. And I think it's showing how businesses and communities can work together. And I told them that would be the greatest gift you could give that community right behind that area. Because all those homes that I visited down there on Providence and Mayflower, all of those, what was the one thing they mentioned as a problem? That fence. And I said there wouldn't be anything you could do to put them more at ease than help improve that fence situation. So after all of that, I would like to say that I move for approval of this item in conjunction with the same move for approval and vote that was made by our Planning Commission.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. But for your information, there's a place out there called Joel's, I believe it is, restaurant out there that serves really, really good chicken fried steaks.
Are you sure that's not Lou's Diner now?
It might be Lou's Diners.
I think it changed name. It's Lou's Diner now, and I'll tell you what, he's absolutely right. It's not just chicken fried steaks. I see Metro officers there very often at lunchtime. They have great home-cooked meals.
When you mention good food, that is good food.
That
so
is.
Anyhow,
Good home-cooked food.
Any questions on the motion?
We have additional conditions.
Oh,
yes, we're going to have Margot read the additional conditions, please.
If you can wake her up. I've seen her snoozing there.
There shall be security cameras on the exterior, security lighting on the exterior, and signs posted regarding the presence of those cameras. The applicant shall remove the existing grease trap and wooden fence in the parking lot, and the applicant shall replace landscaping material in the existing parking lot planters to meet the number of trees and shrubs approved in the existing approved landscape plan of 8/29/79 within 90 days of issuance of the building permit, and maintain the landscaping. The landscape material shall be approved by the Department of Planning and Development, and condition number 5 will be amended to read that there shall be a 1-year administrative review regarding compliance with conditions of approval after the issuance of the business license.
Thank you. We do agree to all of those conditions, and just for a clarification, the security cameras, lighting, and signs will be on the exterior of our building.
On the exterior, and also, when we talked, you told me that the exterior surveillance would be those eye cameras that did do a wide vision.
Yeah, I think they work with Metro on which ones are the best ones to put in. That's how we came to that idea, because Metro approached us.
Right, and they
as
told
being
me
a good
those were
partner
the
with them
best.
on that. So we'll work with Metro on which ones they think are the best.
I just think that sometimes things change in the world, and pawn shops change, we change, and I'm hoping that this will turn out well. We've certainly spent a lot of time on it, and all of us. I mean, you have, and I know the landlord has, and I know the member, myself and my staff have, and so I thank you very much, and I think it's time for the vote.
Okay. Any other questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. And we would like to excuse the mayor at this time also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody who spent their afternoon with us.
Councilman Ross, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ladies, before you leave, this is how these things get done, and I needed to hear from you ladies in the neighborhood. If you know anything about Ward 6, which I know Juanita and folks do, we have a lot of controversial items out there oftentimes, and I want to hear from the people that live around that area who are going to be affected by the business or by what the development or what have you. So that made a great deal to me that you came down here, and I know it did to this council as well. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Councilman Ross is dead meat. Item 87 has been stricken. 88 is a variance 37276, request for a variance to allow a 10-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is required. 89 is a variance request for a variance to allow 21 parking spaces where 25 spaces are required. Item number 90 is a site development review 36050, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,440 square foot temporary classroom with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter. Item number 91 is a variance 37627, request for a variance to allow 2 attached institutional signs where 1 sign is allowed. Item number 92 is a site development review 37579, request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan for a private school to remove 15 required trees from the landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter. The applicant owner is Shabbat of Southern Nevada regarding property located at 1312 Vista Drive and 1261 Arville Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 59 through... Where'd that come from?
Last agenda, probably.
I think that's something. Yeah, we'll delete those last. It is Shabbat of Southern Nevada regarding property located at 1312 Vista Drive and 1261 Arville Street. And the Planning Commission does recommend approval of this item. And staff recommends now on this item. This is in Ward 1. I see the applicant's representative here. Mr. Brown, please.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, and with me is Rabbi Harlig. Our school is currently under construction, and we anticipate it's being completed by mid to late August. The school year begins, I believe it's August 25, and that's our goal. And the reason that we've needed several variances requests in this matter was because we have a temporary trailer that's it's a facility that we're using until the construction is completed. We intend to remove the trailer within 30 days of receiving a certificate of occupancy, and we have no problem with that being a condition if we're fortunate enough to get approval today. We want to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff, as well as the planning staff who've worked hard and patient and very patient with us, and we hope you'll give us your approval on these applications.
This is a public hearing, declared open. Are there any questions to the applicant's representative? Seeing no one, anyone from the public wish to speak on these items? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Tarkanian, on item 88, please.
I move to approve. I know that there are some conditions we may be setting on part of these, and I don't know where you would be saying them. But as far as 88, with all conditions, I move for approval.
Any question on the motion? Cast your vote. Post. Motion carries. Item 89, please.
Move for approval with all conditions.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Item number 90, please.
Move for approval with all conditions.
Motion for approval. Any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 91, please.
Before I say anything on 91, I'd just like to say that I was out there even last night. How very wonderful. You have security there. They were quick to find out who we were. And the building is beautiful. I had been there just a short time ago, but even in that short time, lots more has been done. It's a beautiful school building, and as far as the two signs and everything that we've said would be fine, I think that'll work out beautifully, and in honor of the people who helped donate so much to the school. It's a large building for a rural area, but it is beautiful. I know you're very proud of it, and you should be. I wanted to just make that statement.
Thank you, and thanks for your help.
Councilwoman?
Yes?
Maybe the security seen your picture somewhere.
Maybe so. I don't know.
For a motion, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. And item number 92, please. Thank you. Item number 92.
Move to approve all conditions, and we have a condition that Barbara's going to state.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman, I just want to clarify that in this case, the request is to remove the landscape buffer and the trees within. The condition as approved by the Planning Commission was to approve the elimination of the planter, but to require that the 15 trees shall be located elsewhere on the site, subject to the approval of the Planning and Development staff.
You agree?
So that condition is in there.
That's correct.
Yeah. And it's just that
agreeable.
the trees will be there, but they'll just be moved to another area.
From
and
the
I
west
think
to the south.
to the west, to the south. Is that what you had determined? Because I know I left it up to you
Yeah,
to
we'll
determine.
work on that specifically, but that sounds fine.
Okay.
Off of the west is correct.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 93 is, I would like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission, meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Our next item, it's been a long day, and I see a guy out there. We're going to bypass citizen participation today. Our next item is citizen participation. Public comment during the portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single person is allowed may be limited. Would you please set the clock for 3 minutes?
My name is Joseph Maviglia. 2 minutes, you smart ass. Nobody likes a smart ass. Anyway, 4487 East Lake Mead, space 30. And I want for people out there watching, my phone number is 292-9604. I'm in the plumbing repair business, and I give pretty good prices. So anybody out there that needs my service, give me a call. And second, I've been doing you a great favor, if you think about it. I haven't been coming down here every meeting and venting my spleen just to irritate you, okay? I think for the most part, you guys try to do a good job. You're very conscientious about what you do, and if I was to say anything in regards to this council, you do a hell of a job, okay? So I can give you some kudos on that. But I would still like to put in the record that with the economic problems that are facing this city and throughout the country, it is time we start thinking about economic restructuring. Now that's quite a mouthful, but economic restructuring is a very simple matter of starting over economically at a lower level on food, on housing, on employment, on all the necessary things to get people back to work. Now, unfortunately, most of the time I come and speak and it's on deaf ears. You don't want to listen. And that's okay. I know that, but I come anyway for the simple reason that we are in deep trouble, America, economically. And it's not only going to get the way it is right now, it's going to get worse. And does it have to go to the bottom before we come to our senses in restructuring and putting people back to work economically, giving people jobs instead of putting them in prison? The education system has problems. The city has problems. We all have problems. But if we start thinking on the terms of restructuring economics, that's the save-all that can be put forward for the lower income people that need stability. They need a place to live. They need a place to buy their groceries and make it affordable, okay? And then we have a homeless problem that we talk about. I don't talk about the homeless in the terms of the inebriates and the drunks. I talk about the homeless, the guy that tries to make his nut from month to month, and he got locked out because it's unaffordable to him and his job. And our country was based on the man of the house earning the livelihood of the family. And that didn't last very long. In the 50s and 60s, both parents had to go to work in order to make ends meet, simply because the unions and all the other factors pushed our economic structure so lopsided that the low-income people can't afford to live. And one last item. You do have an opportunity, somehow, through the legislature or the city or the state, to go to the federal government and get a loan that is simply small amount to pay back, to save people in the city their jobs, to save other people the employment that they need. And that's something also to think about. Doesn't hurt to look into it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm going to keep going until the red light goes on. No, I won't. Take care, you guys.
We gave you an extra minute, Joe.
No, you won't. 'Cause
We
if you
did.
give me you gave me an extra.
Yeah,
No, you
we
didn't. Did it? What? You didn't push the red button?
No, she didn't push the green button in time.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Tell him.
Well, you didn't. Isn't that wonderful? I think I'd appreciate that because if Uncle
Your time's
Sam,
up. Your time's up,
if
sir.
old Uncle Sam was here sitting behind the desk, he'd cut me off in 3 minutes quicker than you could spit. I'm glad he's gone.
Thanks, Joe.
Take care.
Ms. Barnes?
Good afternoon, Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada 89125. I have had a vacation from these meetings, but this month is my 53rd birthday month. On the 27th, I'll be celebrating 53 years old. Been in the city of Las Vegas 10 years. It's worn me out. I've had a vacation from these meetings, but I'm here today for a very special concern because I've asked the police to take my name off of this type program where they siphon off the disabled people. There are too many people here in need. They want to use me as a welfare department. I've said in previous meetings, I'm not Catholic Charities. They're doing it without the police cooperation. The police told them, if you're going to stick these disabled people in there and lie and siphon off of them, let us know. They'll do it, and then just this morning, a gentleman was called on that they had used my distress signal to assist, and then he didn't want to help me. And then the police say, well, we already laid out the rules on this. If you all are going to be putting y'all name in there to siphon off these sick people, when we call on you all to assist these sick ones, don't say you don't want to do it. You already know the rules. Why did you wait until we called on you? And he said, well, I didn't know. And I said, no, you're supposed to know when you stick your name in there to siphon off these sick people. In other words, use me to give him money through that program they got worked out. I'd cancel these type programs out because I'm tired of being used. And then when they call on these people that they use me, my distress signal to assist, then they don't want to help me because I'm free and I'm not a part of their racket. And they can't use me to play with them. I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not here to play with grown folk. And the police have told them, if you all don't want to cooperate, take y'all name out of there before we call on you all. But it's hard to get through to these people. They act like they got a real bad mind problem. And I said they need mental health because the police went out on Nellis and told them, go on and take her name off. If you all don't want to help that person, don't use her. They will ignore the police. They will stick my name in there every day without telling the police which one's playing with me. And I didn't vote for that, but they keep doing it because they're in need. And it's not my fault they're in need. I don't lie on these people. I don't put them on no program where they're played with and put in a predicament where they lie and themselves under a curse. And that's what the Bible said. This whole nation is under curse. They don't tithe. They rob God. They rob themselves. They go up in there and lie. They put me under curse lying on me, and they put themselves on a curse lying, and that's why they can't make it economically. Then they're not a part of an organization that can instruct them on how to lie. The people that lie and they prosper off the lies are organized people. They're under control with their lies. These people that are lying, I explained to one homeless person, I said, last year this time, wasn't you homeless and telling the same lies that you're telling this year? Even 2 years ago, you was telling the same lies. Y'all are under a curse. You're still lying. Y'all putting me under curse and y'all want to live off me and lie. It don't work like that. These people need to be explained something to, and the police having a hard time. I am too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Could you pass these out, please? Good afternoon. My name is Ken Small, 4630 South Harville. I'm here to talk to you today about an article in the Las Vegas Tribune. I've been here before talking about the Clark County School District, and Suzanne Thomas, a person who's you may be familiar with, who's an advocate for disabled people here in the Valley, has brought a complaint to the Department of Justice, and all local news agencies were given a press release on this, but the Tribune is the only one that's picked it up. And the headline is, School Board Caught Violating the Civil Rights of Disabled Children and Teachers. Now, some of the bad habits that had occurred in the past with the school district were supposed to have been repaired by a plan of action that the school district initiated in 1975. In 1997, they decided to abandon that plan of action, which was a requirement of federal law. They were supposed to go around and upgrade all the buildings, and as they were remodeling buildings, make them accessible to disabled children and people in the community with disabilities. They decided to ignore that. 5 years ago, I went before the school board and presented the fact that the facilities department was deliberately violating federal law, intentionally doing so, and that the school board knew of it from that point going forward now because that information was provided in a public hearing. They have no ability to deny it. Having gone before the school board multiple times and presented this and having been able to get no action out of them, I went and found Suzanne Thomas and presented how all this situation worked. At the last school board meetings, Suzanne Thomas went before the trustees and asked that they create an agenda item to discuss this, and they refused. They refused to create an agenda item to discuss complying with the federal law that has been on the books since prior to 1975. She then stood up at the citizen participation portion at the end and offered to help them for free to comply, to understand what it is they should be doing, and they also declined that. So if any of you know anybody on the school board that you would like to ask to comply with federal law, this is not discretionary, it's not a federal guideline. If you know anybody who's going to go down and vote in November for incumbents, I would suggest that it's a good idea that we go ahead and look out for our disabled children in complying with these laws and everyone else who should, of course, have access to these facilities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, I know people on the school board now. I was on the school board, and I will tell you that even if you are a trustee on the school board, you have a tremendous fight in trying to have the district meet the needs of the federal law. I've said it when I was on the trustees board. I'll say it again, because even though the federal government is on your side, and even though what is right is on your side, people tend to try and cover up, and they want to do it the easiest way, and the children are the ones who's hurt. And when you have, for example, the second in command in special education is someone who has no special education background, as complicated as we are today, it's totally amazing. And that's just an educator speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bruce Bongart. I talked a little bit earlier on a separate issue unrelated to what I'm here for today. Basically, what I'm here for is to try and see how progressive you all are. The name of my company is BDB Industries. It's not really a company. I'm a one person, but basically I'm looking for expansion. And what better place than in Las Vegas, and I know you guys need something to really draw people back into Las Vegas. So here goes. I believe I have what I call a three-part solution to test progressive attitudes and bring political aspects of what you all may want to get across to the public, and also bring it through a charitable type of approach with what I call a bottled water recycling program. And every day on the streets of Las Vegas, there is, I apologize, by the way, for the hat. This is basically the uniform that I'm going to talk about, along with what's in the back of the room is what I call the Fusium stand. It's a water cooler that I kind of retrofitted with sort of what would be the progressive notions that maybe you as council members would like to get across to the public, as well as what I'm tying in the third part, which is my seminar approach, which would be promotion-sponsored, casino-sponsored possibly, tying all that in and tying it all back to trying to bring people back here to Las Vegas. Every day on the streets of Las Vegas, there's unfortunately a significant level of illegal vending that occurs. I can conservatively estimate about 10,000 bottled waters are dispensed, and they're dispensed illegally on your streets. Well, if you take your 50 hottest days of the year, that adds up to about $500,000. That's not going to benefit the city, it's not going to benefit the county, and it's not going to benefit
any of the public. It's going to benefit the vendors that are actually doing the selling. So I found out that these vendors make anywhere from $50 to $800 per day minus whatever they spend on water. This brings me to the first part, which I would like to transform the perception of how these bottled waters are dispensed. And instead of the perception being that they're sold to people in the public, because you're not going to get rid of the incentive by the vendors doing this, instead of the perception they're being sold, look at it instead as people are donating to a worthwhile citywide sponsored program, a charitable, reputable program. So with your help, I would like to co-found what I call that legal bottled water and recycle program that would be managed by a newly established Las Vegas chapter of a nonprofit charitable foundation. The second part is all about putting a progressive, as I was talking about, face on Las Vegas. Mayor Goodman or any of you, I would suggest as that. Essentially, these would be similar in connotation to the renewable energy technology quarter that I actually am promoting for the entire Southwest quarter. Now, I know that's a very broad-based idea, and I talk in very macro scope here, but I can be very detail-oriented. The third part that I was talking about is tying all this into funding those progressive notions that you all may have, and bringing it into what I call a seminar approach. And my seminar basically talks about a alternative work schedule approach that I believe, if introduced into any given working environment, can save them 10%. Yes, sir.
We're going to have to ask you to wrap it up quickly, please.
Okay, I'll do my best. Essentially, what I'm looking for is to put 25 of those things legally on the streets of Las Vegas and basically give those vendors a salary or a daily wage that would be part of that monies that are coming in, and the rest would go back to charity. And then the second part would be tying in whatever progressive ideas you want to advertise to the public, of which I've introduced one back there. And then the third part is tie these seminars into this through a multi-level marketing structure where the vendors are now being disincentivized from selling things illegally because they would be making money on promoting these seminars.
We have to cut you off.
I hope you consider my idea. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it. And I'm welcome to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 64, on that consolidation thing, were there any other issues brought up for consolidation? For instance, the sewers and the welfare and the homeless services and that?
Not today, no.
Well, I think there's some things that I think that ought to be added to that. I think the sewer ought to be considered, the airports, because the Las Vegas is under their flight path, and also the homeless services. But one other thing is that in that consolidation, I don't want to see our rapid response teams go any place. I want to keep those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, will close that portion of our agenda. Our next item is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Council members, anyone wishing to speak right now?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
You bet.
Thank you. On next Thursday, June 24th, Safe Summer Nights will take place at Matt Kelly Elementary School on J Street, and Safe Summer Nights will begin at 5:30 p.m. So we encourage all of the residents in the community to come out to Safe Summer Nights next Thursday, June 24th, at Matt Kelly Elementary School at 5:30. Also, on that same night, I will be hosting my movie in the park at Lorenzi. It will be the last movie for the summer at Lorenzi inside of the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater. Last month, we had a huge turnout. Well over 300 kids turned out, and so we encourage the parents and kids alike to come out. And this will take place next Thursday as well, June 24th, out at Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater inside of Lorenzi Park. And we will be showing the movie Monsters vs. Aliens. We have a lot of refreshments and food while supplies last. Please bring your lawn chairs, your picnic blankets, and we have a lot of popcorn and refreshments to give out. So we had a great time last month, the last couple movies, and we would like to close out this movie with a bang as well. So please come on out and bring the kids and the family. It's a beautiful night to watch a movie. Also on this coming Saturday, inside of the Edmond Town Center, Dee Dee's Discount Store, retail store, will be opening up. Kudos to the Edmond Town Center for a job well done in attracting additional businesses into this complex. The grand opening will take place on June 26th. I said this Saturday, I apologize. It's next Saturday, June 26th at 9 a.m. There will be carnival games for the families and face painting for the kids, so please come out next Saturday, June 26th, the Edmond Town Center at the corner of J Street and Owens. Also, on July 1st, will be Coffee with the Councilman. Please come out. I will be out at Starbucks on Rancho and Bonanza, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. So if you would like to meet with me in regards to any items of discussion, I will be there from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. I'm sorry, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. That morning, Thursday morning, July 1st. And also, I would like to thank all of the West Las Vegas residents who have been participating in all of the F Street meetings of discussion. Those meetings have been going very well, and we're looking forward to continue to move forward with the redesign and the opening of F Street. And you can also follow me on Facebook and Twitter for continuous updates as to what's happening in fabulous Ward 5. And also feel free to go to my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 to get any additional updates and to follow me, your councilman, and all of my current updates and activities going on around fabulous Ward 5. And Mayor Pro Tem, that will be my update. Thank you so very much.
You bet, sir. Councilwoman? Members? I have one request. The Stupak Summer Camp is in progress as we speak, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. No camp on July 5th. Ages 4 through 15. Camp runs through August of 2010. Location is Stupak, the new Stupak Community Center at 251 West Boston Avenue, 229-2488. The fee is $65 per child per week with an additional $60 for an additional child for the same household. Financial assistance may be available to qualified applicants. Funds are limited. Registration for camps is available at the center, by telephone, and online at www.lasvegasparksandrec.com. I would invite each and every resident out there today, if they have children that would like to participate in this camp, it's very, very well worthwhile. We have a brand new facility out there that is, to me, second to none, and staff that works out there does a fantastic job. So with that said, the meeting is adjourned.